the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet. No different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The Abyss shall kneel. the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The Abyss shall kneel.
to double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies.
The battle for the seeded teams, have concluded. But the war isn't over. For now, we're heading over to the Challenger bracket stage. Welcome to MPL SG Season 10. My name is Churros.
My name is Abstract.
You totally forgot this one. And we are going to be your casters for today. You totally forgot that one.
I totally forgot about that one.
Yeah,
No,
that was a season 9 thing. Right
Yeah,
now,
but-
we're gonna make it count.
But there was a monologue from you.
There
right?
was a
There was a
monologue.
monologue. So I expected that monologue to be like the full damn thing.
I wanted to get you in halfway. But hey, you know what? For you, all the viewers, and for you right here,
For me.
we have 7 games today. So we have a lot of time to get this right. It's a lot of time. But before we get started for the Challenger Bracket stage, I want to give all these sponsors a huge shout out. MPL SG Season 10 is powered by Moonton Games and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presenting partner IT, gaming chair partner DX Racer, and partner in esports Future and SGEA, Singapore Esports Association. So thank you so much for sponsoring and making this all possible. Huge shout out to IT. Scan the QR code. And type in the code and get the redemption. Get yourself an IT. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and also stand a chance to win a trip to the M7 Championships in Jakarta.
Yep. So of course, when it comes down to the chance, right? Because all you need to do is actually just buy one of the 2 collab drinks, and then they will give you a scratch card. And then based on the scratch card, you will actually have an opportunity to fly to Jakarta and support them in the international stage.
Yeah, I hope IT will be getting us some drinks later on, because it's gonna be a long day.
It is gonna be a long day.
Yeah, and speaking of long days, we are going to be jumping into the tournament formats right here. We just concluded the seeded stage yesterday.
Yep.
Battle has been won. 4 teams has already made it into the playoffs. Right now, we're jumping into the Challenger Bracket stage. You can see in the lower half, in the middle portion of this tournament format, and where the Challenger teams coming in from the community will be facing up against the 2 MPL SG teams that are relegated from the seeded stage. And so this is going to be quite tough and disappointing, especially when you are a MPL seeded team. But you know, this is the reality of competition.
Exactly. So when it comes down to this entire thing, we have a total of 4 Challenger teams, which has qualified their way since the 4th of October as well as the 12th of October. And these 2 teams won in their respective Challenger Qualifiers, and that is why they are right here for the Challengers bracket. Understandably, only 2 will make it off over to the playoffs to meet with the other 4 of the MPL SG invited teams, and that also means that they will secure their spot for the next season on.
Wow. So this is going to be a really long and arduous journey, especially for all these Challenger teams, because it's going to be back to back. You don't know who's going to win. You don't know how to prepare for this. It's basically a mini playoffs before the playoffs start.
Yep.
So this is basically a bracket.
Fittest.
We're starting BO3 all the way through. If you win, you jump on to the next one. If you lose, especially for the first stage, you're going to be dropped down and eliminated from the competition. So no more second chance for you. Fortunately though, if you make it through to the second round of the upper bracket, even if you lose, you still have to fight your way in the lower bracket. So a little bit of a last chance. We're going to be watching Team Stallions versus Mayhem first, and you might know some of these players coming in. But speaking of which, let's take a look at the schedule for today. A lot of unknowns, but right now we are gonna be taking a look at the first and second of the community teams that have made it their way through in the 8th and 9th of October, if I'm not wrong.
8th and 9th.
Is it 8th and 9th? Or slightly early. I think, okay, so there's 2
9th
stages.
and 12th.
9th and 12th.
Yeah.
9th and 12th of October. So yeah, that's the first seed versus second seed. Definitely will kick off the first match of today.
Yep. So understandably, for the first bracket, the first part of the bracket, that means the 4 of the Challenger teams, they do not have their last chance until they make it away, or rather make it on to the next part of the bracket, which is where KE as well as RSG is waiting for them. So at least for RSG and KE, they are guaranteed that second chance. So they are still going to be fine, even if they were to kind of lose one match there. They just need to remember that, okay, lower brackets, we are definitely in a really tough spot in the event that they lose.
All right, before we get started, what is the matchup in the lineup that you are most excited for today?
Wow, honestly, it's kind of tough because after looking at the lineups of today, especially for the first game, I think that a lot of us would already know what we gotta hype up for, right?
Yes.
But you know, I'm not gonna talk too much about the players right now because I want to officialize this by having the roster lineup for these 2 teams coming up, right?
Well, let's take a look at the first team that we're seeing today. You know them, you love them, and it's a grand reunion of the champions. This is the Season 5 RSG 4 out of 5 roster. There's Roy, Bray, Diablo, and Lucian Cutie. Renza is coming in the gold laner in place of Oki, if you remember correctly. And this was the creme de la creme of that era.
Oh my god, I'm getting so good of a goosebumps. So much goosebumps right now, just this graphic.
Oh, and by the way, Team Stallions is actually a Middle Eastern team. They're officiated and then they're coming into Singapore. So it's a grand, warm welcome to Stallions, and they have an awesome lineup for them. So
Indeed.
Great start, great welcome. Let's take a look at the player cams to see how they're doing, to see how our old friends are in. Welcome back.
Oh,
and you see in the background too,
goodness.
Daryl the Youngin is right at the background as the coach for Stallions. This is a stack lineup for a community entrance team, Abstract.
So this answers my question. Whoever that Stallion is going to go up, those are the games that I'm looking out for.
Yep.
And understandably, because this is quite literally the return of the Kings,
Yep.
we are pretty much expecting for them to only play a total of 3 games the entirety of today. They win everything.
We're trying to be bipartisan, but it's hard to be bipartisan because
yeah.
they've grown up with us through the seasons.
Exactly.
All right, let's look at the other side of the table. That's Mayhem Gaming Team. Their first entrance, and a warm welcome to them in the MPL or professional stage. It is what it is. They say we're Team Mayhem, a group of underdogs who never had it fair, never believed to be good enough. But this is our moment to change that. Ignore all the noise, silence all the doubters, prove all the haters wrong. We don't talk big, we let our gameplay speak. What do you think of that, Abstract?
Honestly, this just tells me humility. This team is super humble right to its core. I'm not too sure if whether, they really think that they are, the underdogs, or if whether they are actually the underdogs. But normally, there is a recurring pattern where humility equals to skill. So I actually really want to see what Mayhem Gaming Team has got to offer, especially going up against Stallions, which in this case, yes, they are a challenger team, but no, right in its roots and right in its core is fundamentally seasons and years of experience and craft.
Yeah, I don't want to bring this quote back, but I will anyway. I always bring this in every single season. The wolf on top of the hill, in this case, the horse on top of the hill, is not as thirsty as the horse climbing it.
Why is it a horse
Because
now?
Stallions...
Oh, Stallion! Right.
I'm trying to throw in a pun right there. But Mayhem Gaming Team, a very warm welcome to them in the professional stage. I know that they have been trying very, very hard over the past couple of seasons, and a huge warm welcome to all of them.
Oh.
We see Burn right there.
Oh,
His first time. His first time in 5 years.
Community player!
Yeah. There's a lot of players that are pretty new. We've seen it in the community stage. 2 tie for you. Jojo with the question mark. Burn
Question
featuring
mark.
Hans is right there playing in the mid lane. Flappy's Tire and Right. So we recognize them or their names or their monikers in the in community tournaments, but not so much in the professional stage. This is all of their. It's a very new experience for them.
Very new, yes.
When you're playing the community tournament, sometimes you meet the MPL pro players. They're playing as well.
Yep.
And you sort of like grow. You sort of like gain that experience. But when you're in the professional scene, it's like you're fighting the top dogs. It's super different. And the way that they approach this has to also be different.
This is a whole new experience for them. Some of these challenger teams probably come in with the expectations of, yep, we have faced off some of these challenger players before. They have, kind of scrambled themselves. They came in to play, and hey, they're not all that good.
Yep.
Some of them probably have that in mind. But remember that there is the term, and I specifically coined it, scrambled, because this happens a lot where friends of inner circle, they just kind of come together and let's play for a community event and let's play for a tournament. No high stakes whatsoever. Let's just go out and have fun. If we win, get some money, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But right now, this is an all-new stage. This is a league all by itself. There is so much at stake.
Yeah.
The stakes are high, so they can't expect to come in here and expect, hey, we have played against people like them before. We can make it through. This matches today are all going to be very, how can I say, is is gonna put them on a chokehold.
Yeah, but with new teams that are coming into play, with new kinds of fresh ideas that they might bring into the professional scene. So I'm really excited to see how Mayhem actually drafts around Team Stallions, and you can see both of these two teams in both in comparison, very very how would I say this? Very focused in this sense. Team Stallions still has or shows some respect over to Mayhem. They are the second seed after all, so they should show some level of experience or difficulty in that respect. But of course, we all know the fans. We all know Diablo is the face of MPL Singapore. He's been in the international scene, or the bulk of them has been in the international scene as well. But enough of that. Let's go into the random map draw. I know that we always talked about the Expanding Rivers being one of the better maps in this time, but we are going to Flying Cloud. What do you feel about that?
Honestly, Flying Cloud is really just all about quality of life. I've argued every single one of these maps is just quality of life, however you want to see it. Flying Clouds, what's the quality of life? Well, I get to lanes faster, I get to my jungles faster, I get to come back faster. Digital Clouds, quality of life, oh, I get more opportunities to just spring into action and kill people. Wow! Broken Walls, quality of life, I now can take shortcuts. Wow!
It doesn't really change
Expanding Rivers, quality of life.
Right.
I now move faster from one lane to another. Wow! All in all, here in Singapore, I honestly feel like a lot of these teams, they don't really care too much about these random map change. It more or less just enables them one way or another. They won't specifically draft the lineup just so that it helps them. Although I gotta argue, Expanding Rivers is probably the only map that I personally would say that
Because you're an EHT laner, it empowers you to get into the neutral objectives much faster. So you have sort of like a affinity towards that faster moving river portion.
I'm looking not just on an XP lane kind of
the
kind
junglers,
of things.
roams, the mid lanes.
It's more
everyone
on the
just moves
fighter roles.
It's fun.
It's just because of the fighter roles.
Yeah.
Because Expanding River just allows you to run around so much, right? So there is so much less incentive for you to play a marksman that geared towards the late game and unable to make full use of the Expanding Rivers, which is why Yuzushin is such a valuable pick in Expanding Rivers. But we're not looking at Expanding Rivers right now, so we don't have to talk too much about that.
Yeah,
It's
we're on Flying Cloud. We're
Yeah.
Flying Cloud, so we're looking at late game territory. We're looking at setup territory. We're looking at high ground territory. So a lot of these two teams, or I would predict that these two teams might draft around a late game centric draft, which will last probably 12-15 minutes ish. But early game potential has to still be there. The only thing that I would foresee in this draft is the Alice would be very highly contested, but I haven't remembered Diablo or Alice not being in Diablo's playstyle, but he might surprise us.
He might us.
I do want to point out, huge props to Diablo for coming back after a very difficult season, a challenging season last season in the EWC as well. He's been through a lot, so props to him for being back in the picture. I'm gonna applause, but you can't really hear that. And also for Bray, like he's in the military as well.
Yeah.
He's coming back into the MPL professional scene, and he's going back into the military tomorrow. His booking.
Oh man! I mean, understandably, when it comes down to Stallions, Diablo, Bray, two big names, they definitely have their tough hurdles, and just watching them over the years definitely kind of make us feel like we are part of the experience and part of this journey together.
Yeah.
One of the other unsung heroes, we gotta have to talk about Roy and as well as Lucian Cutie as well, right?
Sir.
Although I don't want to harp too much, you guys probably have heard of their names a lot. Roy being one of the very pivotal players when it comes down to consistency. He's always doing the very right things, and when it comes down to Farsa, he's very well known for that.
He's more of an artillery mage player, so we know a lot about Stallions as well. Even Lucian Cutie took a break off of professional playing and went to coaching instead. So he was in the MWI with Virtus Pro.
Oh.
Yeah, so he does have that macro overview and sense of things. So we're going back into the draft. We see the Alice getting first picked up by Mayhem. Stallions will lock in that Baxia and the probably flex into the jungle. You have the adaptability of the Kimmy as well. So a lot of non-committal heroes, a lot of fast-moving heroes, high rotation speeds, very early game-centric, high damage as well.
Yep.
Baxia typically was banned out all throughout the
Almost
seeded
all-
stage.
Yes. So the fact that they, for the side of Mayhem, for them to immediately lose out on the Bucks here, while also picking up that the Alice is definitely not a great start at all. You immediately have an answer from the side of Stallions, so you gotta have to work your way around to kind of understand, okay, what is exactly our game plan here? They haven't really quite solidified their game plan just yet. They do have got a pretty niche combo. I wouldn't say niche, a pretty neat combo where they have ways to immediately take someone out and play more into that pick-off kind of gameplay.
Yeah, great layering of the crowd controls. If we hypothesize Alice comes in with a Throne of Ruin, or TOR as Jace likes to say it, Kalea could also initiate with the Tsunami Slam. You've got the Lunox actually getting a lot of picks lately. A lot of mid laners actually like the damage that Lunox has shown, especially when you're facing up against really tanky, beefy boys, and they're typically using the Lunox as a main primary damage dealer in the mid to late stage of that game. So you have some scaling potential from the mid lane as well for the side of Mayhem. Silence can lock in the Gata Kacha, really good zone control with the AOG. So going to the second phase of the bans, no more CCs. The Arlot's still in question. That is one of the other more contested heroes. We also see the Uranus getting picked up quite a bit, but I don't think it fits STS's play style, or the Stallions might not want to go for that one.
Yeah, they do have quite a lot of tank capabilities for themselves at this point in time. But they can always just rewind back into those tank meta kind of things, whereby they just floor it in the early stages because they are so tanky and yet they deal a lot of damage. We cannot immediately take Baxter out of the equation for a fact that he's just a tank and not really a damage dealer. We need to remember that he still deals a heck a lot of damage. So if they really do want to move on to the later stages of the game and just kind of play towards the Uranus's role, that is completely fine as well. But for Stallions, it is at this moment in time still a very broad idea for them.
Yeah.
It doesn't really show their win condition. It doesn't exactly show what exactly they're trying to do. They do have means of area of effect crowd control. They have answers for the Alice. It's not easy for Kalia to be able to snag any one of these as of now.
Yeah, we've seen fighter side laners before. I don't think Stallions are gonna pick the fighter side lanes. I don't think they want to risk that because they don't really have damage down in the jungle. Typically, if you pick up Yizun Shin, you're typically looking at a double fighter side lane. But right now, I think Lapu kind of looks good for Stallions. At least they have some backline engage damage, just to try to disrupt this Lunox. I think Lunox is definitely going to be a problem in the late game, just to melt down these tanky boys.
And I think that is the main reason why Stallions wouldn't want to go for a very hard XP laner as for now. Now they know that they are dealing with an Alice, and one of the main things that Alice is really good at is just against 1v5, right? And generally what you want is to have more burst capabilities. And we know for a fact that Kimi is not known for her burst. There is no burst from the side of Stallions.
It's a bit of DOT, damage over time, but there's non-committal ultimates as well. Mayhem picked that up, banned out the Uranus over the side of Stallion, so no more side lane annoyance for Diablo this time around.
But they have to play a gold laner first, because I think that they need to open up a little bit more ideas from the side of Mayhem in order for them to really understand what they want to pick from Diablo. However, if they want to solidify the R4 pick for XP, the Benedetta might actually be the play for Diablo.
I was gonna suss that out too.
Yeah.
Yep.
It works for Diablo. He's very experienced in that. And since we are lacking in that burst potential, that is something that Diablo can bring into the picture.
Yeah, I think Mayhem just has to watch out for how to handle Diablo. Typically, his playstyle is really unique and a really side lane split push kind of style. He's brought in the high loss before, but the playstyle that he has to adapt to is more, he wants to be a lone ranger, he wants to be a lone soldier, goes onto the side waves, sort of like act like special forces, deal with that wave and try to cut back, try to find a flank onto the back line. But right now, like you said, the Claude is getting picked up first, so you have a little bit more late game potential and late game insurance, especially with a flying cloud. So that is a great pick overall for the side of Stallions. Mayhem though, how do they want to deal with the side lanes? So right now, if you have the Harith, if you have the Irithel, it kind of works out well. You win the lanes over the Claude, but then how do you get into the mid to late stages? How do you prepare to face a late game Claude in that sense.
I think pacing is probably the right thing that they gotta have to do since it is a Lunox going up
I am
against a
sovereign
Kenny.
of
They're
the
not
Abyss.
particularly.
Oh, what?
Slayer
Huh?
of God.
What's an Obsidian and the Moskov?
Wait, huh?
Wait,
Wait.
Even Darrow's stunned, or Youngin's stunned. They're all looking at each other. It's like, is this real? Is this real life, or is this fantasy? Where is what going where?
Or is this fantasy?
Okay, let's hypothesize. Maybe they have something up their sleeves. You've got Lunox. Lunox maybe in the jungle. There's definitely.
Okay,
I thought so
there we
too.
go. Okay, there we go. With the overlay down, I think that it makes more. It makes sense for us to conclude that there will be a little bit of a technical side, technical error from the side of Mayhem. So
Yeah.
it's either or, right? It's either Moskov, it's either gonna be Obsidia. It's great that both teams probably have a very good idea. Like, yeah, that is not supposed to be the case.
Unless they want to test like double marksman side lanes. That is crazy. Then you put Alice. Then you put Alice in the jungle. Lunox in the mid.
That is
Dangerous as heck. But
very
it's a good
expensive.
late game kind of
That's all I want to
situation
say.
as well.
It's extremely expensive, and there's really not much that they will be able to do at that point in time.
Yeah, I have seen this before. It's basically a troll pick from you know. If you play rank, you see like your dark systems. You usually pick that up. You try to roll with it. And
I want to play gold, and it's like, okay, you play gold,
and then they swap
and
the
then they
lanes.
pick then they pick the gold last.
I don't think that's gonna come through. Hopefully they sort things out. Hopefully everything goes well. But really excited to see what the side of Team Stallions are gonna pick for that last one, because we honestly. Diablo was the one that put Khalid on the in the meta. He put the Padang in the meta.
Yep.
For a particular season, he put Benedetta in the meta. He's known for picking these off-meta picks and making it his own meta because of the way that he adapts to the Indonesians and the Filipino playstyle.
Yep.
Very macro-centric. It's very macro Jackson in that sense.
Ooh. I think the part of Diablo is that he makes the hero work for both micro and macro context.
And finally, we are back live. You were saying some stuff before you got cut off, but welcome back. So sorry for the delay and so sorry for having a little bit of a stream issues, but hopefully and thankfully we are back and ready to go for match number 1. If you're new here, Stallions versus Mayhem. These are community teams, and Stallions not so much community and more MPL-ish.
Yeah,
but resurgent.
It's
a true resurgence.
Pun City!
Pun City.
Yeah.
Pun City. All right, let's jump into the player camps to see how they're doing. Hopefully all the draft is all set up and we are ready to get back into the draft proper.
Yep. Okay, so the last thing that remember is, let me just run down the heroes that we know for sure is gonna make it, right? We have Alice, Kalia, and Lunox as picked from the side of Mayhem. And for Stallions, we're looking at Kimi, Baxia, Gatokacha, and Claude. So far, nothing too out of the question, or rather anything that is like, you know, weird or anything. I think that it makes sense so far. It doesn't really quite help us understand how they want to play in the later stages. Although I gotta have to say, just from Mayhem's lineup, the Alice and the Kalia is not gonna be a very good pick, especially giving away that Baxia to Stallions.
I feel like the Alice is still very, very viable. This is where we left off. I don't think it's gonna be a Moskov and Obsidian, or it might be, and it's a double gold lane.
Yes.
Oh, it is correct.
Reignite the star.
What is going on? Okay, so Jojo, it's Lunox jungle, Moskov mid,
Obsidian and a Moskov.
Obsidian roam,
and
no,
you Song just joined
Obsidian
in the
gold lane.
picture. Okay, look, I know that Indonesia played Yuzhong. And I know that Diablo plays a lot of Yuzhong as well, but hey.
We talked about
your
double
debut
marksman.
game. Okay, the Devilish Monster, this is your debut game. You do not want to play a Vendetta?
This is Mayhem. Picking it, I'm still shocked that Obsidian and Moskov are in the lineup. They're quite late game. They pretty much do the same thing. You have late game potential. You have the Alice and Kalia to start things off. You have decent damage, but you're gonna falter in the early game.
This is a very greedy lineup. Wait, you're putting a Lunox in jungle?
Lunox jungle kind of works. It makes sense. The flicker into retribution might change things up a bit, but welcome everybody going into the Land of Dawn. For the first game, it's confusing. We know, but we're just gonna get things started.
You're putting a Moskov mid?
It's a Moskov mid.
Okay, they definitely pressed wrong. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that this is a user error. I'm pretty sure it's user error, but they can't go, if I'm not wrong, they can't go over to the admin and say, hey, I pressed the wrong button.
Yeah.
Or I'm not exactly sure about the rules, don't quote me on that, right? But there must be a reason why they either go with this. Number one, it is an issue that cannot be reverted because of player did it wrongly. So I think that this game is not exactly a very good way to say that, hey, Mayhem drafting is weird, Mayhem drafting is bad. I would like to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that this is probably not their game.
I think that this is intentional. Look at how Team Stallions are just hammering onto rights. That's first blood over the Bray. And this is the aggression that Team Stallions can dish out if Mayhem picks such a squishy lineup like this.
So at this point in time, we've already got a first kill credited over to Team Stallions, and understandable when it comes down to Baxia. Baxia have a very good mobility, right? So being able to make their way over to the opponent's jungle and just really deals a good amount of damage and just getting the kills on the right, just takes the checkboxes pretty well.
Yeah, Bray's already rotating over to the enemy side of the map, taking a little bit of farm away from that Lunox. That's a jump and a flicker away on the bottom side, and Mayhem will live to tell the tale another day. That's 3 seconds into the first turtle of the game spawns up. Team Stallions already in position, and that's the problem with Mayhem's grab. Yes, they have a lot of late game damage and burst potential, but they have to survive the early game first. It's only if they are able to get into the late game. It's a free and easy turtle over the side of the horses, and the Stallions will pick that up and start rotating into the jungle. The aggression is starting to ramp up.
And then, just like that, It does seem as though that Lucian will be able to get himself a little bit more information onto what Mayhem is doing, has got good enough XP to get him the level 4. However, this is already past the first turtle, so it's not going to be that big of a deal, but helping out team fights is going to be helping out a lot, actually.
Yeah, Diablo's already on orange buff. Coming in, jumping onto Jojo, taking a lot of damage, able to get that Brilliance out of the way, but the Tsunami Slam into the turret would take a lot of damage, and Team Stars are just layering it all in. 2 down for the side of Mayhem for the price of Lucian Cutie. So much more worth it. The fight is still going on. 2 Die For You is coming in underneath the orange buff to take Diablo down.
So it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade, but ultimately the fact that they managed to get a kill onto the opponent jungler for Mayhem is a very good sign already. In the meantime, this is going to be the item builds that we have so far post first turtle. So we already have got the molten essences that's being brought by the Alice as well as the Boxia. But aside from that, the direction that we are looking out for is the fact that the Moskov is okay. Moskov's item build is pretty much understandable so far.
Yeah, will be a little bit slow on getting the Trinity. That's a lot of damage, but the Tsunami Slam with the Purify from Roy just taking out safe. But Bray comes in from the sidelines, tries to take Burn down, and that's the Moskov sent to the graveyard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Moskov will have got a lot of problems going into this game and being able to just get himself a good amount of farm, right? Because I think by the time that it reaches 5 to 6 minutes, Mayhem will lose a lot of damage potential.
It's a 1v1 anime battle. Petrify already used up as well from the side of Diablo. No TOR from 2 Die For You, but Diablo's going in strong. He's healing everything back up, but so is 2 Die For You. Able to get out. SOD won't connect onto Diablo. Will be able to get out safe. The turtle will be going to the side of Team Stallions. There's no way Mayhem is able to contest for this.
Yep. So with the turtle that's just going to be popping down to the bottom lane in 15 seconds, and unfortunately Diablo doesn't really have a lot of HP after kind of losing that fight. There is still a way for them to kind of come back into this.
There's a lot of engage going on down the bottom side as the Traction Pulse pulling 2 members in. Roy taking that killing spree for himself as Team Stallions, just having that aggression coming through in this game. That's the power of this map. Lucian Cutie taking a lot of damage. That's the taunt down. Roy will pick that one up for 0-2 for the Kimmy.
Yep, that's the difference between a mid lane that can actually do something versus a mid laner that can't do something, right? Yeah. The moment that they start to move around, this is all about speed for the side of Team Stallions, because, I mean, yeah, name checks out, they are literally just going to be on a horse race, and in the meantime, Team Stallions is probably like the real horse racers, while in the meantime, Mayhem, they are lacking of one mid laner. They are just basically Uma Musume here.
Yeah, typically you want a mid laner to clear the lane fast. Moskov does it pretty slowly. Even though you have the minions all in one line, you want to get that spears going in through, you want to clear that lane and start that early game rotation. But with the Boxia, it's getting empowered. Look at him pushing over, blocking Flappy's tire, able to dash out of the way. Good kite from the Obsidia. That's AOG trying to pull her back in. Flappy goes down by the hands of Bray. And here's 4 members once again for Team Stallions. The horses are not letting up.
One of the main things that we gotta have to understand is that Mayhem don't really have got a real good way of area of effect crowd control. Other than the fact that 2 Die For You just dive in 1v5 and just drops it out in front of everyone. But we cannot guarantee that that is going to help the allies stay alive either. Sure, has a lot of sustainability, but at this point in time, with a total of 5,000, or rather 4,500 gold deficit, it's not going to be a very easy game for 2 Die For You to be able to just hold out for it.
Yeah, Bray's just getting tickled by that Alice. Lucian Cutie looking for the taunt. That's a 1-man taunt. Diablo waiting in. That's a bait. It's a 2-man Petrify down into Diablo. The Traction Pulse to follow up. Roy from the back line trying to get a lot of damage down. And Team Stallions are just running over Mayhem.
Yep, they are very bloodthirsty. And at this point in time, Diablo is just putting whatever that he can on over to Jojo. While he tanks a good amount of damage, he gives the kill over. Or rather, he didn't give the kill. In the end, the kill still credited over to Diablo with the help of Roy.
Oh, what a monster Diablo is. Just jumping underneath the turret. Jojo taking a huge brunt of the damage. A little bit slower on the jungle farm from Mayhem, and Team Stallions are just taking full advantage of this. 6,000 gold lead ahead, and they're running everything down. Every single fight, 4 members are there. Mayhem cannot catch that pace.
Yep, Team Stallions right now, they are making full use of the fact that they have a good amount of lead and they're just spreading themselves out all over from the bottom to the middle lane. They managed to destroy all of the T1 turrets and they can essentially try to look out for a destruction of the entire outer turrets by maybe a minute or 2 into this game, because Mayhem got no way to realistically defend.
Another aggression, down goes right. The Tsunami Slam won't save her now. I think it's a little bit difficult for Mayhem at this point because the Tsunami Slam is used as a defensive mechanism, get too close, pull you underneath the turret. But Team Stallions right now, way too far ahead, don't care, just go for it.
Yep, they are relatively tanky as well. It's either they are tanky or they are a little bit too far away from the main initiator, being that Kalia, or otherwise you are Diablo. That is playing as a Yuzhong. You have a good way of regenerating your HP either through Spell Vamp or Lifesteal. In this case, he does have got a Shard Residue that can build up very effectively, and let's not forget, he also do have the War Axe. The more amount of people that he deals damage to with the Shard Residue built up, the more that he heals and the more that he will be able to tank these turrets.
You know, honestly though, the way that Renza plays reminds me a lot of Oki. Like back in the day,
you think so?
Oki is really like that late game kind of player. Once he shines, he really does shine. So yet to see Renza actually joining in the team fights with a Blazing Duet. But I think Team Stallions, the longer this game goes, I think they really have the upper hand in terms of AoE burst damage, as well as Roy getting almost 70 stacks on that Sky Piercer as well.
Yep. So I think that this is not going to be a main problem for Team Stallions of the fact that Renza hasn't been joining team fights because no assist, right? But ultimately, I think that the main idea is that they are going to cause Mayhem
it's one-on-one.
They're just going to cause Mayhem all over the map, right? And then give Claude that opportunity to really just end the game real quickly with the massive amount of farm that they have racked up.
Way too far ahead. Distraction Pulse onto 2. AOG to follow up. Throws them in. Down goes 2-tie for you. Tsunami Slam for good measure, but won't do anything at all. Renza just slowly marching down, trying to find a flank, but Mayhem just backs off. There's 2 members down.
Fast wave clear capabilities from Team Stallions as well. They even held down the lanes down in the bottom lane with the Lord that will be marching from the top. Almost all of the T2 turrets have been destroyed, and this Lord itself should be able to grant them entry into the base. So it will be uncharted waters from here on, and it will be quite difficult because of the massive amount of damage these turrets can dish out. However, I don't think that it might be too big of a problem for Team Stallions.
Yep, Team Stallions just waiting for the Lord to crash down. This Black Dragon form to zone everyone out of the way as Team Stallions takes care of that T3. They want to end this, and they want to end this now. We got a TOR onto 3, and Mayhem are going crazy on Team Stallions, but the more they do, no damage is done as Team Stallions just secures this, a full total domination from the Stallions in game number 1, the opening match of the Challenger bracket stage.
Yep, can't say that I am surprised due to, number one, the role matchups as well as, you know, the total lineup.
Moskov mid just doesn't work.
Moskov mid is really a very difficult thing, right? Okay, here's the thing. I would much rather have the Lunox in the middle lane together with the Kalia, right? This way that there is a lot more influence coming in from the Lunox to kind of apply to the top lane and the bottom lane, or kind of like an either or. Alice have got a pretty decent amount of, I would say, mobility, right? To also help out and assist onto the Lunox. The moment that role swapped, Alice don't have very good wave clear capabilities. Sure, you can keep on throwing your blood orbs, but that is not going to help you clear wave fast enough.
Right.
So there is no influence over to the side lanes, and in the end of the day, there's not much that Obsidia could have done. There's not much that... who was the final guy once again? It was... Lunox jungle, Alice, okay, Alice, right? Alice was in the other lane, right? So other than the fact that Alice is just going to 1v1 with the Yuzhong, there's not much that she could do at this point too.
Yep. We're gonna take a look at the MVP of this first match. I'm gonna say it's Roy.
Yeah.
Typically he was everywhere on that map. He's always on this team fights, and Roy, you know him as the artillery mage user. You don't see him, but he's there. He is the shadow. He is him.
I know that he's a shadow, and I know that he's a silhouette, but that silhouette is oddly similar to Roy himself.
Why not just use the actual photo? I think you just blacked out his silhouette. But man, oh man, boy, oh boy, great job to Stallions. Just a pure dominating game. Mayhem really needs to claw their way up. Let's take a look at this and let's analyze what went wrong. And I'm gonna say it's just the draft. It's just I don't know how Mayhem was gonna make this work.
Yeah.
Moskov doesn't really have fast wave clear. Early game, if he doesn't have the corrosion side yet, the wave clear is going to be slow compared to that Kimmy who has straight blind damage. So if you're comparing the magic damage into the physical damage that scales up, Mayhem can't even reach that late game mark. I think this might be the fastest game that we have in MPL SG Season 10 so far.
I do think so as well, yeah.
10:08.
10:08. Okay, let's mark that down, and I will be able to give you the answer almost immediately. I'm not as good. I'm not as good as
SJ's. He's nutty with it. He's fast with it.
No, not this. Not this. Is this? Not this. Is it this? Not this. Is it this? Not this. Not this. Not this. Why do you have so many tabs?
Abstract off the camera, just looking at statistics, trying to find the fastest timing. But I think, okay, 10:08, pretty fast. We're gonna go. I feel like Team Stallions, if they are able to play how they play this time, getting Bray back, the old child prodigy right now in the military, and just having that control, that discipline coming into play, might be able to go even faster. We're not even talking about the item.
It's 10:08.
Mayhem was just way too far behind to build anything up.
Are we way past that topic already?
I think we're way past that topic. I'm already changing this, but damage taken, damage dealt.
No. I finally found it. Let me say it.
Okay. What was it?
Yeah, it's 10:08.
10:08 fastest time.
Yeah.
What was the second fastest time? I know Jace was talking about it yesterday.
No, don't give me another thing for me to search up on.
You're in charge of stats. You had one job, Abstract.
Shut up. I don't like this job.
Man, okay. If we break it down, I think Team Stallions, it's a resounding dominance over Mayhem. What needs to change? Firstly, draft. Secondly,
no that is the only thing that needs to be changed, because at this point in time we can't realistically be able to give any constructive feedback about how the game should have went.
Yeah.
Just because of the Moskov. The Moskov just throws away every single every single thing that is supposed to come through.
It's also difficult for him to rotate around the map because he's way too squishy. Base defense, I think Moskov is one of the lowest base defenses from level 1 without items. So that's going to be really tough for Burn to do any damage or any put in any value at all into this game. So looking to the second game, what are you expecting?
I expect to not have a master limit.
We're back to that topic, so it's a loop again. Then we're talking about Moskov, and then I ask you the question again. Yep. And then you're gonna say, yeah, well, no Moskov.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Okay, we move past that Moskov in mid topic, right?
Yeah, let's go to...
I think that the other thing that we need to talk about is to not have Lunox in jungle.
I think it was viable before.
Based on this lineup? Nah. I think that
too slow on the jungle clear.
Lunox in jungle, I think, is a perfectly capable thing if your lineup allows you to do that.
Yep.
However, at this point in time, you have got zero influence in the top lane and the middle lane and the bottom lane. I would rather have a way whereby they win at least one lane, and the lane that they want to win has to have good access to the other losing lanes.
Yep.
And that is why mostly mages are the one in the middle lane. You have lane prio, or you wipe out the lanes fast enough for you to be able to either feed yourself to the top lane or to the bottom lane. In this case, the only lane that is quote-unquote winning is like Alice. But that's a very long-winded fight.
It's a far stretch.
And so even if you win in that lane per se, the other lanes have already cleared their creeps. There's nothing for you to influence.
Yeah, it's also difficult because you're facing up against Diablo, who's constantly pouncing, constantly aggressing onto yourself as the Alice. Like, there's no way that you were able to win him out in the one-on-one.
Yep.
At the very least, it's just taking him down low, and then he runs away, and then pray for backup from the mid lane. I think the Moskov in the mid lane, the idea was getting that level 4 fast, and then throwing the Spear of Destruction, landing on a target, and then be in every part of the map. One of the other difficult factors that Mayhem has to address is getting an Obsidia up on the top side against the Claude. Claude and Obsidia, naturally the Obsidia should have a better fighting chance. Higher burst damage from the get-go, higher burst damage from the skill 1.
Yep.
But Claude just wins out. Like, there wasn't a lot of fights up on that top side.
No,
after
not
the
at
turtle,
all.
after second turtle, then Bray actually comes in. And Renz actually holds himself well. That's why I say he kind of reminds me of how Oki likes to play. Passive, safe, aggressive when needs to be. Joins in the team fights only later on. If I remember correctly and looking at the entirety of that draft, I think the Claude wasn't in any of these team fights at all.
No,
he was
not
just
at all.
constantly farming, constantly pushing down the lanes, or he tries and attempts to push down the lane. It was basically a 4-man from Stallions.
Yep.
Aggressing onto Mayhem, and Claude being that insurance policy at the end.
That is right. At this point in time, I think that even for Renza, he realizes that, you know what, my job is not to join team fights. My job
it's just
really
farm.
is just a turret taker.
Yeah.
Something that Jay says all the time, right? Marksman at this current meta, your main role is just siege.
Yes.
Like, you're great for team fights, yes, but you literally only have got like spotlight on you for like the last 5 minutes of the game.
Yep. And I think Flying Cloud just really empowers them. I think that's what they wanted to do. For this side of Mayhem, it's just, I feel like they shouldn't let the map influence their decision for the draft.
I still will.
It's too early to tell.
Yeah, I still would want to say that they. I still want to give them the benefit of the doubt that the Obsidia plus the Moskov was just error pick, and they cannot rewind it for very specific reasons, right? Rulings and all that kind of jazz. So they had to go through with it. And I think that the good thing per se is the fact that they know that going into this game, double marksman against Stallions is not going to yield them anything. Yeah. And the fact that they still play the game out, I think that that's the main thing that I like to see because of sportsmanship, right?
Yeah.
Just play whatever that you can, do whatever that you can, and at least use this game to identify and look at what Team Stallions is doing, and then cater your team to second game's draft to work accordance to what Team Stallions want to do. And I didn't know that there's sound effects.
Yeah, I never realized it until just now. I was in a production room and they were playing this. And it was like a ling dong dong.
Ling dong dong. You sound super racist right now.
I am Chinese.
Yeah,
excuse me.
I am Chinese.
You can't say that on there.
I am Chinese.
I am Chinese too.
I am Chinese.
Can you be racist to your own race?
Exactly, I can.
It is different. We can't talk about this. We can't talk about this. But what we can talk about is something a little more dangerous. The grass. Dangerous grass. We're returning a thin line right here. Pun City.
That's very dangerous.
It's very dangerous.
That's very
like
dangerous.
this map, we're going into dangerous grass. Let's take a look at the drafts once again. Juice and Angela drafted out. So Stallions actually going second pick once again. Taking on the CC as well as the Grog. They identified that the CC will be an aggressor towards Diablo. Diablo definitely wants a winning lane. I'm actually looking at silhouettes because just now
they're oddly
they're all Roy's
to each other. Yeah, you're right.
They're all Roy's.
They're all Roy's. I mean, how do we know it's Roy's?
How do we know it's Roy?
No. It's maybe not Roy.
Yeah, well, he's been in the scene for quite a bit, so
yeah,
we recognize him.
I mean,
recognize his silhouette.
Yeah, at this point in time, you just turn around and you just put him in a pitch black room. Immediately, we'll be like, hey, that's
Roy.
That's Tootside for you. That's Jojo. That's Burn. That's Flappy, and that's Rice. All in one guy.
Rocks.
It's just like, they're clones. They're just clones right here. Okay, we're taking out the Boxia. That is very dangerous for them, especially in this map where I think this is one of the best maps in terms of how the environmental changes are. It changes the way the Lord and Turtle takes are played. It changes the way how the assassins like to play. And remember, Roy is a Kadita monster. So if we go into dangerous grass, he might be able to pick up the Kadita to Mayhem's dismay.
Because I saved my nation from falling apart.
So finally, we've got the Yisun Shin being taken out right now, and their first pick is Alice again. Okay, so they definitely put a lot of emphasis on the fact
Alice
that
is
they
not
want
the problem.
Alice.
Alice wasn't the problem.
I
for
would
game
say,
number one.
yeah, I would say that Alice is not necessarily a problem for many of the teams. She is annoying, yes, but in certain cases, you just don't have to really deal with an Alice. because even if you kill all 4, you leave one Alice in there, she can buy your team time. But she would not be able to clear your waves in the late stages of the game.
Got him lined up in my sight.
That's Lancelot and Kimmy picked up. We won't see the Kadita anymore, but I think Roy really likes the Kimmy. Wins lanes almost immediately, has one of the highest damage and the longest reach of any mid lane hero so far. For Stallions, we're switching it up. Bray is back to his element, going into the Assassins, but Mayhem is picking up basically the same thing, going for the Lunox, Kalea, and the Alice for the first phase. Right again, and if my sentiments is correct, the only thing that's going to be changing is the Lancelot. That's going to be a Gatakacha for the side of Lucian Cutie.
I do want to think that they are going to go for that, right? There needs to be a little bit more tankability over to the side of Stallions.
You know the
This
saying.
is the same. This is the same.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But clearly, I think Mayhem really needs to fix something in the second phase.
Which I think they will.
Please,
I think they will.
Please do.
If they went in for second game with Obsidian and Moskov, I swear I'm leaving you on this desk.
We're gonna
I'm
be
putting my
solo
headphones
casting
down.
in Dangerous Grass. Maybe the only thing that's different is Dangerous Grass instead of the Flying Cloud.
I guess so.
So maybe that
You
might.
know how-
I'm just reaching a little bit more.
You know how dangerous grass is? That means that there's a lot of grasses, and when you are inside the grass, you kind of go invisible, right? So what if, whenever the spectator were to spectate someone that goes at the side of the grass, the both of us just shut up? Because sneaky beaky
We're invisible.
Yeah, we're invisible. Sneaky beaky like. We set up the scene. Slow, soft.
All right, we'll do that. We'll do that once we jump into the game.
I didn't think that you'll play along with that.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Dangerous Grass.
Gotcha.
I want to see assassins. I want to see ambushes.
Okay. That's why they also just started out with the Lancelot, and I think that is very apt for Team Stallions. Totally fine for now.
Totally fine.
Totally fine.
Bray is known as the child prodigy in the previous seasons that he played before.
Yep.
And back to his element, he likes the assassins. So that means Diablo has to go into something a little bit more tanky instead.
Your team is
So,
banning.
with the Hayabusa as well as the Fanny that's taken away, I would like to believe that Mayhem will want to focus a little bit more onto XP removals, but it does seem like they want to focus and lock down onto Rensa's pick. So, at this point in time, there's no reason for them to not pick the Claude again because it worked out previously, unless they want to play more of the early game-centric heroes, such as a Bruno, for example. Bruno will always be great. It does provide your team with good amount of burst damage to really deal with the Alice in the early stages as well, as opposed to just purely just play on target takedown. This is dangerous grass after all, so you might actually want to pick up heroes such as gold laners that have pretty good sustainability for themselves, good amount of movements. And
It's Claude once again.
Claude does have the survivability. He can wave clear super fast as well with the
Gets out
Blazing
the
Duet.
TOR, gets out of harm's way.
Yep.
Has a built-in, not built-in Purify, you can just get the Purify, just to stay safe from the Alice as well as the Kalea.
Yep.
So it's basically the same draft for Stallion so far. Now this is where things get a little bit dicey.
Please, no Obsidian and the Granger.
I think Obsidian should be able to win the lane against the Claude just because of the first skill. Like, he does more damage. Okay, the Frederick's getting picked up, and the Moskov once again. So
I guess that this is what they wanted to do.
I think so. Okay, so this makes a lot more sense. Moskov in the jungle, at least you have some form of basic defense. In the mid to late stage of the game, still get torn apart quite easily by the Claude though. And that's going to be Yu Zhong once again. So
If it ain't broken, don't fix it. The only reason why they changed out from the...
because it's banned. Baxia into Lancelot just because it's banned. And I think it's a very good viable option. You have a lot of rotations, you got a lot of speed, you got a lot of damage coming in, especially for Yu Zhong in the early game. It's going to be tough for any of the side lanes to deal with that. So the only difference that Mayhem brought to the table is you're going to play it more safe, going to get the Lunox down the mid lane and the Moskov in the gold lane, facing up against a late game monster like the Claude himself.
Honestly, if you were to ask my honest opinion, I don't really like Stallion's lineup in most situations. They don't have a lot of setups in a way. They can only rely on Gatokacha when it comes down to the AOG. And AOG is not a very solid initiating tool.
It's Diablo we're talking about, my friend.
Yes, that is the only reason why I say it would work for them, right? In most other situations, if they're going up against, you know, stronger teams like Evil, you wouldn't want to expect them picking up this draft because outright we'll just say that they outdrafted. They got outdrafted.
Yeah. I would think so too. We're jumping into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. If Mayhem loses this once again, they are immediately eliminated. No one wants to do that, so at least put up a decent fight. They made some changes, and I think right now it might be a even Stevens kind of game for Mayhem.
So right off the bat, what we're going to be looking out for is the fact that Jojo is starting up in the orange buff and Bray over at the purple. That means that both of the junglers will end up and finishing off in the gold lane up top.
Oh
in the
my
meantime,
gosh!
Bird find himself burnt down to the ground almost immediately with Bray's stylish maneuvers.
That is basically just chemistry in action. And Roy's just gunning everyone down. You talk about like extra defense, Jojo can't even contest for Bobby. Or is it Ricky? I remember talking about Ricky.
It's Ricky.
It is Ricky. And Bobby's the cannon minion. I know that from Jace.
Wait, legit.
I don't know. That's what Jace calls the cannon minion.
I thought that was just a joke.
Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna take Jay's word for it and just play along with it.
At this point in time, I'm just gonna assume everything that you guys say is right?
Rights will not be able to survive this. A little bit too close. Bray, too close for comfort as well. Almost gets taken out by the damage from Burn, but Roy is just there. He's hammering on everyone.
Bobby. I love Bobby.
We're talking about Cannon Minion again.
But anyways, let's take a look at the items. At this point in time,
Nothing too big yet.
Nothing too big, right?
Oh, but the Claw actually... okay, so it's a mirror build for both the marksmen. They're ditching the movement speed for a little bit more attack speed, maybe a bit more defense from each other just to survive, because we won't see any skirmishes on top side. But at the bottom side, it's a different story as 2-tie for you goes down by the hands of Diablo. Very quick response from the side of Stallions.
Yep, they do have the mobility. They can do whatever that they want, honestly. And being able to take down that Alice this early, and of course ensuring that the Alice will not even be able to get that cannon minion is going to mean a lot. So that is a level 3 XP laner while they continue on to the fight.
That's a stun up. Rights will fall. These Team Stallions just showing the aggression that they did in game number 1. There's... how does Mayhem counter this aggressive play? Jojo can't even get his arm. He's level 4. Bray's already level 5. And you got Roy just free hitting and constantly having that energy. The full stacks coming in. Jojo goes down by hands of Diablo. Gets the break during form out and away. And Team Stallions are just... they're just shifting gears. And it's so hard for Mayhem to defend against the anger, the aggression coming in from Stallions.
This looked a lot more normal play from Team Stallions. Because the previous game, they're just throwing bodies, right? Yeah. Like, Team Stallions just throwing bodies, they're just doing whatever the hell that they want. It seems as though that Team Stallions know that they just want to pop stomp that, right? But for this game, you can definitely start to see there is a little bit more order in the way that they play.
Yep, here comes Bray down the bottom side. 2-tie for you will get out of the way. 60 seconds till the next row of the game spawns up, but it kind of looks like Team Stallions are... this is kind of late game territory. They're playing like they're in really late game. Bray is so aggressive in the way that he engages all of these team fights, and he's always there.
At this moment, with 3 minutes and 37 seconds into the game, Team Stallions have already gotten themselves like close to 3,000 gold lead, and that is a massive amount of lead for Team Stallions, right? Moving on forward, once we reach just like 4 or 5, most notably 5 minutes where we'll have got the energy shields all taken down, it is fair to say that Team Stallions will start to get together a lot stronger. They will just play as 5 or mostly 4, I would say. Play as 4, start to kill, start to take down some of these turrets and increase their goal lead even more.
I think this is really like a show of experience. Look at the mid side. The Brilliance will get burned out of harm's way. But just to finish my point, this is just an experienced team with international experience and international sort of like understanding of the game. And the rotations are just outpacing Mayhem like 100%. There's no way that they are able to do anything. The Tsunami Slam brings Bray away from the turtle. Jojo secures that, but always not. The SOD lands. Wright is trying to chase onto Bray. Finally, he might be able to go down. That's a slam onto him, but here comes the rest of the party. Diablo's right in the party as well. Down the backside, trying to find a flank. Down goes 3 for the side of Mayhem, and make that 5 as Mayhem gets wiped out. by Stallions.
And to make matters kind of worse, it does seem as though that with all of these turrets having a lot of creep waves just moving on to them, it has also just hit 5 minutes. So that means that all of these turrets have got a wave, a very heavy wave coming in. That means that middle lane is destroyed, top lane is definitely going to be destroyed. And if no one goes down to the bottom lane, which is something supposed to be Alice's job, then that's all of the T1 turrets destroyed just right when the energy shield goes down.
I think the understanding of the game, target prioritization from Mayhem, just chasing Bray, and it's very, very difficult because Bray can reposition himself into Mayhem having a tough time or tough position. That is a start in AOG just to slam down. There's 3 members sucked in. The Praises Wrap will land on 3, but Team Stallion is just dishing out so much more damage. Bray in the midst of all of it, underneath the turret, secures a double, taking JoJo out of the game.
This is more of an encore game from Team Stallions. In fact, they have been doing a lot more as compared to the previous game, right? We ended the game in 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Honestly, the way that this game is going, they should be able to end the game by 9 minutes or so if they ignore this turtle. Because there's already 2 turtles that have been accredited, 1 to Stallions and 1 to Mayhem, which is actually quite a surprising thing. The third turtle, if they were to ignore it, then, if I'm not wrong, 8 minutes and 15 seconds, somewhere around there, the Lord would appear, and you'll be able to get a very early Lord to push down the waves and win the game.
Good ambush down onto Do Die For You. Will be at half health. The taunt won't be able to reach Do Die For You, but Renza's damage is actually starting to hurt. This is pretty much almost late game clock, and it looks like they're not listening to you after they're taking down that turtle and just pushing down the lanes. Team Stallions riding that momentum on that top side. The Blazing Duet will land, but here comes Bray on the backside, taking a lot of damage. Roy takes Rights down, and Bray's really deep into the turret. Burn will not survive Roy's skirmish, and they will fall. 2 members yet again for the side of Mayhem.
I heard that. Burn X.
Burn. I almost said. Yeah.
Don't worry. I would have to. Called out! It's 2-15 at this point with 8.9, make that 9,000 goal lead. And generally, in a very micro-intensive game, what you want is that you want 1,000 goal lead per minute that has passed. Right now, Team Stallions is more than that.
We're almost seeping into 10K. That's 5 figures.
It's almost 1.2 thousand goal lead per minute for Team Stallions. And the way that this moves on, it truly will be a outright stop. And I don't think that Mayhem will be able to take this very lightly.
Yeah, it just shows like the huge gap. Even Lappy is tickling Lucian Cutie. You're just taking down that turret. They know their objective. They're taking that turret down. And Team Stallions just zoning everyone out of the way with Roy. There's a 3-man lockdown with a spear. Diablo just sitting in that bush just to defend against all of that. That's a 4-on-1 composition that Team Stallions are playing.
Oh, but Team Stallions have already done exactly what they wanted to do. And that is to take out the Holy Defense. And the fact that the middle lane and the bottom lane Holy Defense is destroyed, that means that one single wipeout over to Mayhem equals to turret takedown in the T3 lanes.
Storm Slam will pull Diablo back, gets the Black Dragon form to get out of the way, but it's a touch and a go. Team Stallions don't want to commit too much for this. Bray's not in position yet.
Yep, they also do need Diablo to realistically be able to do a decent amount of job in a turret dive situation. They need to zone people out for that. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Team Stallions will be able to end the game fast, because I'm pretty sure that previous fight that they were posturing for were gonna go somewhere. But the moment that they are able to poke quite a lot out of Diablo, there's no way that he's coming back in, and there's no way that they are just going to go for a turret dive.
Well, we'll just have to wait for that Lord to spawn up in just a couple of seconds. As Team Stallions just taking full control of that map, Mayhem is way far behind. It's 10,000 gold lead already by the side of Team Stallions. This is a 9-minute mark. The Lord is going to make his way down as 30 seconds. They might be able to end this in this Lord, but it kind of seems like they're more passive than the previous game.
I think that they just wanted to ensure that they will be able to do a proper push with no mistakes whatsoever, because they can, of course, just kind of shove Mayhem back and deeper into their base, but that also means that they will suffer a little bit of these poke damages.
Renza drawing one down on the top side. Bray already goes in with the Phantom Execution, able to dash out. The Black Dragon form will zone everyone out. That's a pressure fire already utilized. AOG won't land onto anyone, but the Lord is already in throne category. Team Stallions tries to go for more kills. There's a lot of damage from Blazing Duet. Renzo finally making his name known. It's 4 members down, and it's over. Team Stallions will secure the first game
10
of the
minute
Challenger
sharp.
brackets.
Now that is a 10-minute sharp game.
That's a pretty sharp game.
Very, very sharp.
Looking on form, very disciplined still, showing a lot of respect over to Mayhem. But it's not over yet for Team Stallions. They're moving ahead. Their next opponent will be Kingdom Esports. They're all rivals. They're all friends. It's a family reunion for all of them. But unfortunately for Mayhem, this is the end of the line for them. A huge warm welcome and a huge warm goodbye to this team. It's been a long run for Mayhem though. From the community tournaments all the way into Challenger brackets, it is not an easy feat. They have shown a lot of prowess. They've shown a lot of powers. But at the end of the day, it just shows the experience gap that they have from a very well accomplished team.
Yeah, I would definitely say that it is very unfortunate for Mayhem to face off against Stallions in their very first game as well, right?
Yeah.
They came from the Challenger Qualifiers number 2, and they are seeded number 2. So naturally, if they were to go up with anyone, it is going to be Challenger Qualifiers 1, seed number 1. So it's definitely a tough fight for Mayhem.
Yeah. MVP of the game, again, that's Roy. Just because the silhouette just matches completely. 709 is the KDA, 797 is the GPM. Really apt for this Roy, and he's just such a nuisance. From the early game, from the get-go, dealing so much damage, just stacking up his passives, stacking up that energy, and just shooting, gunning everyone down, pushing everyone away, and that is the true zone potential that Kimmy brings into the table, and is only empowered through Roy.
And understandably, right now, let's take a look at the full rundown of the stats and what kind of emblems that we're looking out for. If there's anything that is kind of out of out of maybe surprise per se. So understandably, so we've got pretty okay things, but we do have the support emblem onto the Fredrin together with Inspire for the first slot. So nothing that actually contributes to the Fredrin getting more HP in this case, because most of the time they would just get Vitality to get more flat HP boost, but they decided to go for more cooldown reduction, which is something surprising. More healing out of the support emblem instead of the basic tankiness.
Yeah, I think the way that he builds this is more towards let's get the jungles cleared as fast as possible, and then I will get my farm. And once I'm tanky enough, I will be able to tank everything for Burn to get that damage going. But to no avail. He does not get his entire jungle. It was just so hard for Jojo to play. Every single time the orange buff was come online, Diablo just immediately goes into the jungle, disrupts him and pushes him away. Roy is also there, fast clear on the mid lane and fast rotations down in towards any of the skirmishes that Team Stallions see. So really dominant performance by Team Stallions. It wasn't a bad game by Mayhem. It was just the circumstances of not being able to get your resources in the early game that caused them to not excel and not having their heroes playing the way that they want to play in the late game.
Yep. Ultimately, it's also all about the fact that they do not have got proper lane priority, right? If you take a look at the lanes and the matchups and all, just from the XP lane, there's not much that an Alice could do against the Yuzhong. In the middle lane, sure, I think that Lunox plus the Kimi is an okay matchup, but if you add on the roamers in this, having a Kalia versus Gatokacha definitely will have a way better time with the his skills. His skills generally will be able to wave clear so much better.
Yeah, taking a look at the replays right here. This is the second game that we've played. Team Stallions, they know their targets. Roy is just right there, just pushing everyone away. And no one is just targeting onto Roy. He's the main target. He's the win condition for Mayhem, and no one can reach him. The issue is with Moskov, you don't really have a lot of early game damage, and you're basically a glass cannon in the late game. Easy to take you down, but also hard for you to deal that much damage. Team Stallions is showing that aggression through and through the entire game. Very good, quick, easy games for them, but the real challenge starts now. They're into the upper brackets of the Challenger bracket stage, and they're facing up against Kingdom Esports. So a huge reunion for them.
Yep. To correct one quick thing is that yes, there is a lot of there is not much of a ways for Mayhem to actually reach Roy. The only one that can realistically run into Roy is Rights. Right, Rights can go in for the Tsunami Slam and all, but he has Purified. So a couple of times Purified, he's out of there.
Difficult to reach. You've got Alice as well, 2-tie for you, but not in any circumstance. Like it's very difficult in any circumstance to get into Roy because so well protected by either Diablo or either Lucian QD. So very good game from these two teams. The real challenge really just starts now, but we're gonna be going into a break. But when we come back, it will be the other stage of the Challenger bracket. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll see you soon.
to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles.
the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets. Aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The Abyss shall kneel.
We are back to MPL SG Season 10 Challenger Bracket stage. Right now, we're going to see Kings SG up against Insomniacs 2, also from the community teams. We've seen a lot of their faces in community tournaments like Campus Legends and tournaments leading up to MPL SG. And right now, in the grand stage, a lot of new players who are new to the scene. I've seen the comments as well. A lot of you guys are rooting on for a couple of players as well. For some reason,
more like one.
more like one player.
One guy. One specific guy. I wonder what's the deal with this guy.
Yeah. I think maybe a child prodigy, maybe the new prodigy, but he has to go through this one first. So it's still an elimination round. So that means if you win, you're on to the next stage. You have a extra life if you lose to the next, only in the next stage. But if you lose, you're immediately eliminated and getting out of this tournament.
Right,
so yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You want to be
very
that
cutthroat
team that stays with us all the way until 10, 12 a.m. No matter how long this thing runs.
Stipulated to end at 9 p.m. Let's hope that it will be that case, because it like we mentioned, right? It is going to be a long day. We have a total of 7 best-of-3 games.
It's a stamina as well.
Yeah, none of these games are gonna be played concurrently, by the way. So every single one of these games in this double, quote-unquote, double elimination bracket is going to go all the way through.
Yeah, but I do like the fact that this bracket is sort of like a mini playoffs before the actual playoffs is happening in 2 weeks. If I'm not wrong, it's the 1st to 3rd or 31st of October to 2nd November.
That is right.
So join us down there if you're going to be watching all of this. But the community tournaments coming, the community teams, they're coming into play. I think they show a lot of prowess. They show a lot of experience, especially from building up in these minor community tournaments and then into the MPL Professional League. Really excited to see how they are going through. We'll take a look at the brackets in the right now. Previously, we watched how Team Stallions actually dominated Mayhem, unfortunately eliminated from the competition. Team Stallions will face their biggest opponent yet, that's Kingdom Esports. A huge reunion, if you understand and you catch my drift, for the old Season 5, Season 6 RSG team. In bracket 3, right now, it's gonna the match they're watching right now, Kings SG up against Insomniacs. The winner will go over to face off against RSG Singapore.
Yep. At this point in time, once we reach the upper brackets, is where things are starting to get really spicy, right? Kingdom Esports as well as RSG, they had their run in the seeded stage, albeit not the best, and that is why they got relegated down to the challenger bracket. But after all, this is like last chance, right? The upper bracket is the last chance, the lower bracket is the last chance.
Yeah.
The lastest chance.
But still, I mean, there's still a chance for you to advance to the playoffs.
Yes,
there's still a chance. So at least you had an extra life. But once you go into lower brackets, basically, I mean, you got to play extra games, and you don't want to do that.
So at least, at least for Team Stallions, right, for example, they did manage to win that game in a 2-0 fashion. They can, of course, cut themselves straight into the playoff by winning all 3 of their games, and they don't have to think about anything else from that point on. Or they were to be relegated down to the lower bracket and they have to play a total of 4 games. So that will definitely be a bit more of a stamina game that we were talking about. And do note that the upper bracket finals actually ends a lot earlier as compared to the lower brackets, right? We will look at that match 20 probably like midway through the day, and the match 22 and 23 is like 5:30 and 5:30 and 7 o'clock kind of games.
In our minds, it's just the timing of the games. For me, it's so funny.
It's like 1.5 hours allocated for each game. I think that is very possible, provided that the game just kind of run through it. I think even if it's a 3 games total kind of thing, as long as we don't get met with those 25 minutes kind of thing,
it might be.
Because we ramble a lot, right? We ramble a lot
Season
too.
9. Season 9, 45-minute game.
So we're going on. The number will forever stick to my head. It's not a 45 minutes game, by the way.
It's almost, for me, I just approximate it up. I just round it up.
It's like 43.33. I remember.
That's a nice number. That's a nice number.
My buddy.
But speaking of which, let's watch. Let's go into the first team. This is Kings. featuring
the
One Boy Reborn,
Yep.
Yahiko, which everyone is crazing about. I know he played Fanny in the community tournament, but I don't know if he's going to bring that out in the MPL scene. You got mid lane Ryzen, Bong in the gold lane, Iron Ryan in Rome, and they are first pick coming up for this. What they said is coming out of MPL as Season 8 were a bunch of rejects and unproven rookies that nobody wanted. We hope that we will turn into a force to be reckoned with and prove that a bunch of rookies can make it as far as we work hard and put our heart into MPL. So never give up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the King's reclamation over here and see how that is gonna look out to be. Understandably, when it comes down to the names, we know of Iron Ryan. When it comes down to the MPL scene, they have been seen a couple of times before. Maybe once, I can't exactly remember.
Yeah, we've seen him before. We've also seen Bong, if I remember correctly.
Bong too, yeah. Bong is a mid laner.
I know it's different from Bong
No,
QT.
Wait, no, Bong is gold, not mid.
Yeah, Bong is gold.
Bong QT. I remember that it's not the same Bong.
It might be. I don't know. We'll be able to see that. Hope this is the moments that I wish Jace was with us, because his mind is just filled with this kind of like
this color information.
Just
right?
color information.
He knows. Like,
he knows.
He like really knows. So, regardless, we're also gonna be looking at the other team over here, and understandably, it's gonna be Insomniacs, the ones that will never rest, because they will only rest when they are defeated. Of course, they say, we hope to make playoff in season 10, and the message to other teams is that we are not scared of any other teams, and they should be scared of us, because we have many different strategies prepared.
Oh, spicy. Featuring Bill TZ, Dex, Xavier, Kaiser, and Silent. I only recognize Silent right here. The rest of them might be new players in the MPL scene. And Silent is basically he's a dominant force in Campus Legends and moving up into like a lot of the community tournaments as well. One of the better roamers in the community scene as well. So I'm really looking forward to see how he plays out. But not a lot of information from the rest of the other players. But a huge warm welcome to both teams for coming back into, or for Kings at least, coming back and coming into the MPL professional scene.
Yep. Out of all of these players, despite casting quite a bit of community events, I would say that I would only know Xavier. Mr. Javier. Javier. So he definitely struck something to me, notably because of community events that he played a very annoying Cyclops.
So speaking of Insomniacs being a reckoning force and no one would expect what they pick. This is Dangerous Grass. Hopefully they give us something unique, something new that they want to play around with. Looks like Kings SG does have a little bit more experience, and we've seen how experience actually has a gap against the previous team and Team Stallions. So going into the draft, taking out the Lancelot, taking out Baxia, I also believe that the CC will get banned out alongside the Angela. So these are main target bans across all of these seeded teams so far.
Yep. We also do have Coach Simple that will be coming in to draft for Kings for Kings SG. So we'll see how that is gonna go. Right off the bat, we are already looking at a Lancelot, Angela, as well as the Baxia being taken away. Doesn't really quite say much at this point in time, but it's pretty fair to say that a lot of these bans are still gonna be geared towards the competitive sense.
Yeah. Looking at the comments to a lot of fans for the side of Kings SG. Maybe, they've got themselves a huge following for themselves. Hopefully, they will show us a good showing. Kings SG, right now, their turns are banned out. They might want to leave the Fanny open. I know that in the community scene, Kings SG has been sort of teasing that the Fanny from Yahiko will be a priority respect ban, and he shows a lot of prowess on that one.
Oh, Fanny, huh? We'll see how that is gonna look out to be. And ultimately, it doesn't seem like we have a lot of a pattern coming in from either of these two teams' bans, but at least for Insomniacs, they're really just rooting down onto some of the more annoying heroes and disablers that makes your team unable to play a certain way. I would say that Kimi doesn't really work in that kind of pattern, so I think that this is more of a ban whereby they just don't want to see them or they don't play them.
So CC is wide and open. First pickup by Kings SG. Looks like they're really happy about that pickup. For Insomniacs, though, might be looking at, what would be a natural counter to ACC, or not even a counter, but like who in the EXP lane can match up against this CC.
I think at this point in time, you don't really win against a CC, but having a Lapu in lane does definitely help a bit because you will be able to clear the waves even without or with minimal contact against a CC. Because the main thing is you don't want to be right in front of the face of CC. However, CC can always just pounce in front and just kind of zone you out. It will still be a little bit difficult to work with, but ultimately you don't want to be a sitting duck. So there needs to be more lane influences in the middle lane, and unfortunately I'm not liking the fact that they went straight for a juice in. That means that lower lane influences, there is a Gato catcher, so it does help a bit.
I think maybe Insomniacs might be able to pick up the Alice for themselves in the EXP, maybe just holding herself up against the CC, but I was teasing the Grok. I was looking at Grok. I think Grok would be a very good pick for Kings, just because he has a little bit of the positional effect. Once he builds a wall, Insomniacs will need to move around that and sort of like create that space for themselves to get into a good position. But Dangerous Grass, we always see juicing getting picked up. I think this is a natural sort of like trend that a lot of teams are picking up. You need that lantern to open up that map because there's too many grasses to open up. And I think Grok would be a viable target for this one.
Yep. So moving on forward with this, they also picked up a Uranus. So right now, let's take a look at this. Uranus does have a pretty good deal with CC as well, because not only does the fact that he have lesser health pool than some of the other XP laners or tanks, because the main thing about CC is that they deal damage based on your maximum, your HP total, right? So being able to regenerate all of that lost HP is definitely going to be very worth it for yourself, as you're able to just kind of bring yourself back in and out of the fight quite often.
I have to agree with you. Not a lot of immediate crowd controls, not about a lot of reliable crowd controls. It's not like a point and click. That's the issue with Insomniac's draft. But for Kings, the CC is all that's enough. You have the curtain call. You're able to lock two members down if they get a little bit too close. The only thing that Kings has to worry about is the side lane pressure that Uranus is going to bring. Insomniac's just really tying down onto Ryzen's heroes, taking out the Yeve. I wouldn't be surprised if the Farsa will be taken out as well.
Yeah, I didn't really quite think that they would ban out a Yeve, considering the fact that they picked up a Gato Kacha for themselves. As Gato Kacha is, of course, the #1 rival for Yeve, one of the main ways that you will be able to take Yeve out of the real-world manipulation because of the taunt. Taunting is a pretty high-level control effect, which can affect the real-world manipulation.
Lunox getting banned out as well, but aside of Insomniacs, this Lunox mid lane doesn't have a lot of crowd controls, but does have a lot of burst damage, and I think that is what Insomniacs is trying to deny. And a lot of teams are starting to pick that up as well, especially for the mid side. So it's that came in first in top priority. If not, you get the Juice in, and then you got the Lunox. So a lot of teams are starting to not pick up the Farsa for themselves. So the only viable option for Kings, I would say Farsa would be a good sort of like zone control. If you're playing against the Juice in, you have that range to match her.
Yeah, so you'll be able to just kind of wipe out the lanes pretty effectively.
The Gato actually prevents you from picking up the Farsa, because once you do the Fred airstrike, you get the AOG into your face.
Not necessary, right? Because if we are looking at Farsa versus Yeve, whoever has between these two, Yeve definitely have a longer uptime.
Yep.
So that means that the channeling of the AOG is more. It makes a bigger deal over to the Yeve, because you want to be holding out as long as you can. But for Farsa, the moment you open up, that's the first strike, and you got 2 more strikes to go. You can just blast them all out ASAP, and you wouldn't even be affected by the AOG in the end of the day.
And you also have a little bit of CC immunity as well. So I mean, it's already banned out. So the Kings would need to be able to find a mid lane that could deal decent amount of damage, have rotations, and play around this environment. I think Kadita might be a viable option as well. A lot of teams are not picking it up, but it is quite a popular pick in typical community teams. So maybe that one. You don't really have a lot of AOEs, but yeah. Oh, okay, it's the first one, Esmeralda. So just back to Season 3. You got Esme and Uranus on the side lane.
Okay, so between
CC in the gold.
Yeah, and that is the surprising thing, right? It's because they are not necessarily looking at like a Yisushin jungle kind of thing. This can definitely work. It will take some time for them to be able to, get this to work out. Regardless, having a fighter XP, or rather fighter into the side lanes, generally just means that they will be able to huddle together a lot earlier and pick up very strong team fights. And speaking of team fights, this is a lineup that does gear themselves pretty effectively to team fights, right? Because Esmeralda can initiate, Grog can counter-initiate, can initiate as well. A good amount of follow-ups coming in from both sides. They have got ways to really just crowd control down to the ground. No one that has got a targeted control spell except for CC, but that is of course with a caveat that there's someone nearby as well in order to really just tether them together. It doesn't stop their movement, but it limits their movements.
I would say Insomniac's draft is easier to execute just because everyone has a specific role to play and they all know how to play it. The only difference is for Kings, the double fighter side lanes has been showing a lot of success in terms of zoning out the gold laner. And you're facing up a Granger, the damage and the sustain coming out from the CC will hold herself up against this monster. But in late game, I would say if Insomniacs is able to take this game past that 15-minute mark, they will be able to win out a lot of these team fights.
And with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we're going in. We do have got a pretty decent draft coming in from both ends with Kings SG that have played off a fighter side lane, enabling them for a very early game centric to the mid game kind of lineup where they will fall off a lot more into the later stages. While Insomniacs, they do have got decent bursts in the early stages for the Joy to really just deal with the early game aggression. However, it is the sustainability that they have to look out for as well, with a bit more of the greediness from the side of Insomniacs because of number one, the Uranus, and number two, a marksman. I wouldn't call that greediness, but more of the fact that is curved in a proper way.
Yeah.
Oh, Silence stole the buff.
Oh, actually, that's gonna delay Kings a little bit. Yahiko's gonna feel that pinch in a bit. It's Xavier trying to get out. You got to revitalize just to keep her safe. A Silent actually blocks in all contact around Xavier. Now Yahiko still level 1. I think they're going to be ramping up their aggression. Silence already there. He uses his Retribution, get that out. Doesn't get the lethal as well as Insomniac's just pushing King's SG back. That's going to bite him a little bit. That's going to hurt, but it's not going to delay him too much. I think if they are able to ride that momentum, Insomniacs will be able to secure that first turtle and get the first easy kill.
Yeah, this is not a very good start for Yahiko, unfortunately, but down in the middle lane, we do have Xavier that will be taken down almost immediately, so that kind of catches up for Yahiko just by a tad bit.
Yeah, I think it just equalizes the level difference just a little bit, as Dex already level 4, ramping up the aggression in the orange buff jungle, but Esmeralda's back on that defense. They are just in the vicinity. I think Dex will be able to get out safe, but all in all, Insomniacs, they're playing their aggression to the T. Gatsukacha stealing that orange buff will delay Yahiko just a little bit. Turtle already spawned up, doesn't have that level 4 yet. Dex is in control, he's in the vicinity. He does not have the ultimate just yet, but it's going to be coming up really soon.
Yep, he does have his ulti right now, but they're going to have to take this turtle down ASAP. Otherwise, Des will be able to get himself to level 5. In the meantime, the fact that S10 is just going to be striking on the way down. Bill TZ almost went down, but not quite there just yet. With the AOG that comes in to re-engage, that's 4 members from the side of Insomniac that will be tackling down on the King's SG, allowing them to pick up a kill onto Bunboy Reborn and reclaim the turtle for themselves.
Bunboy Reborn sends to the graveyard. Insomniacs will snap, pick, and blitz down this turtle. Dex will pick it up for himself. As King's SG, they are playing on the defensive, but they do have that aggressive power. I feel like the King's SG should be able to go on the aggression, use the fair airstrike, and then try to finish up and clear it out with Yahiko. I feel like the orange buff steal in the early game and the first 30 seconds of the game is really hurting him just a little bit. He's playing very passively at this front. He has many targets that he can go for. Dex, Xavier, he does have the ultimate on hand, but he's not going for that. He needs to be able to take this risky plays in order to take Insomniacs down before letting them scale up to infinity and beyond.
At this point in time, it doesn't seem like the fight is going in, or rather the economy is going in to anyone's favor for now. It is still pretty much even Stevens in 3 minutes in. Now, let's talk a little bit more about the in-game equipment.
Pretty decent builds, pretty decent sort of like matchups for now. You've got the marksman or the gold laners actually delaying their boots just a little bit, but the CC is actually doing much better, able to push that Granger back. But, you know, just want to point out as well, if you got a double fighter side lanes in the turtle pits, in the turtle engages, you should have that CC in that mid as well, or rotating towards that middle lane just to get a little bit more farm or clear that lane to maintain priority. You are clearing the lanes much faster, so why not just clear that lanes, move down, joining these team fights, and ramp up the aggression. It goes to show the damage from Insomniacs in the early game is too much for Kings SG to handle. They're playing it passively, playing it safe, a little too safe in my opinion.
The first turtle definitely goes a little bit more Ori for Kings SG because of the downtime of the jungler. Losing that orange buff definitely sets him back quite a lot. But moving on forward, it will start to get a little bit better, and the level differences between the two junglers will start to even out real soon. But at least for now, X is currently at level 7, Yahiko is still at level 6. So even coming into the second turtle, there is going to be a little bit differences here. Down to the bottom lane, we do have 4 members from the side Insomniac just going to be working their way right down over to Button Boy Reborn, but he still stays alive by the end of that. But unfortunately, it does seem like X is going to find himself taken down, and Yahiko goes straight in for the Ogi Shadow Kill, picks him out. But this is still a very strong Insomniac we were talking about, with 4 men with the AOG slamming right down over to the T1 turret, allowing them to pick up 2 kills in total, and that, or rather 2 kills from that fight. 3 kills in total for Insomniacs, and that is going to be a 1.1 thousand gold lead for Insomniacs already.
Smart move by Insomniacs, bringing that Granger down all the way from the top side into the turtle pit. Even if Dex lost his life, you got Kaiser to clean everyone up. 1-0-2 for this Granger, and slowly but surely the damage from Granger will start to show. Kings is going to feel it, and the double fighter side lane combos, if you don't have that early game aggression. Oh, hold on a second. Bottom side.
Oh, Bill TZ finds himself taken. That is one of the front liners and the beefy ones that will be taken down.
Oh,
but that's not yet, just yet. Oh, indeed, a curtain call dealt a lot of damage, allowing that Pong to get a kill down over to the Kaiser. Kings SG, they are striking back, and they are not going to be giving Insomniacs this second turtle as much as they have already lost the first one. Big amount of shields that has already been popped up, and of course, Xavier quickly popped himself right out of the fight.
That's how you want to play as Kings SG. You have that double fighter side lanes, utilize the CC into these neutral objectives, bring her down, and try to zone everyone out, because basically your main damage dealer or your cleanup will be Yahiko. Deal a lot of damage, bring them down low, and Yahiko clears up that job. You don't really need to fight around that neutral objective. Usually for a lot of teams, they'll give up that neutral objectives. They'll use that as bait and then take down your hero. So pretty much even in scoreline, still pretty much stalemate at this point for Kings SG, but they do have the upper hand right now at 6 minutes on the clock. They have that mid-game power spike.
Let's also remember that Kaiser just picked up the Sky Piercer. So from this point on, any kills is going to contribute over to the Sky Piercer stacks, and as long as they're able to get that thing rolling, it's definitely going to start to hurt Kings SG. But talking about 6 minutes or 7 minutes into the game right now, what are we looking for Insomniacs, and if whether they have got a chance to even win in the mid stages?
Dex just only has one target. Once you take down Ryzen, basically Insomniacs can run Kings SG down. The only issue is it's going to be difficult to get through. I haven't seen Dex using that homing missile directly onto Ryzen yet, but I hope we'll be able to see it soon. 44 seconds until the first lord of the game. There's only 2 turtles because they delayed it by dancing around the turtle pit so long.
Second turtle, indeed, kind of stayed alive a little bit too long. But I think that's fine. That means that if a team definitely is able to kind of snowball that this fight onwards, the first lord will help them clear a lot of that outer turrets. And remember, all these outer turrets ultimately have got a lot of gold in them as well.
Yeah, we're slowing things down just a little bit. I keep forgetting it's dangerous grass. There's a lot
So much
more
grasses.
bushes for you to check, and I think that's the reason why the Grok and the Uranus was actually picked up for both sides. You want to open up that bushes, try to make sure. Oh, nice on Kaiser.
That's a 3-man knockout coming in from the charge right off the bat. And it doesn't seem like this fight is going anywhere because there's just a lot of DOT damage and they have a lot of sustain. But until Yahiko joins in the fray, the Ogi Shadow Kill is going to be shared among 3 person, but unfortunately taunted right down by Silent, allowing Kaiser to pick up that 1 kill that will be credited over to the kill to the Sky Piercer.
Smart move by Insomniac, waiting for the Uigi Shadow Kill to end. Silent goes in with a taunt, draws the Hayabusa out of the way. Insomniacs can easily pick up this Lord for themselves. No contest for this one.
It's gonna be tough with DexX picking up that Lord for themselves. Insomniacs will now have a very tough, very strong wave that will be marching down to the bottom lane because the T1 turret has already been destroyed. One of the main concerns for Kings SG is losing out their jungle because the moment that they lose the T1 in the middle lane and the top lane, access to their own purple buff is undoubtedly gonna be tough.
Lord marching down the bottom side. Just now, Iron Ryan actually created such a great opportunity for Kings SG, but the reaction from Insomniacs immediately flickers out of the way just to get repositioned, especially from Xavier and Kaiser. Dex just goes in straight for Ryzen, tries to take him down, takes a lot of damage and gets out of the way, disrupting the strike. So if Insomniacs is able to do that a little bit more, tries to play a more reactive approach, pull the game towards maybe the 12-minute mark, they might be able to get that enough damage to burst everyone down, but here comes Dex.
And it just seems as though the entire 4-man knockout coming in, rising all the way from the back when it comes down to the artillery strikes, allowing Bong to pick up a kill down onto Silent. So with 1 person down from the side of Insomniac and 2 from Kings, Insomniac will still be able to flood the floor with everyone.
Good call from Insomniacs. Hayabusa was right down the bottom side. Yahiko not in the midst of battle, enabling Insomniacs to try to push them down in the mid side. The damage actually comes through from Kaizen. He's 3-1 and 3. Oh, Rigi onto Kaiser, able to flicker out of the way.
Oh, that is big. The fact that Kaiser still managed to keep onto that double kill charge on the Sky Piercer is super important, right? It actually went over to Silent and then he managed to get himself right out of the way. Super important to ensure that Kaiser don't go down from that.
Yep, we've got the Holy Crystal from Dex, so the damage is going to come through from this Joy. Also slowly for Kaiser building up his core items. If he's got the Malefic Roar, he's got the Sky Piercer, maybe 20 stacks right now. It's not significant, but it really has a lot of impact in a lot of big team fights.
I think that for Kings SG, they have already missed their timing, right? This is a double fighter thing.
The early game timing is all gone. Like, you don't really have a lot of late game damage to be able to deal with that.
Yeah.
Bumble Reborn using the Esmeralda cannot sustain the damage that comes through from Xavier. Always getting pulled back, and it's DOT. It's damage over time. There's not a lot of burst for now because Xavier, Ranger is not really online as well. Xavier doesn't deal that much burst damage, but he has a lot of DOTs and a lot of long drawn out kind of crowd control abilities. But Kings SG not utilizing the CC to its full potential though, not being able to find flanks and just playing a typical front to back. I would say Kings SG would thrive more if you lure everyone down with that Grok and you try to collapse everyone from the side.
I think the other thing is the fact that the follow-up from Esmeralda can take quite a bit of time. Like Iron Ryan, yeah, he managed to pull off a really amazing tectonic charge, right? Because it's instant, it's fast. With the flicker on hand, no one can react to that. However, anything else afterwards, they can react because I don't know just how long it is until Bumble Reborn can actually pull off his ultimate. But in the previous fight, that we saw in middle lane, that didn't happen, and his ultimate charge only came in after the players could have started moving.
Yeah, the pepper spray checking on the bushes. They're waiting to see where Hayabusa is. Insomniacs doesn't know where Yahiko is, and they're delaying that Lord until he shows himself. They don't have any lane priors except for the short lane, so Insomniacs will have the slight advantage on that one. Silent trying to pull Bamboy Reborn into the fight, but without a little bit more intelligence on where Yahiko is, Insomniacs doesn't want to pull the trigger.
Yep, the Lord is taking a little bit more pot shots, while in the meantime, Yahiko has managed to reach level 15 as compared to Des, that is currently at level 14. So Kings SG now do have the retribution advantage. If they were to just jump the gun right now, they might not have much information as to where Dex is. Okay, now they have information. So now, no ultimate from Dex, and he's currently at level 14. They can go for this jump. Which in case, it is going to jump immediately on the silent. They almost managed to bring him down, however, the AOG gives him a slight moment of invulnerability, only for Yahiko to be caught in the crossfire. As such, no more jungler from inside the Kings SG, but Boy Reborn with not much HP to work with. The rest of the members from Kings SG, they gotta have to retreat.
Yahiko down, Insomniacs has all the time in the world to take down this Lord. 20 seconds until Yahiko comes up, and you have around 13 minutes and 44 seconds until the Lord comes out of the base. So Insomniacs can take this time to tally up, synchronize the waves, push it all in. They have the upper hand, 4,000 gold lead ahead of Kings SG. And yeah, like you said, their core timing is already gone. Double fighter side lanes should be helping them out in the early game into the mid side, but it's not working out so well. Even CC doesn't have that damage anymore. Granger is starting to scale up out of control, and it's just so hard for Kings to actually defend against this one. There's not a lot of scaling potential except from Yahiko.
This is only a front-to-back game from Kings SG. If they are unable to score a kill onto the one that they targeted, in this case, it was Silent. If Silent is able to walk away or just AOG out of the way, then Silent has pretty much done his job. He managed to soak up a lot of damage, and he's managed to buy a lot of time because of the AOG invulnerability window. The moment that he managed to pull that up, the game is over for the side of the Kings SG. They're unable to reallocate their abilities, reallocate their damage, because they have already spent quite a lot of skills.
Good delay onto the Lord. Kings SG buys himself some time before the enhancement in waves actually crash in, but Insomniacs doesn't want to commit into any of these team fights. They see where Bong is, but they want to try to go for a little bit more damage.
They managed to find something onto Biltizi, but he's not going to find himself in a difficult spot because of Consecration. Immediately cleanses himself, and he does have got all his Radiant stacks back up again.
Oh, this is the problem. This is not really the problem, but this is the gameplay with sustain heroes, the sustain fighters. They put themselves in very difficult positions, heal everything back up, and then it's back to square one. So 80 seconds and the next Lord spawns up. How are you doing, Abstract?
I just find it a little bit difficult for me. I just generally find it a little bit difficult because this is the second lot for Insomniac, but they didn't manage to get a single hit off of the inner turret. Because First Lord, what you want is all of the outer turrets.
Yeah.
Second Lord, you will want the inner turrets. If you're unable to close out the inner turrets for the second Lord, then you're gonna have to wait for the third one, if you similarly fourth one, the fifth one, the subsequent ones, right?
Yeah.
This is, of course, still a game that for Insomniacs to win because they have a proper marksman. So they're not particularly too afraid of going long into the game, but that is just so that they will be able to increase their chances of winning just because of the late game insurance that they have.
For Insomniacs, the win condition is very clear right now. Wait for Yahiko to jump in, try to get that taunt off of him and clear him out before going crazy on the rest of the members. There's not a lot of damage from Bong right now in the late game. You can see him using the yo-yos just to hit a little bit of Biltizi, but it doesn't matter because it's only a tickle. He's healing everything back up. That's the healing factor of Wolverine that we're talking about. And Insomniacs, though, their win condition is keeping Kaiser alive. Once he goes down, that is the trigger, or that's the window of opportunity that Kings SG can go for. 4 seconds until Lord spawns up. Insomniac's already in position. The top side, long lane away from that Lord, is already starting to push in. Insomniac's already sees that Kings SG has 3 members up on the top side. Insomniac's blitzing down this Lord.
But Boy Reborn immediately make his way right into the heart of Insomniacs, only to find himself taken down by Kaiser. Yet another stack going to the Sky Piercer. Well, in the meantime, Biltizi, he manages to get himself a good amount of information as to where Yahiko is. They know that he's all the way down south now. There could always be a possibility for him to come and steal, but now that all of the quad shadows are gone, that is gonna be a guaranteed Lord for Insomniacs.
Not without Boy Reborn. I think there's not enough tankability against this Granger. It's 5-1 and 3. That's 40 stacks on top of this Granger already with a Sky Piercer. Almost full build. Has the winner nature to protect himself against this Hayabusa. It's going to be long and drawn out, but Insomniacs has to play this Lord well. What is there going on? What is this?
I will forever be able to do that.
That is a jump scare. That's a jump scare if I ever seen one.
Lord is getting a little bit too close for comfort right there. But as the Lord as much as down to the bottom lane, Insomniacs is readying themselves up. He does have his trusty trident that he will be able to clash down over to the T1 turrets. So we'll see whether that's going to lead them anywhere.
The Uranus easily zoning out that Hayabusa away from Kaiser just creates so much space for Kaiser to just free hit from that back, and it's just pretty much late game territory for Insomniacs. It's 18 minutes on that clock. Insomniacs trying to gun it down. There's one turret destroying down on the T3.
Yep, that's what they need. Now that the T3 down to the bottom is taken down, while in the meantime artillery strikes down from heaven.
Oh!
But unfortunately, that's not going to help them
Kaiser.
anything. But it will be more than enough for them to be able to take the T3 down. Kaiser finally goes down, so that is one of the core player from Insomniacs that is gone. So it forces Insomniacs to fall back.
Good call from Iron Ryan, seeking out where Kaiser is, using Tectonic Charge to throw him out of control, and Wind of Nature won't be able to stop that one. A lot of damage taken on by Insomniacs, but right now Kings SG has the upper hand. They are able to play and cycle them all the way through. This is a curtain call already used up. Biltz able to flicker out of the way as Insomniacs slowly but surely needs to wait for Kaiser. That is the only win condition that Kings SG has.
This is also the point in time where they will want to kind of fight back right now.
Dex.
We do have the Feathered Airstrike that will be used, and of course the Winter Crown has been used as well, but unfortunately that's not going to get Desex out of a very difficult situation.
Smart cycling move by Kings SG. Once they know that Kaiser is out of the picture, they are charging ahead through. Kaiser's coming back, they fall back. So it's pretty simple for Kings SG. They have a strategy they want to play around, but Iron Ryan is all up to him to find that charge onto this Granger.
This is still a tough game though, because they are still going to be facing off against a marksman that has got pretty good amount of kills to his end. It did manage to lose half of those stacks, so it definitely helped quite a bit. However, we need to also remember that middle lane and the bottom lane is completely naked.
Yep. They're charging right in, trying to start anything at all, but it's just poking from Insomniac, trying to delay Kings SG's approach onto the turrets. Top lane of Kings SG is just barely standing and holding on. Take a look at items, Hayabusa, full item builds. You've got the Winter Crown already built up by the Uranus as well as the Juicin. You got full builds as well from the Granger. He might be able to sell the boots for a little bit more oomph later on. As the Lord spawns up, Insomniac's in the position. They don't know where Yahiko is at this time, so they don't want to make a move. Kaiser needs to watch his position. That is the win condition for Insomniacs.
The lack of intel is definitely going to be a little bit difficult for Insomniacs, because Yahiko could just come from the back at any point in time, as we do have the members from Kings SG that will be able to break the silence right in Insomniacs, but very good retreat going on, forcing Kings SG to waste a couple of their ultimates. As such, the fight back for Insomniacs can definitely happen anytime, as long as, you know, they don't let the Feathered Airstrike go off cooldown. But speaking of which, Kaiser picks up a kill on the Yahiko. This is a point in time that they will be able to get the Evolve Lot with no problems. AOG airballed, unable to do anything, but unfortunately the Feathered Airstrike will come back, and that will be more than enough to help them secure a kill down over to Silent.
Huge kill over onto Yahiko, but look at the bottom side. Minions are pushing in. Insomniacs might be able to take advantage of this. No wild charge, no tectonic charge. They are going to pull the trigger. They need to be able to start this. They need to blitz this down. Look at the minions pushing in through as Insomniacs takes down the fourth floor of the game. Bomber Reborn just barely holding on, unable to just clear that wave. It's almost, but not enough.
If they extended the fight a little bit longer, the Winions could have been able to get them the win. Could have, would have, should have. But, well, regardless, I think that the main thing is they don't want to leave all of their hopes and dreams in a single basket of
Bobby.
Of Bobbies. Of Bobbies. But now, they don't have only Bobby. They have...
what do you want to call this guy? Larry?
Clive.
Larry the Lord.
Larry the Lord. Larry the Lord. Larry.
Larry.
I like Larry.
I like Larry too.
I like Larry.
Larry's not doing so well. Getting immediately taken down by Kings SG, so buys himself some time for Yahiko to come online and get into position, but he's taking a lot of damage though. Needs to get that retreat. Insomniac's just taking full control of this game. Even though they're in a stalemate, this is a 22-minute game that we're talking about. Insomniac's, as long as they keep Kaiser alive, they're running in with AOG.
Yep, AOG is not going to let anyone. As such, the response from Iron Ryan just goes for the tectonic charge. As such, it puts them in a very difficult spot. While in the meantime, Immortality pops from the side of Dazax. The main thing is that they managed to take...
Oh, that's the Winions!
That's the Winions!
We were all so tunnel visioned
Myself included.
Yeah, by the game. They didn't know what was going on. And we're like, oh, okay, we won. The win is actually pushed
I was like,
through.
huh?
Look at their expressions. It's like,
Surprise.
oh, what?
Like,
What?
they want a reset.
But okay, I think it was intentional. I think they were also stunned by the Winians. But this was such a clean game from Insomniacs. I know it was long and drawn out, but they played it to the T. They knew their win conditions. They knew how to play. It was a very structured draft. It wasn't anything fancy. It was just Kaiser hitting from the back, everyone protecting this Ranger from dealing that damage, and Dex just keeping that Farsa busy, diving in with a rhythm of joy, trying to shut her down and just delay the Fred airstrike and protecting this Granger. So very, very typical front-to-back maneuver from Insomniacs. Great game. They're one game away from moving over to the next upper bracket finals, facing off the RSG.
So we'll see who will be crowned as the MVP of this game. It gotta be Silent as the Gato Gacha. With 2 kills, 2 deaths, and 8 assists with 100% kill participation. The entire team only killed 10 times? That
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
feel
10
that
to
way.
8. 10 to 8.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
It was difficult for them to get more kills because, you know, they're facing up against 3 fighters and a really, really huge tank. The only target that they have is maybe the Hayabusa, which felt, I think, 4 times. And I'm putting the Silent up. He's actually the roamer of Insomniacs instead of EXP, so there's a little bit of a visual bug right there. But he's been setting up well. He knows how to play around this Hayabusa by waiting within his shadows, taunting him once he comes close to protect Kaiser from any harm possible. So huge props to Silent. Great start of the game for Insomniacs. But for Kings SG, same cannot be said. There was a lot of mistakes that were made. Even though Bong had a perfect game for 0-2 on the CC, he wasn't able to do too much in the late game. This is an issue with a fighter draft. Like, you want to be able to invest all your resources in the early game, try to ramp up the aggression, try to get that rotation going earlier on. Even go as far as to give up your top lane turret just to be in that fight. You want to be able to cycle your opponents as much as possible before going into any of these neutral objectives, using neutral objectives only as bait.
Understandably, I thought that this game could have been a lot more cleaner for the side of Insomniacs, because I would say that they are more or less guaranteed the game about 17 minutes in. But I think that they have a lot of issues trying to end the game. Like, they are not very sure or not very confident on what is their win condition or how they can exactly win the game, because they do have an evolved Lord that is just marching right in, right? They have a big Larry in the middle, but they did not supplement Larry with any more things, right? They didn't work together with Larry. They didn't zone anyone else out away from Larry. It is more the fact that, yeah, here, kill Larry and let's go for a duel up in the top lane kind of thing.
I think that Larry isn't the answer. It is the enhanced minions. It's more difficult to deal with the enhanced minions coming in from 3 lanes instead of dealing with 1 Lord themselves. So Insomniacs really identified this. They can give up that Lord as long as they push together with the enhanced minions. They have 3 waves that Kings SG has to face and defend against, and they know that they don't really have that high ground apart from that Farsa. They don't have a decent wave clear. It's only single targets. Bumboy Reborn is tunnel focused on chasing Kaiser, but dealing not a lot of damage at all. It's a lot more tankability from the side of Kings SG, and for the Insomniacs, I think they really start off this MPL journey with a great foot.
Yep, and I think that there is still a lot more that Kings SG could have learned from that game. I think that just right off the start of the game, right, the fact that Yahiko lost his orange buff to Silent, which happens to be the MVP by the way, is already a huge detriment to the team as to how they will move on from that point on. If your team thrives in the early stages, but your own assassin, which is one of the main, I would like to say is the main damage dealer of the team in the early stages, is unable to even come into team fights or come in for the objective takes, I think that they lost their team identity altogether just because of a single play from Silent.
Yeah, I do agree. It's just that early game, first 30 seconds really changed the course of the battle. Even though, you know, Kings SG got the first blood onto Xavier, Xavier the juice in. I think for Kings SG, it was just, they didn't capitalize on what they had and the resources that they had. They had so much damage in the early game. You saw how much the curtain call with the yo-yos actually stuck onto Bill TZ, a pure tank. And it's sort of like pseudo-pure damage that comes through as well. They just really need to hunker down and play towards what resources are given to them. They didn't do so, and after they passed 10 minutes, I think their peak was over. It was past their prime. They couldn't do too much, and Insomniacs just ran them through. They have had a much more structured draft to play around.
I would do, however, like to believe that Kings SG still have got a pretty good possible run that they will be able to see in game number 2 though. Game 1, sure. Difficult, sure. Very difficult actually. They were given opportunities from the side of Insomniacs when they technically shouldn't have those opportunities. No gold laner, but yet they do have a lot of winning opportunities in the lane. Since we are looking at like a CC going up against a Granger, technically speaking, you do have very good ways to zone the Granger away.
Yeah.
Because your skill just, you pop your skill and you start to walk around. And Granger is very telegraphic with how he shoots out his Rhapsody.
Yeah. To be honest though, I think Bong didn't play the CC to its true potential.
I
You
agree.
had that jump to go into the face of Granger and try to like yo-yo him down.
Yes.
Alongside Bumboy Reborn.
You should
But
just
Bong
outright
didn't
win
do
the
that.
lane.
You should win the lane. You should push in the turrets, and you should be able to zone out Kaiser in the late game. But he was too tunnel vision on killing the tanks before going into the back. The way that the fighter combos will play, you have double fighters on side lanes. You have to be able to find flanks with the double fighters, and then just get a high booster to just clear things up. Right now we're going into Flying Cloud. I don't think there will be any major changes, but I think there will be late game kind of drafts going on for both teams. So we expect the Moskov, we expect the Claws to come out with the Flying Clouds.
I do like to hope that there will be a good amount of change in the way that they play. It mostly boils down to the execution, in my honest opinion. Even for Insomniacs, they have a lot of rough edges that they're gonna have to iron out. It's a game credited won by 17 minutes. They could have gone through all the way, but they were a little bit too afraid of staking it all just because they wanted to end the game.
So going into the draft, Arlott, Baxia being banned out. Typically, it's the Angela right there. Previously, they also banned out the Chip.
Butterflies
The Juicin
by thy wish. Guided
was a problem
by
that Kings SG identified. They don't want to deal with that anymore. Kimmy was also banned out in the previous game by the side of the Insomniacs. So I don't know if they want to snap pick that one or ban out the CC so they can pick a assassin that they're more comfortable with. Maybe an Yi Sun Shin might be an interesting one for Flying Cloud because it's a little bit late game as well.
I do think that the Yi Sun Shin should be technically taken away and banned out if Insomniacs is not. Looking forward to picking that up. Because I think the Kings is the kind of team that would want to play more of the fighter side lanes.
Yep.
Because it feels like they're forcing it in the previous one.
Yeah, I think they know. They respect the Fanny from Yahiko, so we won't see Yahiko's Fanny for this game. But Insomniac's one game away from going into the next stage and facing up against RSG. Kings SG in a very, very precarious situation because right now, after a loss, can only go two ways. One, they get mad and they play with a lot of passion and they win this one, and then it goes into a 3-game series, or it affects their mental and then it brings them down into a very, very tough state because Insomniacs has a very strong roamer in Silent. They're going to snap pick that CC up. It's wide and open. So that might be the Kimmy spot alongside the Isun Shin, maybe.
Yep.
From falling apart.
Yep. So they definitely do like the idea of that, right? Yi Sun Shin plus the Kalia. Not a very good opening for Insomniacs, to be honest. So at this point, Kings, they can just play a little bit more sustained. They won't technically be too afraid of CC to a certain extent. You should still be afraid. But this game, there is a lot more crowd control kind of thing that they can look out for. They can also pair the Kalia up with someone that have burst and famously known to see Lunox being paired together.
Yeah, it's assassin versus assassin. Isunshin takes a bit more time to scale up, but when he does, he becomes a monster. The Esmeralda will be picked up again by the side of Kings. I think he's just comfortable with that. The Uranus might be one of the options that they might ban out so that Esmeralda has an easy lane. Or, you know, Insomniacs might be able to pick up the Dyrov just as a natural counter to the Esmeralda and then just give us something new. You have very, very strong early game bursts. You have very, very strong, you know, double fighter side lanes all in the CC, and maybe they might be able to play the CC in the gold lane themselves.
I think that the other problems, if they were to go for the Dyrov, is that they have a lack of tankiness over to the side lanes. They will be able to fulfill the damage.
You have a lot of sustain, though, in the team fights. And a chase down mechanic. You're basically a homing missile onto the back line. And it makes more sense right now for Kings SG to pick double fighter side lanes. You could go for the Ruby as well.
I do
very,
like
very
Ruby.
popular, very popular in MPL ID. And very good sustain. You can pair it up with the Florin. It's still wide and open. But the Kaileer's already picked up. So, yep, there's a Ruby being banned out. Very, very smart move by Insomniacs, because once they do that, it's virtually impossible to take down the Esmeralda as well as the Ruby, and then you really empower your Isunshin to just gun everyone down from back.
There's still a Lapu Lapu available though. So unless Insomniac is looking to ban both of these tanky heroes, then I think that it's going to be fine. Because Lapu can go to the gold lane. And a part of me actually believes that Bong does play a Lapu Lapu as well. So if they were to go to that direction, then they're going to have to look out for a mid laner that will enable the Kalia, which is ultimately important. Having a Farsa in the mix is going to be great. They don't have to be too afraid of Gatukacha in some sense. The only thing that they should be more worried about is the fact that Lancelot can just zoom right past everyone, just puncture his way through right into the face of the Farsa.
Maybe an Alice might be a possible take for the EXP side if I'm Insomniacs. Then you can play the CC in the gold lane. At least you have a winning lane onto that one. Then you have a fighter-fighter kind of composition. It's a full-out brawl over on these two teams.
Imagine how funny it would be to have both gold lane and XP to be completely infested with fighters.
Exorcist of the
Notice how I say
Shadows.
infested.
Yeah, we don't see that double fighter on the side of Kings. They want to go for something a little bit more structured, more methodical. Go for the Granger. It's sort of like a trade over to Insomniacs. I think this might be a very good option for a Obsidia even. Like, if you lock anyone down, you might be able to stick onto them and get the rest of the team to chase everyone down, because it's a natural counter to assassins. And I think that might be a good option for the Insomniacs to play around if they do wish to do so. Unless you go for the typical Harith on the side lane to dish out some damage. You do have that physical attack damage from the Lancelot already.
I would have loved to see a triple marksman from Kings SG, but unfortunately the Kimi has already been taken away from the side of Insomniac, so we won't see that. At this point, we're left with the last two pick for the side of Insomniacs, and that is going to be a Bruno and a Sicilian.
They like that. They're feeling happy about that. They're feeling happy about their pick. That's the late game Sicilian as an insurance. Early game burst damage from that Bruno. And it's typically just a typical front to back. You have the CC to dive in from the backside. You got the far side getting picked up by Kings SG to solidify the draft. And I gotta say, with the Flying Cloud and the way that things are structured, I prefer Kings SG draft a little bit better.
So with that all said and done, well, the final pick is going to be a Farsa. So with the Farsa now, that means that they do have got a good way to kind of play pick-off together with the Kalia. They're not particularly too afraid. It really depends on what the Sicilian picks up, but I do hope that it would be a Purify. Otherwise, that will be ooh, the Sicilian all the time.
But you have the Sanguine Claws as a non-committal catch mechanic to cap your opponents in. And I think Insomniacs really has to play pretty much safer this time around. Don't have a lot of aggression, but I know Silence a very aggressive setup roamer in this front. And Kings SG would farm a little bit faster, has a lot more burst damage coming in from the far side. The Granger combo has a lot of pick-off mechanic. There's not a lot of pullbacks that Insomniacs can do, like, you know, Tsunami Slam into your face. Typically, if you are a huge setup tank like a Rock or even a Minotaur, you could use your ultimates in the midst of that coagulation. So we're going into the second game. Insomniacs one game away from going and making it through over to the next stage of the upper bracket semifinals. And Kings SG, the onus is on them. The onus is on them to stop Insomniacs from having that right to move forward.
So far, do you have any biasness when it comes down to the heroes pickup? Like, do you favor any one of these lineups?
I do have a hankering for, you know, unorthodox picks, and we haven't seen the Sicilian as much, but huge shout out also to IT keeping us company all throughout this match. Scan the QR code and key in the redeem code for a huge chance to get a trip to the M7 Championships.
So with that all said, we do have quite a bit of a fight down in the middle lane. Iron Ryan took a little bit too much pot shots to himself, but it's not gonna be that big of a deal, right? Ultimately, Silent is giving a good amount of information to the members of Insomniacs, but indeed, you are right. Got trapped indeed, as Iron Ryan came in for the title strike and leaped him right into the air, granting Kings SG a single kill.
Not a good start, but it's only a Gata. Kings SG might be able to have the upper hand, but look at the damage that Kaiser is doing onto Bong. Doesn't see Iron Ryan able to get that dash out of the way, but here comes Yahiko with the Mountain Shocker as well, but doesn't want to commit.
Kings SG's lineup does seem to be relatively strong in the early stages as well. Yes, it is double marksman, but both of these...
Oh, the bottom side, Kaiser taking a lot of damage from Bong.
I do believe that they should be able to come to a stalemate for now, taking a lot of damage from each other, but it's kind of tough for both of them to go down at this point in time unless someone comes in from the bottom to the bottom. While after the top lane, Horizon goes in, Feathered Airstrike does have two members from the backside of Insomniacs that is relatively low, but they don't have got any way to really just close out that fight. As such, four of the members from the side of Insomniacs will push the rest of Kings SG away, allowing Desex to pick up the turtle for themselves and also a kill onto Bunboy Reborn.
This is how you want to play the CC. Bring the CC into these neutral objective fights, zone out your opponents, and that was a good Sanguine Claws coming out from Xavier, just to trap Bunboy Reborn as well as Yahiko away, stunning them to secure that turtle from Dex with the Thorn Rose.
So I think that this is a slowly but surely kind of game. Insomniacs did manage to find themselves with a pretty darn good start. Even though we are looking at a Sicilian in the middle lane, which generally should not have like a massive amount of impact in the early stages, I think that the Sanguine Claws can still put a lot of impact into the game, regardless if whether you have damage or not.
Yep. Kaiser should have his first core item. The Haas Claws is a relatively cheap item to build up, and it helps him sustain his lane a little bit longer. So he's almost halfway through the Haas Claw, so that's going to be a very core power spike that Bruno is going to have. And something that's going to play around Kaiser, then let him just deal single target damage. But that's the problem with Insomniacs. The only issue with their draft is that it's all single target. You got CC, you got Bruno, it's all single target, no splash damage, not a lot of AoEs coming in. Kings SG in position, that's Tsunami Slam.
It is just straight in over to Silent. They used quite a lot of ultimates just for that, right? I think that is technically 2 to 3 ultimates just to secure a kill on Silent.
All their resources already utilized. On the top side, it's just Juggernaut versus the Blob. It's an unmovable object versus unstoppable force, but here comes Dex. He might be able to do something.
Not really.
Yeah. Response over from Kings, moving up to the top side, try to maintain that lane, push it in, and try to psych themselves up for this turtle.
With 7 seconds left on the clock until the turtle eventually spawns. In terms of the jungler's level, Yahiko is at level 7 and Desex is also at level 7. So equal playing grounds for both of these two teams. It all just relies on the initiators, right? You mentioned that Insomniacs is more of a front-to-back kind of approach. They do have got a way to actually reach over the back lines, which relies on the dash, but I think that will only come in mid to the late stages in. While Kings SG, they're more of pick-off. The moment that they find one, they snag one, and they immediately try to drop off a kill with a Feather Airstrike like at this point in time. Iron Ryan doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. They put a lot of their efforts and a lot of their resources on the build easy, and it did pay dividends. Picking up 1 kill, 2 kill for themselves while not losing a single person.
Great rotation. This was what I was looking at. Bong coming in from that bottom side. Oh, the stun up and the Decimate onto Bong. That's a killing spree for Dex.
Okay, so it's pretty fair trade for both teams. Kings SG still have got about 1,000 gold lead, and even taking up the T1 turret up in the top lane allows them to go a little bit further from all that.
Yep, faster rotations in from Kings. I think that made him secure a 5v4 battle in the turtle pit, securing them the second turtle of the game. But Kings SG or Insomniacs is not phased. They know their game plan. It's Kaiser going into the late game, dealing a lot of damage. That is Ryzen already in the corner. Get a Tsunami Slam.
Tsunami Slam, pulling Silent all the way in. A flicker from the side of Ryzen to put himself in a better spot. While, of course, Desax immediately punctures himself right out of the way as it's a 3v4 with not a lot of damage to work with. Xavier down to a sliver as Iron Ryan looks for the title strike, hoping that he will be able to reel someone in, but unfortunately, no fish was caught in that bait.
Butizi came in a little bit too late. Yahiko just ramping up the tempo a little bit, takes down the orange buff and gets out of the way. It's Kings SG, 2,000 gold ahead and taking all the turtles in their name. Just that one team fight, that one rotation from Bong just kickstarted this whole window of opportunity for Kings to really ramp it up and start that aggression going.
This does seem a little bit more like Kings SG is a lot more comfortable in their skin for this game. Post turtle fight, there's 2 turtles down already. We do have got most of these heroes that has already gotten themselves with 1 items, except for Bong. Bong has got 2 items for himself with a Sky Piercer to his name as well. Not too sure how long ago that was, but he's already credited a total of 5 kills to his name.
Speaking of Bong, it's 5-1-0 on this Granger. The turtle will be spawned up. I don't think Insomniacs wants the contest for this one. They want to try to be able to match that turret kind of landscape that Kings SG has put onto them. No more T1s up on the top and bottom side as Insomniacs struggling to find a footing in the early game. But, you know, good thing is it's Flying Cloud. It's late game territory that Insomniacs is looking towards playing.
Yep, they do have a Sicilian. Endless amount of skilling. So even if the game were to drag out extremely long, that will pay dividends to Xavier. So as long as they're just gonna hold down the fort, not lose too much, I think especially for the T1 turret in the middle lane, as long as they're able to clear these waves out over and over again and make sure that the mid lane T1 is, you know, intact, they should stand a chance to actually move their game over to a relatively late game, 15 minutes or so.
We're slowing things down, 75 seconds till Lord spawns up. It's basically a library right now. No one wants to make a move, no one wants to make a sound, and everyone's just reading each other's.
Bobby.
It's just a turret fight right now. The most exciting thing on the map.
Better than
2
Esmeralda
Bobbies
versus Uranus.
getting things going on.
Stop hitting Bob! Stop hitting Bob! B.
Bob will come back. He always
Is Bob
resurrects.
better? Is Bob better or is it Bobby?
I think it's Bobby. I think it's Bobby. That's what Jace calls him.
But Bob sounds more Bobby.
You know who's the star of the show? It's
Who?
Larry.
Yeah.
Larry's coming in soon.
Hey, Larry has been useless the past few games, okay?
I think for Kings SG, they might be able to utilize Larry a little bit more. It's a typical front to back for both teams. So if you want to play an all-out brawl in the mid lane, I think that could be a really good way. Do you want to try to engage this one?
I mean, I do hope so. With the Lord that will be, you know, spawning in 15 seconds in, Kings SG have a total of 3.3 thousand gold lead. They gotta have to play as though they have the lead. Because so far, Kings, I think they are giving Insomniac quite a bit of respect. And I think I can understand why, right? It is still a very scary composition right by the essence, right? Good amount of damage in the early stages just because of the fact that they have the Bruno. They also do have a Lancelot that could just snipe in from the backlines. Ryzen always will have to keep himself on his toes.
Yep. Lord will respawn up, or Larry is showing himself. They're starting things off. Kings SG trying to blitz this down. They know that Lancelot is on the bottom side. Might not be able to get into position as fast as he wants to. Silent giving a little bit more information and saying Wing Claws won't catch up until anyone. Insomniacs has to go for the defense.
Yep, so Lot taken down. Kings SG have got the objectives that they also wanted. The Lot, however, will only be popping out at 9 minutes and 44 seconds. So it will still take time for them to make their way through. With their main objective gonna be the T1 turret down in the middle lane. Insomniacs, they do have a pretty good wave clear solely just because of Des as well as Xavier. So as long as they're just gonna hold out fort down in the middle lane, they should be fine.
Lord slowly marching down, but this skirmish.
It does seem like Tsunami Slam is just going to be going straight in, but it doesn't seem like Insomniac is able to do too much except for actually picking up a kill onto Iron Ryan, essentially disabling King's SG's way of initiating even more or taking out more real estate out of Insomniacs.
Good find by Dex, going and dashing into the back line, trying to take out at least one member. He identifies the low-hanging fruit, and he's going to capitalize on that one. No T1s for the side of Insomniacs. He's going to get taken down. The T2 top side is also getting burned down. Dex finally falls by the hands of Yahiko, and the Fire Airstrike zones Xavier away.
Oh, Xavier taking a little bit too much damage as he got sniped right by the Death Sonata. Bong is not going to let them rest at all, or rather, he's going to put them to rest actually. With a total of 3 kills credited over to King's SG. It was a very good fight from Insomniac initially, but doesn't seem like it's going to stop King's SG at all.
Good trade, good capitalization from Kings with that Lord marching down in the top side, enabling them to take down that T1, T2 in the mid side. So opening up that map in the whole jungle is King's SG's to play.
Victory is just right in the hands of King's SG. 6.2 thousand gold lead. They gotta have to play as though they have this lead. If they were to play very defensively and passively, the more that they're gonna lose out to Insomniac solely just because of the presence of that Xavier. However, Xavier's capabilities will only skyrocket 17 minutes into the game because itemizations is still so darn important. With only 5,000 gold over to Sicilian with that glowing wand, that Sicilian does absolutely nothing aside from utility from the Sanguine Claws as well as the burn and the anti-heal effect from the glowing wand.
Again, we're moving from the cafeteria into the library. Everyone's just reading everyone. Insomniacs knows that Yahiko's on the top side. They don't know where the rest of the members are. The good thing is that with the Eastern Shin, you're able to open up the map whenever you want, so they know exactly where Insomniacs is. And King's SG is going to initiate once they know that Lancelot is on the side lanes or away from this Lord. To play it safe, I think Insomniacs is going to try to give up this Lord and try to play base defense. They do have the high ground opportunity from Xavier and Kaiser if they get into position. The only issue is they have to find some way to deal with Ryzen. The answer is Dex. But if you get too close, that's going to be a huge trouble because he's the main damage dealer right now. I don't think Kaiser's up to par or up to standard as of yet. It doesn't have the high damage. King's SG typically blitzing this Lord down. No contest from Insomniacs.
Yeah, Insomniacs understands that they are nowhere close to be able to take a proper fight against King's SG right by the Lord side, right? Yahiko is 15, Desex is 14. Going in is just plain suicide. They're just gonna have to hope for a little bit more proper game plan and hope for a scuffed up fight from King's SG moving in.
King's SG building up all the thick waves from all 3 lanes, just waiting for the Lord to pop up in 10 seconds. As King's SG wants to be able to take down the T3s and open up the base for them to make an approach. Insomniacs can't leave their base just because of the Yixun Shin. The presence alone of the Mountain Shocker and giving that vision of the entire team disables Insomniacs and empowers King's SG to just open up and move all around the map. It's just the gold lead is super steep right now. 8,000 gold, 8,400 for King's SG. The Lord charging in the mid.
Spiraling Trident right over to the mid lane. One in the meantime, Silent taking up a little bit too much pot shot. AOG to get himself right out of the way, but right as that happened, they lose the mid lane T3. Yahiko busy all the way up in the top lane. While the Tsunami Slam snags onto Desex. That is one person down already from Insomniacs. While the bottom lane bottom lane Bobby managed to take down the T3 all the way down to what, 1/3 of his HP. So King's SG, they are looking for a fight upcoming here.
There's not a lot of damage. There's the Fire Airstrike pushing them all the way back. Kaiser almost taken out. Bill Teasy goes down.
And it's definitely going to be a tough one because King's SG is just going to be wrecking havoc down to the Crystal, allowing them to come to a draw phase of 1-1.
A worthy fight for 2 worthy opponents. Kings will equalize the scoreline. It's 1-1. We're going into the game 3. The first time in this long day in the Challenger brackets. And of course, it's a fight for survival. If you lose, you're immediately eliminated, and no one wants that.
It's gonna be a tough game for everyone at this point, right? We are generally just gonna be hoping for I would say a balanced out game because so far, Game number one, it was scuffed up for both teams, right? Kings SG starts to really show up a little bit more for this game number two, due to the fact that this game actually ended up in about 14 minutes, right?
Much faster than the first game.
Yeah, 14 minutes is a respectable amount. That just means that Kings SG understands their win conditions and that they have a massive lead ahead of Insomniacs. They just have to play according to their lead, know that they have the lead, and give absolutely no respect.
Yeah, to be honest, I think this the first game was a warm-up for Kings SG.
Yeah.
Second game was really their showing. This is what they're capable of. They're much faster, much more aggressive. They know how to play this around. Yahiko doing a great job with the Mountain Shocker just to intimidate Insomniacs from pushing them out of the way. But let's talk about the MVP. Who do you think it is? Honestly, though, I think it's going to be Bong. The Granger was just crazy this game. 9-1-0 for this menace. And 90% kill participation. It all snowballed and spiraled out of control just because Bong came in from the bottom side for the second turtle and moved his way up, making a 5v4, and this just caused like a crazy spiral downhill for Insomniacs.
So with a game going into 1:1, I think that this game is a very equal footing for both Insomniacs and Kings SG. But it is still very unfortunate because both teams, they are strong in their own right. However, one will have to say goodbye by the end of these series.
Yeah, I gotta say, notable mention, Ryzen. Great game, 007. Jay's 007. Okay, jokes aside, I think Ryzen played a heck of a game, zoning out Kaiser, which is 0-0-0 on the scoreline. Kaiser didn't die, but he also didn't participate in a lot of the team fights. They waited too long. Take a look at the item builds as well. I know he got the Berserker's Fury as well as the Haas Claws, but it wasn't enough damage and it wasn't enough burst by the end of the day. And Bong created that much space and that much opportunity to gun everyone down. That's full build from Bong, and still only 2 core item spikes for Kaiser. I know he's trying to build up towards that Malefic gun to get a little bit more range, but it wasn't enough time. So CC being in the meta, it's almost always banned out by the seeded teams, but when it comes down to community teams, the CC isn't working out as well.
I think that the main thing is to get that Bruno online. And having an early game gold laner together with a late game mid laner is definitely important so that you'll be able to balance out the early game and the late games. However, this just pretty much doesn't mean anything to me because you are losing out the control that you could have gotten in the middle lane with the influence over to the side lanes. It's actually the same as... yeah, it actually just means that you're just putting a non-influential mid laner in the middle lane that needs to scale and an influential gold laner down to the bottom lane, which takes time to move from one place to another. I think that just swaps something with no changes to the outcome.
Yeah, do have to agree with you. I think Kaiser picked up the Bruno just because he wanted the early game advantage over that. But hey, you know, one game away, things to fix. Both of these teams need to go back to the drawing board, learn some things. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be the finale of Kings versus Insomniacs. We'll see you real soon. And welcome back to MPL SG Season 10. We are match point between Kings SG versus Insomniacs. My name is Churros. This is
Abstract.
and we are your casters for the entirety of the day. This is going to be our first 3-game series that we'll see today. Before we continue, I do want to give a small little shout out to our sponsors. MPL SG Season 10, powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presenting partner IT, gaming chair partner DX Razer for keeping us all comfy, and of course presenting partner in Esports Future and SG Esports Association. And now, jumping back into the game, what needs to change for both teams? It does look like Kings has finally found their footing. Had a shaky start in the first game. In the third game, Kings looks like they are on fire. As long as they play it structured, as long as they play it, easier to execute, they might be able to win it through.
I do think that, at least for Insomniacs, they need to identify their winning condition, right? Especially since their goal laner is a Bruno, they need to be a lot more aggressive in the early game. I do understand that they were trying out their aggression. They definitely do want to do what they have done. But ultimately, CC is a hero that can win lanes, especially since it is a CC versus an Esmeralda, but she doesn't necessarily wave clear fast enough to be able to assist in some of these team fights, to be able to assist in some of these turtle takes. So they have to play around that. Ultimately, having a Gato Gacha in the wrong position and relying on the AOG to initiate is not exactly my cup of tea to be able to allow Bruno early game kills. And that is probably the main reason why they did not manage to help Bruno pop off in the early stages. They are unable to have these kind of catches because they also rely on one other skill shot here.
We're Sanguine Claws from Xavier.
Claws, yes.
Yeah.
So if they missed out these two crowd control abilities, which have very long backswing, then they lose all opportunities for Bruno. Bruno can't fight. Then they just reset. They lose all the momentum, all the tempo that they have just by gathering in one place. Oh crap, we missed 2 of our initiation spells. So let's go back to all this.
There's also a lot of, not a lot of damage onto the Esmeralda. I think it was a huge problem for Insomniacs in game number 2. Just because Bruno doesn't deal a lot of damage to this Esmeralda, not building any of these anti-heal or anti-shield items in the early game just makes Esmeralda annoying and out of control. So Kimmy's gonna get picked up right here for the side of Insomniacs just to seal the deal on the mid lane. A lot of early game damage. Kings SG really likes the Kalea and just snap picking that up. That's 3 games for Gato for the side of Silent. For the Insomniacs. The only difference is in the draft right now, the CC won't be in play, but Yahiko bringing out the Fanny. A lot of players are actually teasing, or a lot of fans are actually teasing Yahiko's Fanny. And to see his Hayabusa, to see his Isun Shin, and knowing that he is through and through an assassin player. And huge shout out to all the Nepalese fans. I know Yahiko is from Nepal. He has also participated in the EWC wildcards as well. And man, a lot of fans are rooting on him.
Welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the stream.
Hope you guys are enjoying it so far. We definitely are.
We definitely are. It's only 2 out of 7 days.
Yeah.
2 out of 7 series that we're going to be watching today. The Forza actually getting picked up by Kings SG as well. A very solid, strong pick just to zone any of these close engage marksmen away, and Moskov will be the marksman of choice in solidifying the first phase of the draft. No more Ranger for either teams, just to deal with a really strong approach in the gold lane. So Insomniacs having a good strategy, banning out the gold laners, try to get Kaiser a very easy winning lane down the gold side. But for Bong though, I think for KSG, they might be able to do a double fighter side lane combo again, just because they have so much sustain from the Kalea alone.
However, I do think that they will be putting too much eggs in one basket if they were to go double fighters, right? If they were to do that, then they have absolutely 0 late game insurance unless they are very confident that they would just floor it. They would just absolutely win in the lanes. However, because they do not have a CC right now, they cannot guarantee themselves a win in the XP lane. One thing's for sure though, because the Moskov is already out, it would help them one way or another by dealing with a Moskov, someone that can really just push a Moskov away. However, because Moskov is also very self-sustaining, he does have a blink of his own, it's kind of tough to reach him, which kind of puts me in a spot whereby a traditional gold laner with range would do a way better job against a Moskov.
Yeah, fun fact, Moskov has the shortest and lowest defenses in any marksman. So that's going to be a huge problem for the Insomniacs. But, you know, it's late game Moskov that we're talking about. Insomniacs finally picking up the Alice. Making his way into the last match. And I think for Kings, though, they have an answer for the Moskov anyways. It's going to throw that Fanny in, try to deal with that Moskov. And I think Moskov was picked up as a soft counter towards that Fanny. If she comes close, just pin her to the wall and start pummeling her with the spears. So they had that going on. It's all down to execution at this point, to be honest.
So, understandably from this point, if we want to pit a gold laner against Moskov, what would you choose?
In this sense, Obsidia would be a death sentence for KSG. Doesn't do well against the Alice. Lunox will be the answer.
Lunox gold lane. Okay.
Interesting. A lot of magic damage coming in from the mid and the gold lane. We haven't seen a gold lane Lunox. Typically, it's always used in the mid lane.
Yep.
So far in the seeded stage, as well as, you know, earlier on today.
So this is understandably going to be a
jungler.
Indeed, an early game kind of thing for KSG. They still want to play a very poppy kind of early game, and they just need someone that can really respond to the Alice well enough. So Uranus is fine. But you were talking about Lance.
The Hayabusa comes in again.
But they are close contention with one another. It's really an either-or situation for Insomniac.
Yeah.
Going for the Hayabusa essentially just gives you almost the same thing. You do have got pretty good lot priority because you do have an invulnerability window that you can retribution out of it. But I think that one of the main things that Hayabusa players really appreciate is the matter of is the fact that they are good in 1v1 measures. Split pushes, that kind of thing, which is something that they need to really work with the Fanny. And I think that the pickout is specifically catered to Fanny so that even when you pop off with the Ogi Shadow Kill, it follows through when she cables away.
Well, draft the set. This is an elimination match for Kings SG as well as Insomniacs. Both teams got what they came for. They went back to the drawing board, and if you go out, you want to go out with a bang. So both of these teams, they're comfortable with the heroes that they picked up, and they want to be able to reach into the next stage with these heroes or go out with them. For Kings SG though, the Fanny looking very strong, a lot of hype around Yahiko's Fanny, so we'll be able to see this once we jump into the game. As we step into the Land of Dawn, this is game number 3 between Kings and Insomniacs.
Looking at the fact that we are looking at both of the junglers starting out in their own respective purple buff, which means that they will both end up in the opposite side of the map for a tight map influence. So a little bit difference is that because for the red team, which is Insomniacs, they will end up being in the top lane, and the top lane happens to be the gold, and Fanny down to the bottom on the XP. So generally speaking, okay, looks like there will be some differences right off the bat because we do have a little bit of a counter invasion from Kings SG.
Good invasion, good aggression into the jungle. They know that Kaiser can't come into contest for this one. Silent taking a lot of damage.
Immediately, Silent doesn't seem like he will be able to survive this, and indeed he wouldn't. Ryzen picks up the first kill over to Silent, and this is going to be helping Yahiko quite a fair little bit.
Yahiko actually taking a lot of damage, able to cable out of the way. His own purple buff not even taken yet. That's a very good timing, just in time for that first turtle take. She will have that orange buff. Just need to take down the purple buff before she tries to contest for the turtle. There is a counter re-engage from Dex over onto the orange side, and we've seen a lot of the matches played down on the bottom quarter of the map. And I think for Insomniacs, they do have the counter aggression that they come through, but here comes the Ogi Shadow Kill.
Yep, that is exactly the tracking that I'm talking about for the Oogie Shadow kill. But unfortunately, that is going to be a very big counter fight coming in from the side of Kings SG, allowing Bun Boy Reborn to pick up a kill down over to Des X. But unfortunately, Iron Ryan is not going to survive for another fight. Yahiko joins in the fray, unfortunately only at level 3. But it's okay. I think that there should still be a probability for Kings SG to follow up even more.
Yeah, if Yahiko got that level 4, you got execution, you got 2 free kills down the bottom side, but good call and good counter re-engage from the side of Kings SG, going up to the Turtle Pit area just to try to deny all of them from any kills. Knowing that Dex doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't have the iframes, they go straight for it. Looking at the items, doesn't seem anything out of the ordinary yet, but it does seem like Kings are slightly up ahead in terms of all the lane dominance.
Okay, so nothing that is paving in a very weird way whatsoever. This is a very standard opening for both of these teams. Normally, the main thing that we look out for in the early stages is like, you know, changes in builds when it comes down to physical or magic. Something like a Bane, for example. But in this case, we're just going to be looking at a pretty normal game from both teams.
Iron Ryan doesn't have that level 4 just as of yet, but once he does, there's a Tsunami Slam into the face. Here comes Yahiko.
Phantom Airstrike right over. All 3 of them just going to slam right in the face of Silent. There is also going to be that Tsunami Slam that pulls Silent in, but that means that a couple of those pot shots, Artillery Strike, missed out. Biltizi went all the way a little bit too deep in. As such, that gives a free kill over the Kings SG with 2 losses for the side of Insomniacs.
Great ultimate from Biltizi to start things off, but unfortunately, Kings SG's early game damage, especially from Ryzen and Yahiko, is really starting to hurt Insomniacs. So it's only 3 minutes into the game, Kings SG taking the first turn of the game, and I think that for Biltizi, that was a mistake that he used the ball to teleport himself down into enemy territory, unable to bring himself out. No more flicker, already used that onto the TOR. On the top side, Kaiser also using up his Purify, but you see the beeline up towards that top side, Bong reading that like an open book, and it's Insomniac trying desperately to find any kills to stay abroad.
So within 3 games, I would like to bring out the statistics, is that Bong has essentially played 3 very different heroes in the gold lane. We have a fighter, which is coming into CC. He has played a Granger, which is a traditional marksman, and he's played a mage up to the top lane for a gold laner.
I think Lunox still works well, especially in the late game. You have a lot of burst damage. If you coagulate together, that's a Ruby DD into your face, and I think Kings SG really wants to play around this understanding around this strategy. But for Insomniacs, oh, nice.
Iron Ryan as well as the Phantom Airstrike, they're all just going to be jumping right in, and Kaiser, unfortunately, will be the victim of this very hard onslaught.
Well worth it. You're trading a roam for a gold laner. You're delaying Kaiser's farm. You're pushing Bong up to his pure levels, and you have Yahiko just free farming down on the bottom side. So he's joining in team fights whenever they are ready, and whenever they are in the vicinity, I think Kings SG does have that damage to take everyone down. They do have late game potential. I think both teams might be able to play this in this game up to like maybe 43, 33 minutes even, just because, you know, late game potential for both teams are there.
When it comes down to the magic damage dealers, all of them have already gotten themselves their glowing wand, so at least it definitely helps against Iron Ryan, especially since there is quite a bit of healing capabilities. It helps helps going up against the Alice as well. So understandably, there must be a certain direction that both of these 2 teams are looking for. The tankiness of these tanks is not exactly there just yet. So if any of these gold laners were to kind of pop off their lane, they can actually do quite some work, especially for Bong.
Oh, looking on top side, this Brilliance already popped off underneath the turret though. Will be able to use the Wiggy Shot, kill flickers out of the way. Might not be able to defend himself, but it actually gets out of the way.
Wait, huh?
Ooh, the SOD actually misses, but here comes Yahiko finishing that job with the janitor on duty.
What was the SOD?
It goes wide. It goes wide.
I don't know, man. Maybe we're just gonna have to look at the replay to really understand how the SOD completely misses out. But regardless, that is a pretty tight fight up in the top lane. It allowed for Bong to pick up a very good kill up to the top lane as well. Or rather, not Bong, but it does manage to help quite a bit to Yahiko.
Good read by Kings SG, taking down Des on the top side, knowing that Bong is engaged onto and getting skirmished down into the ground. But I think for Insomniacs, they are looking a little bit desperate on the bottom side, though. There's a lot of damage. Yahiko just showing that cable movements and taking one down. It's a solo kill for that Fanny.
Immediately taking Biltizi out, and especially since we're talking about an Alice. But up to the top lane, more actions ongoing. The AOG gets Silent right out of the fight. That is a 1-for-2 ultimate trade. But that also means that they will lose out control up in the top lane.
Beautiful shift of strategy for Kings SG, knowing that they have full control of that map, knowing that they're up ahead in terms of gold. They're going for a 4-1 composition. You're leaving that bottom side over to Yahiko. You have an extra tank in the form of Uranus just to have that extra wall in front of you so that Bong and Ryzen can do their thing. There's a lot of magic damage, and then you get Yahiko to come in to clear things up.
So now most of the territory is actually going to be controlled by Kings SG. Is bleeding pretty blue right now. Now, they're going to have to take away the T1 turret up in the middle lane, though, in order to really take controls and take the reins of this entire map. But Insomniacs, they really know that they want to keep this T1 down, or rather keep this T1 up. There's only it's only 7 minutes and 40 seconds into the game with about 3,000 gold lead for Kings SG. They will slowly, at least for Kings SG, slowly make their way through. But remember, their sieging capabilities, not the best because they don't have a marksman that really excels in these basic attacks.
Already 2 core items for this Lunox. Already got the glowing one as well as the Divine Rapier. Divine Glaive, sorry. But the Moskov still slowly building up that Holy Trinity. Only has 1 out of 3 core items that he desperately needs. That's going to be a late game Moskov, but you know, it's going to be so hard for Moskov to actually come back onto this game because we've always seen like Moskov really falling hard, not enough farm. Kings SG is going to delay that farm even more, and they're going to take control of these neutral objectives that come up.
This is where quite a lot of macro plays is going to be pretty evident, especially up to the top lane, right? Pretty heavy wave, but I think that the Hayabusa is going to deal with that almost immediately. And let's not forget, you know, Chaos Assault deals a heck lot of damage over to Lord, so they will be able to blitz that down pretty effectively and manage to catch it right in time for the 8 minutes and 41 seconds creep spawn, just for the Lord to come out in 44 seconds.
Great positioning from Insomniacs. They know that Bong is just on turret duty, know that Bong is on lane duty, so they just sit in the bush, wait for the enemies to come in, and then go for the engages right there and then. Not a lot of turret sieging power, but for Kings SG, it's all about these team fights. You take one down, and then you slowly brittle the turrets down.
Since the Lord is going to be marching up to the top lane, it will be more than enough to take down the Holy Defense, and that will also force Insomniacs to move away from the top lane. And from that point onwards, that is just the top lane T3, middle lane T3 completely destroyed. No question asked. Insomniacs will outright lose in a lot of their lane controls, map control. 5,000 gold lead, yeah, it will slowly start to ascend even higher to about 7,000 to 8,000 gold lead later on.
That's a tickle party for Bunboy Reborn, just healing everything back up. Insomniac's throwing a lot of damage down, but it's Bunboy Reborn just sitting down really happily. He's healing everything back up, and it's so difficult to deal with this Uranus right now.
With the map control completely yielded by the side of Kings SG. They have also lost a lot already, but it's more than enough for them to be able to take down the Holy Defense. The Feather Airstrike pushes the rest of Insomniacs away, while Silent hopes that he will be able to pull someone in and look for more initiation, but they don't really quite have that kind of capabilities. Bunboy Reborn hiding himself in between on the proxies of the middle lane and the top lane, just waiting for the perfect chance to get himself right out of that. In the end, Kings SG managed to take down the T3 turret in the middle lane and allow themselves for a very good launching.
Great siege. Kings did what they have with the resources that they had, using the lore to open up that mid lane T3. So that means the Fanny could go in and out very, very easily. Kings SG still playing within their strategy. That's a 4-member down, trying to siege down that T3. Flicker's already popped up by Insomniacs. Here comes Yahiko, trying to clear that job, but no one is falling down.
Once again, the zoning tool that comes in the form of a Feathered Airstrike, forcing everyone from Insomniacs to run away, because they know, right? 7,000 gold lead, that Feather Airstrike is gonna hurt with that Lightning Truncheon as well as the Glowing Wand. If she does pick up that Holy Crystal, it will make things even worse.
Yeah, we're slowing things down. Again, Kings SG really good in turning cafeterias into a silent library, no pun intended, and not giving a lot of information. even for now, like they want to draw Kaiser out. I wish I can see the itemizations right again to see where Kaiser is at on par with Bong. Missed that a little bit just now, but for Bong though, it's already 3-4 core items ahead. One jump, one flicker into the Ruby DD. That is it for the Insomniacs. It's a lot of damage, a lot of burst, not a lot of iframes for Insomniacs to play around.
I think ultimately this Lord has to finish up the fight, right? With the 6.6 thousand gold lead, they should be able to just gather all of their forces and just run it right in the face of Insomniacs. Getting the bottom lane T3, simple. Getting the Lord, simple. Clearing out all 5 members of Insomniac might not be easy, but they gotta have to do it. They have to kill in order to end the game because they don't have a marksman that has very strong basic attack to just end the game in one fell swoop.
Do you have to agree with you? As we're marching down the mid side though, Insomniacs doesn't have a lot of heavy high ground. The only thing that they have, maybe the TOR might be able to do something, but they're too far behind at this moment to make a dent in King's SG's armor. As the Lord marching down, this concealed play, Bumboy Reborn will lead the charge.
Immediately just going to be flickering right straight in, but that's not going to do too much. And the main thing is we're going to be looking for the Feathered Airstrike. We do have the Lord that's just going to be pummeling down over to the core, while in the meantime, all the way at the back, we do have, of course, it's going to be the Tsunami Slam right down onto the desk. Brings him down immediately, leaving 2 persons left, but they will just end the game right in all. And of course, King's SG takes the throne here.
A great run, very disciplined, very well played, very structured, a comeback that is not really a comeback for King's SG. For game number 1, they knew what they had to do. They knew what they had to play around, but it wasn't able to execute it just because they had the double fighters. But great props on Bong for using 3 different marksmen and showing us 3 different playstyles and how he wants to initiate a team fight. A lot of high DPS coming in from King's SG. Unfortunately, though, on the other side of the table for Insomniacs, it is the end of the road for them. They're going to take the train all the way home and leave the venue. But for Kings, moving on to the next stage, facing up against RSG SG.
Yep.
And this is going to be a really, really spicy matchup because it's you know, an old MPL team that's trying to prove themselves and make their worth up against an MPL team that I would arguably say the longest standing team in MPL history.
Indeed. I would say it's the longest standing organization.
Yeah, right.
The team has kind of like shifted quite a lot, right? Became more of a rookie team. But congratulations over to Yahiko. Of course, bringing pain to the opponents. Get it?
Yeah. Lots of fans actually online just really hyping Yahiko up, especially his Fanny. And it's a very apt hero pick of choice for Yahiko, just to secure and lead his team over to the next stage of the Challenger Bracket stage with 4-0-3, 70% kill participation all over the map. He's basically playing a janitor role with a huge with a sword instead of a sweeper. Taking a look at the emblems, nothing really, you know, loud stands out to me except for the Farsa. That's a cooldown. Is that pull yourself together for the Purify or the Flicker that he has?
Pull yourself together,
yeah, it's a pull yourself together. That's the first time I see. Typically, it's the mystery shop or even the cooldown emblem that you build within the Farsa, or even the movement speed if you want to get to lanes even faster with the wings by wings. But the pull yourself together actually does a great deal of value for this Farsa. You get that flicker to get out of the way, just to mitigate a little bit of harm in the early game. A perfect game for Ryzen so far. Notable mentions to Bumboy Reborn as well, for, you know, just soaking up so much damage. Just excited to see how much Bumboy Reborn actually soaks up. Xavier was just constantly free hitting Bumboy Reborn, and he's just showing that he can tank and take that damage and turn it into a tickle party. On the other side of the table, though, I do want to give huge props to Insomniac with Xavier having a perfect game, 3-0-1. Unfortunately, though, unable to clear and secure that deal, and Insomniac's just barely scraping it through in the last game.
I think it's very unfortunate for our boys over from the side of Insomniac. They gave us a very good game in game number 1. Really make King's SG sweat quite a bit. Especially for Silent, right? Silent with that very big early game play, being able to steal away the stealing away the purple or orange buff. I think that completely changed the early game for Kings SG. But regardless, Kings SG, I think that they came back up pretty effectively. They were pretty good when it comes back to resetting the mentality again, go in for game number 2 and then game number 3 afterwards.
Kaiser was a monster with the Granger, but when it comes down to late game marksmen like the Moskov, I think he just couldn't find his footing. He has to fight against the Fanny or defend himself against the Fanny. He's always under siege. Kaiser couldn't get his farm, and so he couldn't get his Holy Trinity by the end of it. It's 25% kill participation on a Moskov that's supposed to have that Splane lit. That's also One Boy Reborn, 82,000 damage taken. If this game has dragged on maybe 10 minutes longer, we would have had 6 figures. Take a little highlights though. There's a lot of changes that Kings SG has made over to them. A lot more rotations, a lot more backup from the rest of the team, so that every single fight, they're fighting as 5.
Yep, so at least for the Southern Insomniacs, in the early game, it really showed what they wanted to do, and they do have the items, and I would say they do have the tools to really help them do quite a lot of stuff, right? But initiating wise, not necessarily. They have also resorted to a lot more onto putting it all onto silent just for the AOG. The only difference is that they do have got a juice in to help them to prolong some of these team fights. The longer the fight goes on, the more CCs that they have, and that is generally what works out for Insomniacs in Game 1. Game 2 onwards, it kind of seems as though they started to, gas out. It's all about skill shots. The crowd control skill shots, they want to play into the early game. Kaiser got no kills, no death, no assists. It's actually a 4v5 game when their game actually pivots towards
There's one.
You see?
It actually went through Bong! I don't know what just happened right there.
I like the slow motion even. It was like,
Bong. I was waiting for that replay, honestly.
Honestly, yeah.
I wanted to see if it actually went wide or it actually went through Bong and didn't initiate. Like the hitbox just went crazy because of the brilliance or something.
It's either that or just so happened that the skins SOD's, the SOD skin somehow just kind of.
I would petition for that. It would have been a kill, but it doesn't matter at all because at the end of the day, the entire team of Kings are moving on to the next stage. It was a really resolute victory over for Kings SG. But hey, they have a little bit of time to rest up because the next game is going to be Kingdom Esports, a relegated team from the seeded stage, facing up against Stallions. It's going to be a reunion for Lawsy and the boys from RSG SG version 2. And that's going to be coming up right next. Upper bracket, Challenger bracket stage is coming in after this. So let's take a breather. We'll be right back. See you guys.
I'm gonna hate watching that.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne. be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Double 11! Amazing prices! Amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall meet.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to MPL SG Season 10. My name is Churros, and
My name is Abstract.
You got that a little bit too slow this time around.
Okay, I got it. I'm sorry.
And we
Are your casters for today.
Welcome back. So, for those that missed out the first two games, that was Stallions up against Mayhem. Stallions won 2-0. And right now, this is game 3. This is the upper brackets of the Challenger. The upper brackets semi-finals of the upper brackets Challenger bracket stage. It's a long.
That's a long.
It's a long word. But hey, they're up against Kingdom Esports.
Yes, the other kings.
They are the kings.
Yeah, the other kings. The other kings.
The other kings.
Yeah.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup, especially since, you know, we've been hyping Kingdom Esports up a lot. A lot of the players have a lot of expectations for Kingdom Esports to perform. Unfortunately, they were relegated down into the Challenger bracket stage. So this is going to be a fight for survival for Kingdom Esports. Fortunately, though, for these two teams, it's not elimination.
Yep.
The loser will go into the losers bracket, or the lower bracket. The lower bracket, and they still have a chance for survival. They have to fight for one more life. Let's take a look at the brackets once again to see where things are at. We have Kingdom Esports and Stallions for this game. Previously, though, a huge shout out to Mayhem. Very good games coming up. Difficult adjustment into the professional scene from a competitive play into professional play. That was a huge gap that Mayhem has to overcome. But hopefully they come back for season 11 and we will see them here again.
Yep.
Just to refresh your memory a bit, what went down was Kings SG versus Insomniacs. This was a 2-1 reverse sweep by Kings SG to take the spot against RSG Singapore later on.
Kings SG understandably didn't really have a very good start of the game. We'll take it that more of a warm-up game. But in credit, I gotta have to give it to Simple for that orange buff steal. Immediately puts the early game-centric lineup from Kings SG down to the drain, making it difficult for them to kind of claw their way back. But understandably for Kings SG, with the vast amount of experience in their team, due to a couple of these players, I would say that Iron Ryan is one of the players that have experienced quite a bit of competitiveness. And of course, let's not forget about Yahiko, right? Yahiko, Ryzen, Bong. Actually, most of them do have a lot of experience. And I think that notably Yahiko have got massive amount of experience because of his international plays, hailing from Nepal. I would say the pride of Nepal. And that is why we have quite a bit of viewers that's really up here raving about him.
Yeah. I'm actually more excited for the upper bracket finals. Excited to see who actually makes it through.
Yeah.
My ideal matchup is Team Stallions SG up against RSG Singapore. That will be RSG Singapore version 2 versus version 4. They always say the new iPhone is better.
But I kind of get the feeling that we won't be able to see that.
Difficult matchup for, match 19.
I would say... Honestly, I look at RSG Singapore, right? Just by its nameplate, RSG Singapore as an organization is a very strong organization that has, hailing from years after years after years. But this year, they have fielded in rookies and they don't really have a lot of experience, right?
Yeah.
So it's very difficult for them to be able to uphold the name of RSG's SG in this season, which I regret to say that might actually leave them to be one of the teams to be completely relegated out from the seeded team's original slots.
This is so difficult because
It's difficult to say.
Over the past 9 seasons, RSG has always been in the top 3.
Yep.
Always been in the top 3. Even last season, season 9, Bray came back from the military. He's taken his break. He's played the finals, brought RSG all the way from maybe 6th place, if I remember correctly, up to the finals where they faced up against Team Flash.
Yep, they can pull off quite a bit of miracle, right? And just a single player can optimally change the entire lineup like absolutely crazily, right?
Yeah.
And that is why I kind of refer that over to Stallions, right? Bray is the child prodigy. He's literally the one that can really revive a team, and I see that in Stallions and as to the kind of potential that they have, and that's why I'm seeing them to be one of the strongest competitors, and of course the favorites to make it all the way through without dropping a single game. While for RSG, their weak performance in the regular seasons, we have to be very factual about that, was not ideal. And coming in over to the Challenger stage, where there are so many other strong teams as well, even though they have the Challenger tag on them, that doesn't mean that they would not hold a candle against
Yeah.
RSG Singapore.
You know, it's funny because, you know, as a seasoned team, once you drop down into the challenger bracket stage, you sort of get a glimmer of hope. You're still alive, but you are thirsty. You
Yeah.
are thirsty for more. And if you're thirsty, what better drink to get than IT? So a huge shout out to IT. Scan the QR code down the lower third. Once it pops up, this is the 1-1 edition. I
That's the
really,
1-1,
really
huh?
like. Yeah, I really like this one. We have two options right here in the
Yep.
studio. There's only the 1-1 one and the
Kadita.
Kadita one.
Yes.
So the 1-1 drink is the standard milk tea, the Osmanthus milk tea.
Uh-huh.
I'm supposed to be on a diet. I'm not supposed to drink this as much, but I am going to anyways because, you know, I need my sugar rush. It's a whole day, 7 games.
Yep.
We have to
We need a rush.
go all the way. So, you know, it's also good because once you get that IT, you scan the QR code, you redeem a huge discount on your
Yep.
drinks. You also get a chance to go into Jakarta for the M7 Championships as an audience.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
of course, you will be able to support your Singaporean team, or rather the champion team. Oh, you actually took a sip out of that?
I'm actually gonna take a sip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
thought
get a test for that. I'm on a diet, but
Yeah,
I'm still
he is on a diet.
go to.
Yeah, he has like a couple of breast meat right on the side. Like for his entire day, no carbs, no rice. I
There's
didn't know
carbs
that.
right here. There's carbs right here.
I didn't know that. I thought that was breakfast, and I just took one.
Hey, it's always good to be on diet because we're sitting a lot. We're
Yes,
sitting a lot.
we're
And
sitting a lot.
DX Racer is keeping us company all the way today. And honestly, though, I really like this chair. The great thing about this is fully electronic
Yes.
or fully digitized. So that means we can lean back and we're going to show it right now. As we go into the player cams to see the players, we're going to sit back, relax, and take a look at Stallions. We've got Bray, Diablo, Lucian Cutie, Sensa, and Roy coming into the picture for Team Stallions. You know them, you love them. This RSG 2.0 back in the day, that's Season 5, Season 6 champions. And they've been doing so well over the first game, but this is a real test for them. Because over on the other side of the aisle, there's your old buddy. That's Lolzy right there.
That's Lolzy. Oh man, this is one heck of a reunion that we're not exactly expecting, you know. But regardless, you know, all of these teams come together. They have a lot of experiences together, and they have a lot of history with one another. So, understandably, coming into today's game, there will be rivalries,
Yeah.
and there will be ways where the teams can kind of understand. Okay, you're gonna play this, you're gonna play that. They know each other inside out.
So huge shout out to Drin, Yon, FMM, Grant, and Lolzy who is playing in this team, in this matchup. For them, we weren't expecting them to get relegated down into the challenger brackets. We're going into broken walls, and Lolzy really loves this. Typically, you get broken walls, you get a Grok. You see a Grok, you see a Lolzy, and it's just really madness right there for them. Lucian Cutie, on the other hand, I'm gonna compare these two because Lolzy used to be the analyst for RSG Season 5 when Lucian Cutie and Oki was still in play alongside Roy, Bray, and Diablo. So the playstyle of Lolzy is a little bit more sacrificial. Lucian Cutie a little bit more calculated, but then a little bit more passive. So that means to say that Kingdom Esports has a little bit more aggression coming into the roam position or the setups than what Lucian Cutie wants to offer into the team. He's more aware of his situations, more aware of the macro sense, but jumping into the game immediately, Stallions banning out the Alice as well as the Uranus. Don't want to deal with those two monsters down on EXP. And Kingdom Esports taking out the Baxia and the Angela in question.
So with that all said and done, we are going straight in, and I would definitely say that there's not too much of a change or not too much of things that we would expect to be a little bit different. As Alice, Uranus, Baxia, Angela, they're all generally very generic, right?
CC being manned out as well.
CC's is always going to be pretty annoying in the XP lane, although CC is more of a ban for Stallion, not necessarily for Kingdom. I don't expect that Diablo will be someone that plays a CC due to the fact that CC kind of have a little bit of a low impact going in.
I know that Diablo likes to play that Yuzong, doesn't
Yeah.
like to
For
succumb
now.
to whatever the meta brings to the table. And so, getting first pick, Stallions was second pick in the previous game alongside against Mayhem. So this being one of their toughest challenge yet in the MPL scene, they might be able to switch things up. So it all boils down to the last one. Yisun Shin, Lancelot is quite wide and open. We've seen Bray play the Lancelot in the previous game as well. But this is all new. It's Bray, the old child prodigy versus the upcoming child prodigy, which is Yon. So it's an assassin kind of lineup right here.
Yeah, so we don't really have a very good idea as to what they are essentially looking out for, as well as what are their priorities. Grok has been taken out of the mix, so this will kind of give SDS that Yisun Shin indeed. So they have the possibility of wanting to play very flexible into fighter gold lane. We don't really have a lot of information as to what kind of heroes Renza really play just yet. So this is just the opening, the starting for Renza.
It's they're looking happy about it. I think with the Yisun Shin, you have a lot of options right here. The gold lane can always go play a fighter gold lane, so I think Renza could always put himself in a position where he is zoning everyone out. You put all your eggs into Bray, and I think Bray's mechanically he's gifted. He's very, very strong in that Yisun Shin. So going over to Kingdom, that is going to be the Kalea picked up for Lolzy. That's also going to be FMM using the Kimmy. A lot of non-committal heroes. Going to pull back with the Tsunami Slam as well. I think gives a lot of options for Kingdom Esports to play things around.
And there's going to be a Juicin being picked for the side of Stallions as well as the Gato Kacha. So with that all said...
Yeah, Lucian picked up the Gato 3 times in a row now. I think a lot of these teams coming out for the community really, really likes that Gato Kacha against the Kaleas. We're going back to Season 9 where it's a tit for that, a this or that kind of situation. So Gato Kacha actually provides a lot of utility around any assassin picks. So assassin comes in, you taunt the assassin and try to melt him down as fast as you can. The Juicin actually doesn't give that much high burst damage or high burst DPS. It's more DOT, damage over time. And you really need to be able to buy some time for the Juicin to come online. But with the new map in play, I think with the Lantern giving it that vision, it provides a lot of opportunities for Roy to really play a more dynamic game.
At this point in time, KE has a very magic-centric lineup, but they don't really have that great burst of damage to really make full use of the Kalia. So I think that they gotta have to play a jungler that really relies on the Kalia, or rather, no, I wouldn't say rely on the Kalia, but instead of really bursting down, that means they want to extend the team fight a little bit more. So I am more inclined to think that KE might want to look at Guinevere, but that also makes them very magic-centric.
True, true. They picked it up a couple times in the yesterday's game as well. And I think it matches well with the Kalea because you get the jump, you get the knockups as well, you've got the pullbacks, so it just immediately creates a lot of opportunity and space. But that means that, Grant really needs to play a really hard-hitting marksman. You can't go for double fighter side lanes at all. That is really a one-dimensional gameplay for Kingdom Esports. But then it's still a traditional front-to-back win condition. Just get Grant out of the picture and Stallions will be home free. On the other hand, Kingdom Esports will find it a little bit harder because now Bray has a lot more damage on the Yisun Shin as well. You want to deny heroes that Diablo can play. So you take out the Dairoth because that is one of Diablo's pocket picks that Lolzy kind of sussed out. So, being old comrades, old teammates, you really know all that kind of stuff. Arlott, Benedetta might be in question too.
Any heroes that have high impact in team fights are generally heroes that you can expect Diablo to play. So at this point in time, Diablo still have quite a lot of opportunities, such as a Khalid, a damage Khalid, as well as a perhaps even damage Benedetta. We have seen him play Ruby as well, but I don't think that was more of a highlight or anything. In the means of KE, I think that they can go for a Beatrix for their side. If they're going to go for a Guinevere, Guinevere is more of a tank Guinevere, so that they have a very solid front line while they are making full use of that pick-up potential from Kalia to really just feed off of the Beatrix. It also allows them to have quite a bit of siege potential with that.
Oh, Kingdom Esports is not happy with that ban. They immediately, once Fanny was picked up, Grant was like, oh no, they know. And I think Fanny kind of works well, able to get into the back line easily. Not a lot of immediate lockdowns or suppression coming in from Stallions just as of yet.
Yep.
Moving over to Kingdom, I would go for a marksman. It could be a Beatrix coming in. It could be something more reliable. Could even be a Moscow if you want to play into the late game as well.
Bruno's fine too.
Bruno's fine.
Someone that has decent burst, I would like to say.
Yeah, even a Clint is fine too. Because it's a Guinevere as right now. They want to be able to pocket pick the gold lane in response to Stallions.
Yeah, so the last pick gonna have to be either Bruno or a Beatrix. It really depends on what kind of synergies or what kind of gameplay that Stallion is looking out for right now, because it doesn't really show us much. One thing's for sure is that they do have a decent amount of, they have a pretty good follow-up from the AOG. They do have got good amount of understanding or intelligence coming in from Juicin. The longer the fight goes, the better it is. I think that this game for both teams is all about sustainability. So this might be a little bit different for Diablo. He probably needs to play someone a lot more tankier or a lot more... I take it all back.
That's some hardest.
I take it all back. Who is Martis?
What is Martis?
Why is Martis?
How is Martis?
When is Martis?
I feel like it's a pretty good counter, not a counter, but like it's a good matchup against in Esmeralda. You can rotate around the map pretty efficiently now that you don't have the walls in play as well. No Grok to block you as well, so immediate iframes.
Okay,
the carry will be the answer. There's gonna be a huge tank melter for the side of Stallions, but the Martis pick, it's Diablo time. The demon is coming to play.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, I can understand where the carry is coming from. But you're also going up against a Granger. You kind of lose in lanes in that point. You still is able to make full use of the Kalia's pick-off as long as you have got decent amount of items to really just burst that person down. So it still works in that combo-centric lineup for Kingdom. And they also still have that very strong front lines coming in from Esmeralda, Guinevere, as well as the Kalia. With good pick-off, good initiation, as well as good follow-up. I do like Kingdom's lineup. It's telltale signs, right?
Yeah, it's one-dimensional. You play it like how you want to play it. Guinevere jump in with the Kalea, and then maybe a non-committal traction pulse from Kimmy as well, just to keep things in motion, and then just free hit from the front to back. You got Drinsanity finding angles from the back and from flanks just to target onto Renza or Bray. But we're jumping into match number 1 between Kingdom Esports against Stallions SG. It's going to be a very difficult matchup for both teams, and I think both of us actually predict that this might even go up to Game 3. It's very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, I am very skeptical about... Yeah, I'm just very skeptical of the Martis. Like, extremely skeptical. What are you trying to achieve when it comes down to the Martis? Martis is a very snowbally hero, and if you're unable to win in the early games, then you are just kind of like a sitting duck waiting for you to get a mix of items. In the early stages of the game, sure, you do have got Juicin and Garukacha that can wave clear pretty effectively, almost at the same timing as a Kimi plus Kalia, around there. Kalia, I would say the Kingdom Esports mid lane is a bit slower as compared to Stallions, but right after that is done, what can they give to their own team? They have initiations from Gato that will only be unlocked at level 4. Yeah, only at level 4.
But hey, we're going into the game right now. Everything is all set in motion. Excited to see how Martis actually plays out. Diablo's actually holding himself well against this Esmeralda. And I'm not too worried about this Esmeralda just because it's Diablo. He plays these nutty picks, he makes it his own. And I would say clear the lanes and then start that early game rotation. Drinsanity even taking a lot of damage from Diablo right from the get-go. So EXP lane definitely getting pushed back by Diablo. In the mid side though, there's a Lantern Flare over onto FMM, almost getting pulled back, but able to get that jetpack out of the way.
It does seem like for Team Stallions, they can just pull off a lineup like this and just completely get away with it. Because you can see that Martis is apparently just winning in the lanes against Drinsanity. Understandably, Esmeralda doesn't really do too much in the lanes against a Martis, because Martis does have very strong raw damage altogether. The more you stack up your skills, the more damage you do altogether. Although my idea for Martis, or rather, I'm just looking to see how he wants to build his Martis. Some people go tank Martis. He very likely actually might just go damage Martis all the way through.
I think so. Like I feel like it really goes to the late mid game and then see where things go. It's still adaptable. He has that killing spree. He wants to go for a little bit more damage. Lucian Cutie ramping up with the taunt. Nails that in. Here comes Roy. Forced to pop that flicker. But look on the backside. That's a flank from Yon. Might be able to jump in with the Spatial Migration Requiem combination, but the Goon Squad's here. Kingdom Esports tries to find a nice little flank on. That's a disruption with the Mortis. That's first blood. Gets an execution. Double kill for Diablo. That's what Mortis has picked up. Brave falls, but to no avail. Drinsanity will fall with the hands of Diablo with a triple. But David Lord is back.
They just get away with it, man. They just let them get away with this. At this point in time, he can probably get his Sky Piercer pretty done early into the game already. Lossie joins into the fray to really just poke onto Diablo, but I don't think that will be able to do too much, as Bray takes the turtle away pretty effectively, putting Kingdom Esports in a 1.3k deficit.
Bottom side, almost getting the Rhapsody onto Grand, able to disrupt that recall though. So Grand has to make his way all the way back, able to pop the heal. But here comes the Team Stallions. The horses are coming in to zone all of them out. Grand is really, really low. I don't know if he's able to contest for this one, wasting all of that resources. That's a full wave over to Renza, one level ahead, jumped in underneath the turret. Bray takes up a kill onto Lawsy, getting pulled back as well. Team Stallions are just showing pure dominance in the early game, but hey, it's still the early game, and Team Stallions, they're rampaging through, they're stampeding over Kingdom.
There's actually a little bit of a questionable play from the side of Lawsy, just taking almost more than half of the Lantern Flare charges, so he's pretty much getting his way right onto the T1 turret with not a lot of reinforcements. So even after buying some time with the Tsunami Slam, there is no follow-ups whatsoever, and he just went down as a sacrificial lamb with no control.
Oh, great taunt and the burst coming in. Lucian will seal the deal onto Yon, but here comes the mid side. Drinsanity matching the rotation onto Diablo, clearing up that mid lane, able to get out of the way. But that one kill onto Yon, not having a good game so far. 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up, and Team Stallions are 2,500 gold lead ahead.
5-1. 2.7k gold lead for Team Stallions, and they're only 4 minutes and 20 seconds into this game. Kinda crazy if you ask me. They will slowly get themselves a little bit more lead as the game goes by, because 30 seconds until the turret energy shield were to go off, and by that point in time, I think that they will be able to kind of come together and be a little bit more crazy from here.
We're slowing things down just a little bit as Diablo, again, it's just doing Diablo things. Clear lanes, start rotating, find a loose member, and start with that kill. He does have CC immunity, that's AOG on top of himself. Losey getting pulled back, unable to pop that Tsunami Slam because Diablo's just there disrupting him. That's 3 deaths already for Losey as Team Stallions tries to go up ahead. The Lord, the Turtle down low, Barry picks that one up. Kingdom Esports tries to find any sense of hope, any sense of reality at all, getting pulled back once again, and Stallions got what they came for, and they get out of the way.
The CC immunity is definitely important for Diablo, but it does seem like they do manage to pick up a kill down at the bottom. So Team Stallions actually split themselves up pretty effectively, understanding the weakness down at the bottom lane, and they could just take that.
That was a very good read by Team Stallions. They know that the top side is open. Immediately, Lucian Cutie, knowing that Diablo and Bray has got that kill down in the turtle pit, immediately rotates down to the bottom side, takes Grand out of the way, and the rotations are coming in for Team Stallions. First turret of the game taken out on the bottom side, starting the early game rotation alongside Renza, getting that damage down.
This is a tough point for Kingdom Esports already, right? Because the snowball potential is out there.
Insanity taking a lot of damage. That's a Tsunami Slam over the wall. Taking a lot of damage though, getting popped up. Bray gets taken out by FMF. Finally getting 1 kill on the board as well. Lawsy will be the next to fall. The Sacrificial Lamb will hit the hay once again as Team Stallions just ramping up the aggression. They have that damage with Renza in play.
Lead getting wider and wider. Bottom lane T1's already taken down. And the way that Team Stallions is just moving is just ensuring that they constantly have movement all across the map. They're always going to be onto the river. No one from the side of Kingdom Esports is allowed on the river. And the moment that they actually do see someone there, they will initiate. They are not going to stop on anything. And they will take all these turrets, even if it's a chokehold.
Underneath the turret, they're risking it. Drinsanity taking a lot of damage. That's a pop-up, knock-up onto Lucian QD, but it's only just the tanks, and they just don't care. Diablo taking a lot of damage, but will be able to get inside side swap down the way. This is Diablo we're talking about from the side. Bray finds a flank, finds an angle, deals that damage. Yon Lolzy down low, gets out of the way, and Bray will be able to zone them all the way out. Kingdom Esports can't even get close to the horses.
Yep, this is a free turret up in the top lane. Team Stallions, they totally understood what exactly is their task, right? It's not about the kills, it's more about the objective. If the objective is being guarded, you gotta go for the kills. And if they have ran away from the objective, then just zone them away. Not to be too bloodthirsty on their side. I think the only bloodthirsty one gotta have to be Diablo, right? Because that is his main winning condition. Get more kills, farm up, get yourself a snowball, and just go ham on everyone.
Yeah, that's a 5-0-1 Martis. I think both of us were really not expecting the Martis to actually show up, but Diablo's just doing Diablo things. You cannot outban him. That is a taunt onto Grant, able to just this delay that turret approach up on that top side. So Kingdom Esports still down below and really far ahead. The gap between the economy is starting to rise as Bray starting that charge up on that top side. Lolzy using Conceal for good measure, get out of the way, but the rest of Goon Squad is down the mid side trying to push in. Lucian QD trying to zone out that back line as the waves come in. They really need to take this T1, able to clear out that minion just to push that through. Stallions just touch and go. Kingdom Esports feeling the intimidation right now.
Yep, the retribution is definitely very necessary to bring away Bobby. Otherwise, it will be a free turret in the middle lane, especially since it's already lower than 50%. But unfortunately, it is a full wave creep just going to be marching right in, and they will get that.
That is a pullback again. Lolzy getting caught out.
It's really unfortunate as Lolzy so far has been sacrificing with not much stake or a comeback for themselves. So we're looking at a lead just growing higher and higher, 7.6 thousand. And in the event, I'm pretty sure that Renza has already picked up the Sky Piercer. I'm not too sure about Diablo, but the way that this game has been going through, I'm not even surprised if he himself picked up the Sky Piercer as well, just so that they will be able to clean up shop just so much easier.
There's a lot of damage, a lot of iframes, a lot of CC immunity coming in from the Martis. So no one can actually deal with the Martis. Oh, Drinsanity taking a lot of options right there. Lolzy pulling someone back, but that is a Purify used by Roy. There's a Juice in actually protecting himself. There's no way that Lolzy is able to get close at all.
And with that said, all of the T1 turrets has been destroyed. Kingdom Esports right now, they hold themselves in a really tough spot with a total of 8.3 thousand gold deficit. The way that they should be looking out for this game is generally gonna play possum, right? Because they do not unlock any of their win condition and they do not have proper ways to kind of dive over to the back and get a certain amount of kills. The main combo that they want is to have Lolzy goes over to the back with the Tidal Strike and the Tsunami Slam onto either Roy or Renza, which Team Stallions, they know exactly that is going to be the win con. That's why they picked up a Purify. So Purify counting, the timer counting is going to be super important. As long as Lolzy identify that okay, someone's Purify has gone off, they probably need to start forcing something out. But in the meantime, Team Stallions themselves knows that they are in the lead. They will force themselves over to Kingdom Esports again and again and again. So they need to get the timing right.
That is a huge bunch of damage. Getting pulled back. Diablo CC immunity getting thrown back underneath the turret. Finally gets shut down by the hands of FMM. But Team Stallions, they're still up ahead. Their goal is just to take down that T2 up at the top side as Renza just gunning everyone down. Kingdom Esports can defend against the damage, but you still have a huge Lord Larry coming down from that bot side too.
And as I said, easy T2 turret in the middle lane. They did lose Diablo though, so in the event that he actually has Sky Piercer, the ult stack has been cut into half. With 11 minutes on the clock, Team Stallions definitely have way more economy than Kingdom, but we know that Kingdom is a experienced team, and they're not just gonna let Stallion just march right into the base that simply just because of the fact that they have 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, the cavalry just being annoying. Roy pulling everyone back out of the way. Bray easily taking down that T3 top side. All bubbles are bursted from the side of Kingdom Esports. Their walls are in shambles, and they need to find something, anything at all. That's a Tsunami Slam onto Bray, able to find him. That's a Violent Requiem combination. Lowe's will take that down, but Diablo goes ham! 2 members down for the side of Kingdom. They're getting taunted down underneath the turret. Roy will try to pull Grinsanity back. Diablo's right in the process, getting slain, getting your heads chopped off with a maniac. Welcome back to MPL SG, Diablo.
Indeed, he did lose his life there, but that is more than enough for him to be able to dunk and dunk and dunk, just so that Bobby and Renza and Lucia Cutie can end the game.
That's a taunt.
Welcome back.
That is a huge statement from the Cavalry. The Stallions win game number 1 in a dominant fashion. There was no way that they could basically defend themselves from the power that the Stallions actually brought to the table. They're always being the aggressor. They're always being aggressed on. And it was so punishing for Lawsy. Being the sacrificial lamb, I think for Stallions, they know how their ex-comrade plays. Forcing himself in situations, trying to get the opponents. But at the end of the day, taking down Bray and losing 4 hits in the process really hurt their mental.
I think this game just helps us understand that you can't outband Diablo.
You can't outbrand.
You can't outband him.
You go for Daro picks on the Martis.
Yeah, in fact, this just kind of feels as though it's a lot more difficult to play, right? I don't know. This game feels dictated by Diablo.
Yeah.
This game feels like all the way from the start to the end. The main threat that Kingdom Esports look out for is definitely going to be Diablo. But MVP though, it goes over to Losing Cutie.
Oh great, I love this. 2-0-14, perfect game for a Rome who's supposed to sacrifice himself for the entirety of the team. Starting up under turret battles and still managed to survive with 94% kill participation all over the map. He reads the map super well, and him being a coach and looking at the game from a macro perspective and analyzing every single detail enables him to call the shots, call the different skirmishes all over the map, and dictate and rotate his team to a very, very incredible pace that even Kingdom Esports can't comprehend.
Even I myself can't really comprehend what's gonna go on. Is Diablo, right? The line is a 2-2.
He is arguably the face of MPL SG. Every one of the international players know him. They always keep asking about Diablo. Been through a very rocky season, last season, a lot of personal issues as well. Great that he's back, and it seems like he never left.
Honestly, yeah, it feels as though that he has been in the scene all this time, never rusted. He knows exactly what he's trying to do, and coming in with, once again, the same old unorthodox picks that we know him so well of, right? I guess that this is just his method of operations, right? His MO. Just play heroes that the opponents don't expect, and win the game that way because they are not prepared to fight against these heroes.
One of the factors as well is, Youngin is also drafting. Huge shout out to Youngin and Sandy for the draft as well.
I just realized
Youngin,
that.
one of the better coaches with a lot of huge accolades in MPL SG and in the international scene all the way since season 1 as well. One thing that resonates in my mind is like, hey, it's good to pick pocket picks because the other teams are not prepared to handle that.
Yep.
So that is why I think maybe Kingdom Esports were not expecting Diablo's Martis, and it's just Drinsanity just being caught off guard the entirety of the game, especially in the early stages where he was getting pushed back, he was getting out-rotated by this Martis.
And now that I think about it, yeah, is Youngin as the coach. That means that over the course of these few games that Team Stallion is gonna play, there could be a possibility that Roy is gonna play my most hated hero. Although I really don't want to see that coming. I think I have mentioned that to Youngin a couple of times. Stop.
Honestly, I think that's a Sailor thing. That's a Youngin Sailor kind of thing.
No, I think that is just a Youngin thing.
That's a Youngin thing?
That's a Youngin thing, for sure.
Okay, if he hears you, hopefully in the next game, he will pick out that hero. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk to the back and just gonna give him a choke.
The single eye maniac. I love that. I love that. This doesn't really tell the whole story. Team Stallions are really dominant in the Challenger bracket stage, and one game away, they are able to just make it through to the upper bracket finals and play one less game as they secure their spot in the playoffs.
Yep, so the stakes are high for this one, especially for KE, right? Because they join into the Challenger brackets, not needing to go through the elimination part of the bracket. They are immediately at the second, they're already on the second bracket, which allows them to play one game, or rather play two games and advance. Otherwise, play one game, lose that, you still have a last chance, and then you slowly move in for the next 3 games onwards. But unfortunately, I don't think that that will be. I don't think that it will be a very smooth sailing ride for Kingdom Esports, despite such a team that has a lot of experience as well as so much accolades to their name, unable to get themselves out of a qualifying stage for.
They're in a rut. It's just difficult to say.
I'll say they're in the gutters. Right?
They're in the gutters. They're in the rut. They're in the sewers. I don't know. It's just that metaphor really comes through because a lot of ex-players, ex-pro players,
they're penny wise right now.
They were like, hey, the expectations on Kingdom Esports really, really high with Lawsy and FMM and Yawn being the main mid lane trio. It's just a lot of challenge that a lot of teams want to put their eyes on, and it was really difficult for Kingdom Esports. It kind of feels like a repeat of Stallions versus Mayhem, just to put it bluntly. But Kingdom Esports still has their day one kind of metal. I feel like if they play pocket picks, I feel like if they pull out something that they're not expecting, Stallions are not expecting, they might be able to make the cut.
I think still very difficult for them to do that What kind of pocket picks have they played so far?
You got Lawsy with the Franco, but that's a one-time off kind of thing.
But I still feel, Lawsy with the Franco also feels a bit more
meta. It feels like a very kind of, what he's going for.
I think that it's more of a go big, go home thing, right? You put the eggs in a basket. If it doesn't work, then you lose the entire thing kind of thing. Something that's consistent is probably what I'm looking out for. But in the meantime, pocket picks are not famed to be consistent.
Yeah, it's not. It's like you're not expecting that. And I think for both of these two teams, Kingdom Esports definitely not expecting Diablo to pick something up. There's a lot of stress, a lot of communications going on with Kingdom Esports, especially since after a devastating performance earlier on. Even though Yawn has always hit the right marks with the spatial migrations, there was not a lot of follow-up damage from the rest of the team. And at the end of the day, at the end game, they just got baited into a big skirmish that they're not ready to take.
So perhaps and hopefully we'll be able to see something a little bit different from Kingdom Esports. I would like to think that they will draft this just so that Yawn gets an assassin, right? Because I think that there will definitely be a little bit of an ego duel between Yawn and Gray, right?
Yeah.
They want to be the best assassins, and it's great to have that hunger, that thirst for to be the #1, right? So before they kind of bow out of this series, Yawn gotta have to play that assassin at least once.
I think earlier on it was forced in a fighter row, and we know from the previous seasons, once he's put on the Fredrin, once he's put on the Baxia, once he's put on the Grenadiers, Alphas, it's it's slow impact. There is impact, but it's very slow. He's not very comfortable with the fighters. He thrives more on the assassins. He likes to play the mechanic game instead. We're going into the random mad draw. This is game number 2, one game away at Stallions, reaching the upper bracket finals. We're rolling it down, rolling into deep, and hopefully we get something a little bit dangerous. It's dangerous grass coming into the environment.
Very danger. So dangerous grass definitely gonna help out with these assassins coming into play. So I think what we were looking for might actually come true. It will be Yawn and Bray, both of them playing more of the assassin style, but it's also going to depend on how that drafting gonna move forward too, right?
Yeah, honestly, after a lot of the matches over the weeks, I don't think the environment actually changes the draft. Youngin actually knows what he wants to draft around, and there's a lot of respect ban coming in from Roy, taking out the artillery mages right off the bat. No more farces for Roy, and for Team Stallions, the Angela definitely 100% pick ban rate coming in from MPL SG. It's always sitting in the ban pool, and Lucian is one of those guys that likes to play this setup hero. So I remember him playing a nutty Matilda back in the day. And I feel like Matilda also works well in Dangerous Grass, enables you to open up that map, gives you a lot of sustain with the heals and the Flash of the Oasis. So it might be able to pop that out in this game because you got Diablo with an additional kind of support coming from the flanks.
Well, on the contrary, I actually think that yes, late games and mid games is pretty darn good, but that also means that you have quite a bit of a problem in the early game in opening up the maps, right? Because that way you can't just face check into the brushes, and there's so many more brushes to kind of look out for.
Yeah, I think now Kingdom Esports actually identified that Roy is actually a huge problem, banning out the Jusin and the Farsa. I'm not surprised if they ban out the Kimmy as well and then force FMM into a winning position where he can start rotating early on with Lolzy. Because Roy alone was pushing FMM and Lolzy back out of the way. He with the Kimmy, with the Jusin, he's always pushing everyone back and forth, back and forth. It's so difficult to draft against that. But there was a combo that Team Stallions or Roy and Lucian Cutie specifically picked up back in the day, which is the Kaja and Kadita combo.
Wow.
And it's specific to them.
Wow. I miss that, actually.
Yeah, it's fun. It's Dangerous Grass.
Yeah, but
Why
I think
not?
it's still too early for them to kind of pull that out of their sleeves yet. I think they're going to have to let it cook a little bit longer. Like, go over to the playoffs.
True. Put it in the oven, maybe sear it a little bit, and then keep it raw down the middle.
We're still in the preheating phase, actually. We're not even putting it
That's
into
true. It's not the
oven
Apple
just yet.
Bracket Finals as of yet. But
Yeah.
this is one of their toughest challenges. Oh, the Gato is banned out, so a huge ode of respect over Lucian Cutie. No more juicing Gato combo in the mid side as well. Very early game centric over for this. They're discussing a little bit. I think for Team Stallions, the mid lane duo is one of the fastest and one of the strongest there is in the entire league. They work well together, and we've seen that pop off before. Roy thrives in this high damage hitting heroes, but now Kimmy's open. If they don't ban out that Kimmy, Kingdom Esports is going to snap pick that up for FMM's Lonesome.
I think that they want to ban at CC, though.
Yeah, that is pretty much okay. As gets banned out,
okay.
they want to force a pick and choose. You pick the CC, we'll choose the Kimmy, or vice versa.
And there's also Grog. Let's not forget about that.
Oh yeah.
And at this point in time, I think Lolzy will really appreciate either the Cho or the Grog for himself because they need more information. I think in the previous game, they were really lacking of information just so that they can play a better pick-off comp. So maybe they're going to have to kind of change things up a little bit since Yon might potentially want to play the assassin's role. They need information. And Grog, understandably, I feel that it is a first pick material unless Lolzy is like, okay, you know what, I can Cho. It's fine.
You know what? I think Youngin's going to cook right here. The Baxia is wide open.
Baxia's
Pick that up
open.
for Yon.
Right.
I kind of feel like for Stallions, anything can happen. If it's a Eudora or something that might come through. Okay, it will not be. It will be the CC and the Kimmy. So all three meta picks and bans coming out in the game. Roy is just crazy with the Kimmy. Once he gets his energy going on, he's just free hitting you and he's zoning you back out of the way. Pair that up with any tank at all for Lucian QD. I think even a Badang works well for Lucian.
That is not a Diablo CC. That is hands down not a Diablo CC. If KE were to, well, leak the Yizushin, which I think it will be, because they already have a Baxia. Unless KE wants to flex the Baxia to go over to the roam position and they themselves pick the Yizushin, then sure, so be it.
I don't think they will pick the Yizushin. They already picked their jungle. The Baxia is only viable in the jungle in this meta. It's too slow on the EXP side.
I think they're forcing it, that's the thing.
Yeah, maybe they might force it. There's a Yves as well as the Granger, so zonal control coming in for KE. For Team Stallions, though, might be able to pick up the Yizushin for themselves.
They probably should. Or maybe they don't see that much of a difference because they can still pick a Lancelot. Yes, that means that you don't get to play late game marksman kind of thing, right? Yeah, so you don't need to play late game marksman kind of thing. They are putting all into the basket for the early game. They want to be able to replicate what they did in game number 1, putting the CC down into the gold lane, deal with the Granger. We talked about this before. CC will definitely conquer the lane against a Granger because of telegraphic measures from the Granger, and you do have the hoppity hop. Just kind of get in.
If Stallions are aggressive in the early game as well, I think they might be able to play double fighter side lanes, and I think you might be right too. They're always saving Diablo's heroes for the last pick. I think CC might be his playstyle as well. Back in the day, he also used like the X-Borg every once in a while. It kind of operates the same way, but it's only single target and deals very, very hard-hitting damage. You need someone to disrupt that Eve. You need someone to get into the backline, so the Lancelot is the answer. If you play the Eastern Shin instead, that would mean it's a trade-off, right? You get the vision from the Mountain Shocker, but you don't really get the high burst damage that the Eastern Shin, that the Lancelot actually offers, and you don't get into backline.
I'm looking at some other possibilities when it comes down to taunting mechanics, right? The other taunting mechanics, unfortunately, I think taunting mechanics is only like Fredrin, Gatokacha, and Bellaric.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think that none of these will fit the bill for Diablo. So I think that they might just kind of move away from the taunt mechanic because I think for RWM, the only thing that stops her is to taunt her.
Yeah. I think it's easy for all of these heroes right now because Team Silence is playing a very mobile composition. Everyone can just dash out of the RWM. Diablo might very well play a Diablo Benedetta right here, just so to match the tempo or the speed of the EXP. You're already banning out the Phobius right now.
You know what? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so
yeah, I think you're right.
So if it's a double fire side lane, or if Diablo goes into CC, they could go for a traditional marksman, a traditional kind of a damage dealer as well. Even the Harith might work out well for STS.
I generally don't want to see the Harith because I am just okay, but there is still Khalid. Let's remember that. I think Khalid is still going to be a formidable pick, although your Quicksand Guard might actually... I mean, your Quicksand Guard is definitely going to be nerfed within of the RWM, plus also the Tortoise's Passants from the Baxia. Ultimately, it is still something that we're going to have to pick later on to see what are we missing from the side of STS, right? Are we missing Aerial Effect Crowd Control? Are we missing burst damage? Are we missing more tankiness? Ultimately, I think that STS, no matter how much we want to see Diablo play damage, he will have to tank if he's really forced into that hand.
I think Stallions will definitely pick up a roam right here, just to give Diablo some options as a last pick. And Team Stallions really likes that last pick or second pick potential. There's going to be a Matilda coming in. Dangerous Grass works perfectly well with this Matilda. A little bit of a dis-synergy with the Lancelot, but it doesn't really matter because Diablo has something up his sleeves.
It's all strike. This is all strike from STS where they just want to pummel, literally just pummel KE. They do not want to give them a rest or a break. You may kill one of us, but there's still 4 other players that will do the damage. You kill 2 of us, we have 3 other players that will do the damage. That's the kind of thing that STS would want to do. You kill one of us, we can still trade. It's all about the trading kind of game. So KE now has to kind of answer for that. Do we fight back in terms of damage, or do we fight back in terms of sustainability and durability so that they can't kill us that easily?
Franco gets picked up right here, so the suppression comes through. It will be difficult for STS to get into the backline as well. You got Arlot also getting in play. I feel like Diablo could be picking up an Arlot as well. But in this case, a traditional front to back, a traditional setup and repositioning kind of a draft from Kingdom Esports, and then all onus is on Grant to really perform well with the Granger. For STS, I feel like a traditional front to back might work, might be a marksman right here. And CC might go into the XP.
I think looking at this, because of the fact that there's quite a bit of tanky heroes, right?
Yeah.
The one that makes sense
carry?
is to bring a carry. There's just a little bit too much for them to kind of...
to risk.
Yeah.
You can't all dive in, but it will be the
But they
Yuzhong
are actually going to go for that. Yeah, they are actually going to go for it. To be fair, CC does shred. So I think that it's okay for them to kind of give away, or rather not pick up a carry for themselves, but this fits more into Stallion's identity, is that CC is not the high impact play kind of a hero that Diablo loves and Diablo uses. STS will thrive on the amount of space that Diablo gives to the team.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. Difficult to execute, but if they manage to do what they do in the early game and just win it out in maybe 8 minutes, you have a long, large lead. There was no way that Kingdom Esports will be able to come back into this game. But like you said, you chop off one hit, it grows another. Stallions, the horses, are looking like Hydras right now. And they're testing things out. It's a really interesting draft. I really like what Stallions are cooking. But for the side of Kingdom Esports, is very structured. They know that they need to win this game. If not, they have to face yet another game in the lower brackets in the Challenger bracket stage. And now we are jumping into the land of Dawn as we go. Match point for the Stallions. And for Kingdom Esports, they have to keep their castle up and running. They have to keep their castle standing strong. It's not going to be an easy feat.
Although I gotta say though, you were right on the money regarding that Franco pickup coming in from Kingdom Esports.
Yeah.
Indeed, he really went for that. So right now they do have got the hook and a pull. They do have a way to catch onto Team Stallions. But do they have a way to really lock them down and do something about it and do enough damage? That's my problem, right? Because they're looking at a Baxia from the side of Kingdom. Okay, we'll hold that.
Oh, targeting onto Lalzi, taking him down in their own jungle. And Bray, really sneaky, difficult to catch out. Oh, finally taking him down. Yon gets a kill onto Bray. So there's a trade. Lalzi for Bray, not a very good start for Team Stallions, but they're still up ahead in terms of economy. The aggression that comes out from this landslot from Bray is actually starting to show.
Yep. So in the end of the day, like you said, it's not a good trade at all. And in fact, it's just gonna slow down Bray a lot more. This will put Diablo in a really tough spot as he's not able to play aggressive.
That's the Petrify combo onto Drinsanity, getting pulled back with the flicker as well to seal the deal on Diablo. It's a tit for tat, this for that for both of these two teams right now. Kind of even Stevens. It's a stalemate at this moment. But for Team Stallions, they are basically reacting to everything that Kingdom Esports does. And with high approach, the rotations are getting higher. Kingdom Esports are matching it up.
This is actually a pretty okay opening, right? Even though Team Stallions essentially lost a little bit more in terms of the overall trade, I still will want to believe that at one point in time, Kingdom Esports will want to make full use of this because this is tough, right? One wants to jump in, one wants to pull in. There is a little bit of a counterintuitive kind of win condition for Kingdom Esports as to thinking, do you want to dive or do you want to have them come to you?
All the members of Team Stallions already level 4. They're ready to take down this Lord Diablo. Sitting in that bush. This dangerous grass that we're talking about on the bottom side. Renza one more hit away, and Grant doesn't have the ultimate just as of yet. The traction boss already pulled in. Yon takes on a turtle on the backside. Drinsanity tries to push everyone away. Diablo's all by himself in his lonesome RWM. Takes it down. He's going to the back line. He took one out before he goes down. And at the end of the day, though, Kingdom Esports won out in terms of the turtle.
Yep, it's a 1-for-1 XP for a roam. Still, yet again, another non-beneficial trade for Team Stallions. We're starting to look at Kingdom Esports having a little bit of a happy times for themselves, right? 2 kills for Yon and 1 assist, and they also managed to get the turtle for themselves. This is a very good start, especially since a good start is what they want.
Well, comparatively to the previous game, but hey, the longer this game goes, Lucian QD is going to get that heal coming on strong. There's 4 members down. There's final slash onto 2. Getting pulled back. The Purify won't save Roy. And down goes Lucian QD, but hands of Grant. Good rotation coming in from the Granger from the bottom side.
This is great. Kingdom Esports now, they went straight into the middle lane, created a massive amount of case for Team Stallions to really respond to. As such, now they're kind of stuck, right? They don't have the early game advantage anymore, or rather they are unable to get themselves the early game advantage. And technically speaking, in terms of EXP versus EXP kind of thing, I don't really think that Diablo have got a very good situation where he can just completely floor it and completely bully out the XP lane and move outwards, because Kingdom Esports now, they really hurt.
I think this is why Boxer is getting picked up so often right now. The rotation that he brings to the table is right on the bottom side of the map, and once you blink, he's down the bottom side. Taking a look at itemizations, what can we say?
When it comes down to itemizations, I just want to see if whether it's going to be a full-out damage kind of thing for Bray, right? Because at this point in time, it seems like it's just going to go straight in and pretty... Yeah, we can't really tell at this point in time.
There's going to be the War X as well as the Endless.
Sometimes Bruiser kind of thing. That's what I want to see.
It's a half and half, War X and Endless Battle kind of combination. That's a suppression onto 1. Diablo tries to stop that process. Lucian Cutie goes down by the hands of Grant. But it's a 1-for-1 trade yet again.
Yep, but that's a tank for tank, so it's fine. It's completely fine. They're still in a pretty decent spot per se, but there's a catch.
Oh, they got Diablo trapped up, stuck behind the wall, no way to run, no way to escape. Roy might get pulled back though, able to escape for now as Team Stallions does not have anything at all for this turtle. Yon picks that up for himself as Bray comes a little bit too close. Yon leading the charge, 5 members onto 3. Team Stallions cannot fight this fight.
Yep, so they're currently stuck in a spot whereby they do not have a gold laner that can scale over the late stages of the game, and they're just currently in a very tough spot, being able to come back and turn the game around, right? So what is their win condition from this point onwards, right? Do they have catch? Is it all about dive? At this point, yeah, it's all about dive. But Kingdom Esports, they are the one that diving over to Team Stallions.
Oh, that's a bloody hunt.
Yeah.
Renza goes down. That is how Kingdom Esports likes to play it. Very sacrificial, just walking down and just suppressing him down to the ground. But yeah, to your point, Team Stallions, difficult to find the win condition. As long as Bray and Roy goes down, might be possible. That's a Venom execution, get Bray out of harm's way as Drinsanity is showing the damage coming through. Diablo is a one-on-one fight. Not enough heals, not enough anti-regenerations. Yon using the barrel to take Diablo down. This is Team Stallions struggling a little bit more.
You can definitely feel it for this game. Kingdom Esports with the early game rush down. Oh, sorry. Team Stallions with the early game rush down actually beat them right in the rear. Unable to have the jungler to apply enough pressure around the river line. And especially when it comes down to Roy as well, they don't have a proper wave clear mechanism between the Kimi as well as the Matilda.
Oh, Grant down low. Bray shuts him down, finds the angle, weaves and bobs into the fray. Kingdom Esports, that's a 4-on-1 onto Yon. Might not be able to survive this, but he's so tanky. He might be able to roll away. He's just jumping it out, and Yon just survived, barely surviving death.
This is a non-executioner build from Team Stallions. They are having a lot of difficulty. And we don't even have a full item build up coming in from any of the main damage dealers from Team Stallions just yet. The only thing we have is a glowing wand as well as a war axe that's being built up by the Kimi and the CC respectively. The photo is up onto Lucian Cutie, but after all, it didn't really quite help them in the early game because, like I said, the middle lane wave clear is almost absent. They're unable to, apply enough influence over to the top lane and the bottom lane. That's why Kingdom Esports can dive so much because of that Baxia.
Good jump and pounce onto the Petrify. FMM goes down, no more RWM, but there's a final slash. Treasure Balls pulls them back in, but here comes Grant, free hitting from the back side. It's a Ratata and a push back onto the back. Bray tries to find an angle onto Drin. Grant takes him down, Renza onto Lolzy, and now Yon taking a huge amount of damage. Won't be able to survive this time around, and it's a 3-for-2. Team Stallion wins out on this one.
They still have got a way to play, and that is just to drag out the game as long as possible. But unfortunately, as long as Baxia stays alive, they can't do that.
Oh, the win condition just get onto Grant, but they took down Drinsanity instead. It's so hard to take down this Ranger. As Team Stallions, as long as they stay as 3, they do have the sustain coming in from the Matilda.
One thing that we're also gonna have to remember is that Roy is also a substitute marksman. So when it comes down to sieging, they can still go for a pretty good siege just because of Roy. And that's why they can go double marksman here.
It's an all-out brawl, but Yon finally takes down this turtle once again, taking a lot of damage and able to bob out the way. Lawsy, a lot of damage from Roy. Stallions trying to split the hits off the Hydra, and Kingdom barely hanging on, able to get that 3 turtles. This Braid not in position.
Kingdom have already just lost the lead altogether, right? Even though we're looking at 3 turtles for Kingdom Esports, 2 turrets for Kingdom Esports, and 2 turrets for Team Stallions, and somehow just right off the bat, Team Stallions have already caught themselves right back up with 400 gold in terms of economical advantage. This is kind of scary, just how fast Team Stallion can just swing towards their advantage.
Yeah, look at now how Team Stallions are positioning themselves. That's a guiding wind over onto Drinsanity. Certainly Eagle will keep him at bay, but he's trying to go forward, but not enough. Yon locks onto Diablo, but he's all alone on the backside. Lolzy misses that hook, goes wide. Yon taking a lot of damage, able to get slowed down. There's a final slash onto 2. Bray comes in from the side, tries to go for Grant. Green Sanity taking a brunt of damage from Roy. FMM pops that RWM, but it's not enough. That is a huge, huge jump from Diablo to set things up in motion. We're able to jump back in, and Lucian Cutie brings everyone out away with the guiding wind and the healing factor. It's 2 for 1. Again, Diablo falls, but a great setup that pushed Stallions ahead of Kingdom Esports.
Man, what is that siege? It feels as though the Kingdom Esports is really putting a lot of their resources just to bring Diablo down, but this is where Diablo is not gonna be empowered by his own team, but it helps.
Bloody Hunt disrupted. Roy runs away safe. Lolzy take a lot of damage. That's Phantom Execution. Bray reaches out, takes Lolzy's head.
This is a game that enables Bray and Roy. Now that Kingdom Esports have relocated their resources to put more onto Diablo, yes, Diablo is constantly dying, yes, and Diablo is not getting the perfect traits. But now Bray and Roy comes into question. Remember how I mentioned about All Strike? It's the same thing. You kill the Yuzhong, you manage to deal with one problem, but we still have 4 other problems you need to deal with.
You know, problem for Stallions is how they deal with Grant, because he's always on the back line. No more circling Eagle. RWM actually comes through, locks it all down. Renzo from the back line tries to get away. And Phantom Execution does so much damage, and it's all mayhem. It's a bloodbath, and the horses are hungry. They're cannibals. They're eating the castle's head. As Team Stallions, they take down 1. No more setups for the side of Kingdom Esports.
All 5 of them from Team Stallions is still alive, albeit not with a lot of HP to work with. As such, they're gonna have to go back home and reset themselves for a tad little bit. If they really want to, they can actually play on the opposite side of the map, because it does seem as though there is, of course, a very slow, strong push up to the top lane, so they can just kind of dance around the Lord a little bit until the wave just really pushes down. Because those fight could quite literally go to anyone here. Kingdom Esports may lose out by 2,000 gold, but the 2,000 gold doesn't really mean too much.
Now, Team Stallions, they're playing it a little bit safer this time around. Bray wants to show himself out, but look at where Lucian Cutie is. Once he sees himself, Kingdom Esports are desperate. They want to start fights anytime, but they don't know where Lucian Cutie is. But anytime they start fight on that Lord, he is able to pull Bray away with the circling Eagle. RWM tries to block that Lord down. Here comes the Black Dragon immediately down onto FMM, but down low, y'all might be able to pick this one up. They're not in position, but looking backside, Bray gets taken down. It's having a lot of damage taken in. Roy takes down Yon. This jungler gone. Diablo and Lucian Cutie falls down, but hands a Grant. It's so hard to deal with this musical madman.
Not exactly the results that Team Stallions was looking for. They wanted to go for an opposite lane push up to the top lane, but albeit a little bit too slow to get themselves right back into the action. The Wind of Nature coming in from Grant also did not help Diablo at all when he just dove straight in, right into RWM too.
At the very least, they cleared up that mid lane drive for that minions. The Lord, Larry, is pushing down that bottom side. Team Stallions, this is still the second Lord of the game, so the first Lord of the game, so they still have a little bit of time to play around this, and they might be able to defend this. Kingdom Esports, the scales are tipping. It's going over for them. This is Lolzy's playground. He's going out fishing, wants to go for any of these hooks coming in. The RWM hits. Bray taking a lot of damage. Grant is unstoppable. He takes down Bray. You got the Black Dragon circling all around. Roy is unstoppable as well. Gets the monster kill, but no one can stop Grant. He's just free hitting from that back. He's healing everything back up, and there's a huge wall in front of him.
It's tough for them to just jump right into the action and really deal with Grant as a whole. So far, the only one that can reach over the backlines really just comes down to be Diablo. Lucian Cutie always wants to look up for opportunities for the circling Eagle, but so far it is more of a zoning tool, and it just kind of helps him buy time.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports, great skirmish into the base. The barrage of damage just destroyed totally Team Stallions' base, and it's just a very, very close game at this point. Team Stallions can definitely get back into this game, but right now I think Bray is finding it very difficult to get into the back to try to take Grant down. The Wind Nature is already built up. There's a full item for this Granger. It's the most economy, 11 or even the 12K. And Kingdom Esports just heavily protecting this Granger. Once he goes down, that's it. Team Stallions have that window of opportunity that they can claw their way through.
Team Stallions, they only have one person in mind, and that is going to be Grant, right? With 12,000 gold to his name, fully slotted when it comes down to item with the Rose Gold Meteor as well as the Wind of Nature, it's not going to be easy to take him down. Even if Diablo or Bray goes for the backlines, with a window of invulnerability to these physical damage, it's more than enough to really repel either Diablo or Bray.
Silence in the battlefield. Stallions don't want to overreach. They need to check all of these bushes. The broken wall is not making it easy. For the dangerous grass, not making it easy for any of them. It's difficult. Xion comes in from that back. He found his Lucian Cutie. Gets the Circling Eagle, gets out of the way. He's got that immortality. He's got that second life. Team Stallions not too far behind. It's only 500 gold, but all of the power is on Grant. And they just can't face him. Look at the top side too. Team Stallions, their base is in shambles. They have to send Roy back. And once they see that Kimmy, they're gonna pull the trigger. Lowzy wants to go hunting. He wants to go fishing. He's looking for Lucian Cuties, waiting on that. He's got the final stash onto Bray. Bray can't reach in close. That's a Phantom Execution. A little bit too early. Might not be able to get that Lord. Gets suppressed. And Grant takes Bray down. Yon takes down that Lord. The Black Dragon will not be enough to take Trent down. He's healing everything back up. Lowzy down low. He's got the immortality as well. The turret still standing, is pushing all of them back. It's 1-1, but Kingdom Esports again taking that Lord.
That was a big bite coming in from Lolzy, and ensuring that he will be able to take a huge chunk away from Bray. Understandably, because Bray is playing as a Lancelot, any form of steal is very much possible. So lock that person down. No more Lord for them.
Yeah, this is a very precarious situation for Stallions. Bray cannot afford to play alone like that anymore. Just because Lolzy's in his face. Once he gets pressed down, once he gets locked down, that's it. It's over for the rest of the team. You lose out your major objective. You lose out on very high damage that you need to take Grant down. The main target should definitely be trying to find a way into the back line. Typically, we don't really see the Lucian Cutie using Circling Eagle for any disruptions. It's only for maybe, Lolzy using the Bloody Hunt, and then he uses Circling Eagle for to stop that suppression to save his own teammates. But there is no pullback from the rest of the team. The Black Dragon needs to come in to fray a little bit faster, but good read from the side of Kingdom Esports. They knew that Roy was out on the top side, so once that's open, you don't really have that Kimmy to lock anyone down. A non-committal stun from Traction Pulse would be helpful for Stallions, but then you're fighting a 5v4.
Yep, especially since when it comes down to Kimmy, she actually comes in as the marksman of the team. And we know just how much damage that Kimmy could have been able to just dish out to the main team. The game would have been so much more different if Kimmy were actually in the fight. However, this is not a game, or rather, Kingdom Esports have more or less calculated, right? We've got a middle lane and the top lane, good amount of Barbies going all around. They are forced to make a move.
Speaking of make a move, no moves are made in this game. No moves are making in this game. Team Stallion still sitting peacefully down in their base, waiting for Bray to come back online. It will be difficult for them because without a marksman, with an actual physical damage, scaling marksman, it will be hard for them to fight a front-to-back battle against Grand. It's a 10-1-1 musical madness coming in for Kingdom Esports.
Understandably, even if they want to play dive, this is not something that allows them to do so, just because of the fact that that is a Franco. The Franco itself just changes everything, and the dive mechanic from Team Stallions just goes in kaput.
RWM already pulled in. Diablo, Renza getting caught out. There's Diablo on the back line. Lolzy taking a lot of damage. Will get taken down. It's Diablo, the madman, trying to fight a 1v5 battle, but here comes the rest of Goon Squad. The Stallions, the Cavalry is here. They want to chase them down. And Grant, that was such a close call. FMM went down. It was an wide and open target for Diablo, healing everything back up. 5 members right there. That was a huge spell vamp opportunity for Diablo.
Yep, so the main thing is that Team Stallions managed to defend against a big push from Kingdom Esports over in a good dive that we wanted to see. In fact, that is what Team Stallions want to do. They want to collapse themselves down on the Kingdom, and that way they will create so much mayhem and chaos right in the main team fight, allowing Roy to supplement with so much magic damage right from the backside.
Great cycling from Team Stallions, knowing that they don't really have FMM as an additional wall of defense. the horses actually pushed down the mid lane turret on the T1, so now it's pretty even grounds. They still have the T2 to deal with, but that's going to be a question for later. Again, the scales are tipping into their favor. Stallions are up 1,000 gold.
Ultimately, Team Stallions, they are still at a massive deficit just because of the fact that they have a barren wasteland right in their home. And that means that whenever the Lord appears, Kingdom Esports, all they gotta have to do is just drag the Lord's fight over and over and over again. Just keep on pulling it out, reset, pull out, reset, until the naturally pushing lane on the opposite side of the map starts to push in.
Renza comes in, checks face, checks the buzz, gets suppressed. Grand takes him down. Distraction pulse will not be enough. It's Diablo taking a lot of damage from the backside. FMM might be able to fall, but a Winter Crown comes in just in nick of time, and Bray is left all alone to their own devices. Roy gets a legendary, but that's a loose member in Insanity. The Lord comes up, and Bray is online. The minions are marching into the base, and Stallions need to get back.
That is exactly kind of what Kingdom Esports want to do, right? Having one person down, even though it's just Renza, it more or less gives them an idea that, okay, we can kind of pull this game out even longer. Top lane's already pushed out, just dance. Just keep on dancing, and at one point in time, Insanity could have come back to us, and even though Renza comes back, it's not going to make too big of a difference, because the main thing is top lane auto push.
The Black Turtle zones Bray out, not enough mana right here. It's a very tricky situation. That's on to FMM. They took out the mage. They took out the mid lane, and Stallions, they're marching through. The Stampede is coming in the form of a Black Dragon, and Grant is still left all alone. Diablo can't seem to reach him, but the Stallions are fighting. They're fighting heart and soul. Their Lord is open for their taking, and Larry is theirs.
All they have was just a single CC up in the top lane to defend. They managed to kind of get a good little swap in because they understand that, okay, Roy is going to be so important. They even know that, okay, it's going to be 11 seconds in, and such, we do have the top lane that will be defended by itself.
Let's pull onto suppression, down onto Lucian Cutie. Might be able to survive this one with the immortality. They're going straight for Grant. Look at Renza just having his eyes set onto Grant, getting the edges out, getting the shields out with the Rose Gold Meteor. There's a lot of damage, and Lucian Cutie healing everyone back up. Insanity falls by the hands of Roy, and Team Stallions are fighting tooth and nail.
Damn, both teams are literally playing to the T. Team Stallions were very objective in trying to get Grant down, and his movement was just great. Well, in the meantime, Kingdom Esports understands the amount of threat that Grant was receiving. As such, they all just retreated at the same time, being able to bolster the defenses of their main team fight.
The longer this game goes, Lucian Cutie will be able to heal everyone back up. This is going to be a very penultimate Lord. Yon wants to try to get close. He wants to try to heal, get that steal, but Bray denies it. Under the hands of Yon, gets killed by Roy. And Roy's just going crazy this time around.
That's a go big or go home kind of move coming in from Yon. There is no choice, but he literally have to try to go for this Lord steal, because this is Evolved Lord. The moment that Evolved Lord gets into the hands of Team Stallion, they will pretty much be in neck-and-neck condition, and Kingdom Esports would then lose the advantage of the fact that they have a naturally pushing lane. Naturally, if you have opponents inhibitor turrets taken down, you always have an advantage. But losing this Lord over to Team Stallions just means that they lost in the micro game altogether.
That's Lawsy getting locked down. RWN comes through the box, strokes everyone in the way. Bray goes in close, tries to get onto Grant, but not enough damage to take him down. That's T2 down on bottom and mid side taken out. The Enhanced Lord marching down, and Lord Larry is feeling happy.
Man, this is a heck of an exciting game. It's been a long time, even though it's like 21 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a long game, but we are just keeping our eyes peeled for what eventually may happen. Kingdom Esports, it's not that they are having difficulties in ending the game. It's that Team Stallions, they are playing impeccable in the defense, and they know exactly how to play according to the win condition. They're changing their team fights around. They're changing the resources they are sending up to the top lane. It was Roy, and then it didn't work out. They put Renza up to the top lane, and then Roy comes in the team fight. It worked out, and then they slowly move on forward with that.
You got the homing missile down. There's a huge red cross onto Grant, and they're trying to keep everyone busy. Down to T3 already taken out. Bloody Hunt won't get blocked out. Renza will be the next target to fall. Lawsy take a lot of damage, able to use that flicker to get out of the way. Steam Stallions healing everything back up. Insanity down low, will get taken out. He's healing everything back up. He's bobbing, weaving. Roy takes him down. He's going on the target, it's going on the core, but it's not enough minions to come down as Team Stallions tries to push in. Roy is still strong and healthy. But then he's got that immortality. He wants to take down this T3. They're all desperate. They're all going through as Bray tries to make a move, tries to make a play down the mid side. Got immortality up. That's Winter Crown. Not fast enough. As Team Stallions, they're falling just one after another. Grant takes down 2.
It's just the Sky Piercer things that immediately reacted right onto Bray the moment that he took away his immortality. As such, even when he bought the Winter Crown, it didn't really help him at all. It was a 0.1 second for him to react, or perhaps even not a single second at all. So now, because of the fact that the game is getting closer and closer, the march of these creeps is getting longer and longer, and the Lord will just keep coming back over and over, faster and faster.
There's 30 seconds. Diablo and Bray still not in the picture. Team Stallions, they're fighting 3v5, 3v4. Drinsanity just came back online. There's RWM, there's a lot of damage. Roy just free hitting. The cannon comes loose, and they're taking one hit at a time. Grant is left all alone. He does have that immortality, but they equalized the numbers as the Stallions try to fight their way into the Lord.
The difference is that the cycle coming from Kingdom is so much more longer. That means that the jungler from Kingdom Esports will not be in here to deal with this evolved Lord for longer periods of time. With 2 members down from Kingdom, they still need to hold out and reset the Lord 30 seconds. And I don't think that is entirely possible because Team Stallions, they are quite literally the dive comp. And the reason why Kingdom Esports managed to win in the early game and stop the dive comp is because of Lolzy that is playing as the Franco. No Franco means that dive is available for Team Stallions. So Kingdom, they have to back off.
The horses bringing the package again over to Kingdom's base. It's a very fitting story of very medieval times as both of these cannons from those 2 teams, they're just dealing a lot of front-end damage. The typical front to back is just crazy on this one. Taking a look at Roy, he's already got full stacks on the Sky Piercer, and same as Grant. So whenever you get too close, I think it's just getting bursted down. The issue is you have to face and you have to find these 2, and it's very difficult to catch too.
So just gonna be slowly waiting for the right time until the game eventually ends, right? Because this is still gonna be a tough fight. Yes, Evolve Lord marching down the middle, bottom lane, they should be able to take down the T3, no issues. But Kingdom Esports, they are a tanky beast, and there is still the bloody hunt that they're gonna have to look out for.
It's 2-man final slash. They want to try to stop and disrupt FMM, but in the midst of battle, Rolsey with a bloody hunt directly onto Bray, takes his head, and Roy is still safe and sound. Grant went back into the base, heals everything back up. Roy doesn't need to do that. He's got Lucian Q to heal every single one, but they still have a successful defense. There's no way that they can come in. The circling eagle, last-ditch effort. That's the Sky Piercer onto him. Roy might be the next to fall as Grant wants to take him down. He wants his head. Grant finally falls, but it's an immortality. He has to kill him twice as Team Stallions again with a wasted skirmish.
This is a tough fight for Team Stallions, especially when it comes down to having a win of nature. Diablo just does not have enough damage to bring Grant down. His entire combo, just especially since it will take some time to really land on all of that, Grant will have half a HP left, and he will be able to come back and deal really good damage because of kiting potentials of what a Granger is capable of doing. With 3 members, it's just going to be marching down in the middle lane with both Renza and Lucian Cutie. They don't have very good wave clear capabilities, perhaps only until Bray comes back. They need to drag another 5 seconds.
You got Grant, a lot of damage coming through from this Granger. You got RWM trying to block everyone out. Renza down low, does not have immortality, will get shut down. Here comes Bray, tries to clear up that wave. It might not be able to do it though, as Grant has that Winter Crown, able to block everyone in. They take down Bray, this Rose Gold, but not enough as we're going into a game 3. The castle still stands tall.
This is one nail-biting game number 2 that spanned all the way down to 26 minutes. This is probably one of the best games that we've seen so far. The longest game, well, not longest, but a very long game, but a tedious and arduous journey for both.
It's a trade. The whole game was a boxing match, everyone taking blows, but they're not letting down. They know the extent of their heroes, but in the late game, I think for Bray especially, it was a very panicky and desperate moment for him. They know that he needs to take Grant down, and I think the issue is Bray can't do it alone. It was just not enough support from him going to the back line. Even the Yuzhong going to the Black Dragon form, easy access into the back, target onto FMM. That's an easy kill, but Grant is still free hitting from the back.
I think that the main thing is the fact that the free and easy access is actually more of a bait, because Granger didn't even get much help at all. He can deal with the Yuzhong just so easily. With just a simple win on nature, that's more than enough to just kind of stop the Yuzhong, which is probably one of the main reasons why Yuzhong does not have a proper play in this meta, because in the late stages of the game, you do not address what you are capable of doing or what you are made to do, and that is to snipe down to the back lines and create the diversion from the back and the front.
Yeah, that's Grant as the MVP of the game. The menace, the Granger, 18, 1 and 2, might be the highest kill score that we had all MPL season 10 so far. 80% kill participation, eventually sold his boots for the War Axe just to get a little bit more oomph, a little bit more sustain coming in, paired up with the Festival of Blood just to get that healing factor back up. Look at the gold though, 23,000 gold lead. 23,000 gold over on that Granger, just free farming all the way through. He's got money upon money to change items just effectively all around. And I think for Kingdom Esports, they played a heck of a game, easier to execute draft. The issue only with Team Stallions is that double fighter draft, if you don't make it past, or if you don't carry on the momentum and use all the resources that you have past the 8 to 10 minute mark, I think it will be a tough hill to climb. But huge shout out to Roy though, very notable mention over the Team Stallions. I think it's the defeat team MVP. Definitely without Roy, this game wouldn't have stretched out to 26 minutes. This was a long drawn out game. Team Stallions just pummeling through, but ultimately Grant was just untouchable.
It's very difficult for them to even be able to do anything to Grant, and I just gotta have to say that he is good with movements, and when it comes down to having a Granger that have got good mobility, there's really just amazingly nothing much that Diablo could do. He gotta have to kind of play in between, whereby he needs to deal enough damage, while in the meantime he needs to be able to tank as well, because his job is to split the fight and buy time so that his backliners will be able to deal with the frontliners, right? So Roy needed to be able to clear out the front lines, but it's not as easy as you think.
Yeah. Ultimately though, taking a look at the damage, this was a very, very long game. Drin was taking a lot of damage alongside Lawsy. Lawsy had a great job. Bray comes in, suppressing them down, just protecting Grant with his life, being the sacrificial lamb kind of playstyle he is. Just he's okay with dying. He's okay with being sent to the graveyard as long as his baby marksman is kept safe. And this was his modus operandi all the way through since season 3. And I think him being on the helm of this team just really gave Grant that empowerment that he really desperately needs to push through. Again, taking a look at all the damage, I'm looking at Granger almost sipping onto 200,000 damage. A very long, drawn-out fight. Alongside, I feel like this game wouldn't have been drawn out this long if the Roy didn't really show up. I think at the end of the game, the Skypiercer stacks just went out of control, and he was just free shooting all the way through. But hey, this is going to be the last match for Stallions SG versus Kingdom Esports. We'll see if the Cavalry is able to take the castle down right after this break. We'll see you in a bit. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to MPL SG Season 10. It's one more game away. It's not an elimination match just yet.
Not yet.
But the Cavalry, Stallions SG, and Kingdom Esports are really gutting it out this time around. Loser goes over to the lower brackets. They still have a life, but hey, one game makes a lot of difference. You got ample time to rest, ample time to prepare, and you're heading off to the playoffs. So both these two teams had a very, very strong start in these two games. And we called it. It was 3 games for this one.
Not for me. I didn't call that.
There's a cast of curse coming into play.
I don't know whose cast is stronger at this point in time, right? So ultimately, I think KE really managed to buck up for that game because their run in the regular season is not close to perfect at all, right? That's the reason why they got relegated down to the Challengers Qualifiers. But like you said before, right? The wolf at the top of the mountain is not as hungry as the one that's climbing it.
Yes.
Something along that lines, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now they're hungry.
They're hungry. They're hungry. I think.
So am I.
Honestly, though, we were always talking about lousy buff in week 1. And every team that has lousy always makes it to the finals and then eventually wins everything. But this time around, it is quite different. They're actually struggling against Stallions SG. And not to mention, these were ex-MPL SG champions that we're talking about.
Yeah. So you can kind of expect, like, when it comes down to Stallions, we already have set them up as a favorite. At least for me, I set them up as a favorite. They are nothing much changed when it comes down to their chemistry. I think the only thing that needs to be changed, it really just boils down to how they adapt to this meta. Because so far, the way that Diablo has been playing and the heroes that he's been playing is completely off meta and kind of out of his the heroes that he usually plays. The one thing that we know is Benedetta, Badang, Khalid. He hasn't played any of these 3 today. It feels as though this is more of a stomping ground for them to really just identify, okay, do we have to go all out? Do we show our hands? I think that this game, being one of the important games that allows them to go straight onto the finals of the brackets, is going to be high enough of a stake for them to play what they usually play.
Yeah, this will be difficult because expanding rivers kind of seems like Diablo's playground. You really like that high movement, high rotations.
Yeah,
Boxia is definitely going to be a problem. You want to take that out of the equation. Granger is going to be highly contested for it. There's 2 games win on the Granger himself. Then that is going to be a very difficult situation for both of these 2 teams. A lot of factors that KE has to consider when you go up against Stallions, because you're facing up against Youngin, who has that kind of draft that you're not going to expect.
I really like one thing about Stallions is that the day that they came in, they have already created an impact and a riffle across MPL SG Season 10. The reason why I say that is just within these 2 series, they have already set a record for shortest game and longest game.
Just the first day.
First day. 10 minutes for the shortest game and the longest game of 26 minutes and 12 seconds. If you can't tell me that this is impactful throughout the past 3 weeks of MPL SG, I don't know what is.
Yeah, this is going to be a very long day for a lot of them, especially for the team that doesn't make it through in this matchup. You gotta play an extra game. You gotta fight your way tooth and nail again in the lower bracket finals. So take a look at the bans right now. Stallions are banning out the Uranus as well as the Alice. Looks like the CC is open. Youngin might want to ban that out, but it kind of seems like CC doesn't look very promising where these teams use it. They know how to counter it. They know how to use it, but it's better to just ban it out and just,
not really their
just
cup of tea, right? Not exactly their cup of tea. That's why I was kind of expecting and hoping that they will ban out the CC during that time at our when they're at red, right? Looking for the first phase ban, because it doesn't feel like it works for them. And if they don't ban it out, they're kind of forced to pick it.
Yeah. It's difficult. It's a very difficult situation for both these 2 teams, especially since Diablo really wants a winning lane. That's why 3 bans down on the EXP side. Whereas Kingdom Esports changing their MO just a little bit. Roy is not the problem anymore. They're not taking out the artillery mages like they did before. The Farsa is still wide and open. The Kimmy, the Jusin still open for him to take. That's the Kacha being taken out. Lucian Cutie won't get his hands on his the Avatar of the Guardian again.
It's a spending river selected map, so Yisun Shin is still going to be one of the main priority, especially since it's leaked out all the way for the banning phase.
Smart call. Izun Shin picked up, able to open up the map for vision. A lot of burst damage, especially from the Mountain Shocker.
Enables flexibility as well, allowing that that side laners to really make full use of the expanding rivers within the first few minutes of the game, just so that they can create a massive impact going into the mid stages.
Kingdom Esports might be able to pick up the Kimmy as well as the Kalea if they so wish.
Sounds good.
It works very well for them.
Or Lunox Kalea.
Or Luna's Kalea.
Main thing is Kalea.
I think just anything that has a lot of burst potential.
Yeah.
Even a Farsa would work out well. And then second STS up for the Kimmy. So it's a trade for if you want like the Juicin or the Kimmy or the Farsa, and then you trade one for the other. But the Rock will be picked up. Lawsy will get his hands on the Rock Guardian.
Okay, so one thing that definitely gave me a small little idea is hoping that KE will be more flexible with their roaming hero, because I would say that the Franco is definitely one of the main reasons they managed to win, because that flex Franco, or rather not flex, that last pick of Franco really disabled the potential of Stallion's dive mechanic. And the moment that that Franco came in, there's a single bite either on Diablo or on the Braid. That entire lineup just crumbles into pieces because the front lines just don't go down that easily because of an opponent, Kimmy as the marksman.
Yeah, I think Granger definitely will be highly contested for this one, but they're going for the high loss. I've seen the high loss in the EXP before.
Yeah.
Remember how Diablo really likes to play that high loss, but I think it will be going in the hands of Lucian Cutie, try to open that up, and the high loss juicing combo, very, very high utility and super annoying.
Now this is where it starts to get a little bit confusing, and I think that it might confuse KE as well. Because during Diablo's time in Flash, he has been forced to play meta heroes. And at that point in time, Hylos was super, super meta.
Yeah.
So even I won't be too surprised that Diablo will be piloting this Hylos, just so that it will get Stallion into the direction that they want to go. But it would not be the same Stallion. It would not be the same kind of old RSG stack. So essentially, bring the Hylos onto Diablo, just refreshes the entire gameplay for KE, and they now just have to think on the tip of the at the top of the shoes.
Yeah. Difficult. They have to face up against Granger again. There's Grant's Granger. He's feeling good about this. He wants to go at it again. I would say if Stallions picked the Granger up, they would have been able to save that high loss for the next pick. But it might seem as though they might be going for a double fighter side lane again because they have the Isun Shin. It's a much more comfortable and confident kind of marksman in the jungle, able to scale up fast, high burst damage. They're banning out the Ruby because I was sussing that out as well. The gold lane Ruby is such a menace onto the Granger, and you heal everything back up. It's difficult for the Granger to deal with the Ruby on a side lane advantage.
So with Ruby taken out, I think that Sammy definitely have an idea.
Oh wait, you want to go Paquito in jungle in the gold lane? Might be interesting though. That is crazy. A lot of burst damage from the get-go.
Yeah, it would be very crazy. But I don't think that he will have a fabulous time against the Granger as well.
In the late game, if you want to try that.
I think even in the laning phase, because right now with the Grog, Grog has a lot of ways to just kind of move around. Grog is a slow-moving monster, right? But with expanding rivers, he actually can cover a lot of ground, especially in the gold lane. So EXP laners are actually forced to play a little bit more on EXP laners and gold laners are kind of forced to play on a safer side, especially since the assassins, or rather the junglers, they're actually enabled. They can clear out their wave so much, or rather clear out their creep waves, their creep camps so much faster.
Yeah.
Messes with timing.
It's a difficult situation that both teams are in right now. Really, for KE, it's psyching themselves up for Stallions playing a double fighter again. For Stallions against KE, it is just, I want Diablo to get a very good laning phase. And Diablo won't get his hands on Benedetta once again. They know that the pocket picks will come out in the last two picks, so they want to deny that immediately coming in to fray. From the XP side, the Arlot might be a viable ban right here, and then you're forced to use, the Lapus, the Terizlas coming in.
The thing is, Lapu is actually a really good hero, even when it comes down to the gold lane. So if anything, I would like to see Stallion to pick up the Lapu if they really want to.
Oh wait, you got
But-
you got Fanny open as well with alongside the Grok.
Yeah, with Fanny onto Yon does sound very possible. But it's kind of another go big go home kind of thing. Easy and lucky. Lapu taken out.
Yep. Might be the Arlot going into KE. It works out well with their draft. And then you get the last pick on the Fanny. It might be possible as well for them.
Honestly, a Khalid XP looks good because with Akimi as well as the Granger, that means that they have got pretty good scaling over the late game. And in the meantime, for Stallions, I don't think they can scale all that well, especially since they have non-influential mid laner for themselves in the mid lane because it's Juicing after all. So as much as possible, double fighters sounds good. With a Khalid, you'll be able to jump all the way to the back lines to really deal with the Granger as well as the Kimi. They just need another fighter that can go over the back lines.
So obviously the Arlot is going to get picked up. Combos well with the Grok. You build a wall, you sweep over the wall, and then you put them in a very precarious position. But for SDS, this is going to be a interesting pick. Double fighter, or you want to go traditional. Go with a long-range marksman, which has a built-in Purify. Maybe a 1-1 might be possible right here.
I'm looking at the possible heroes that can be playing in the gold lane, especially since it's Bane.
Oh,
Bane Gold.
Bane Gold. Magic.
Yeah, Bane Gold and Khalid XP. Just so that they have a lot of disruptions, a lot of area denial, and they have ways to go over to the back lines.
Okay, so they go traditional. They go to the traditional route. That is going to be Diablo with the Guinevere on the EXP, facing up against the Arlot. So not really.
Rome Guinevere.
Oh yeah. That might be a possibility as well. And you put the high loss up in the in the XP side.
But if they are actually going to be going for Rome Guinevere, then they are outright just going to lose in the middle lane with less influence in the XP and the gold. That means that Claude is definitely going to have a very hard time. Juicing will not be able to control the river. So, just because of the fact that there is Diablo in Stallions, it feels as though he wants to be the one that is a playmaker. And the playmakers is definitely Guinevere. But if they put the Guinevere into Rome, then it's going to be tough for them in the mid lane.
Yeah, looks like Diablo will play the Guinevere in the XP side, and then the Hylos will go Rome. Yarn picks up the Akai for good measure, blocks and throws everyone off their positions to give KE a much easier time. It was a little bit of a dyssynergy, but it builds up with the Grok as well as the heavy spin onto the walls. Couple that up, Arlo can just free spam his dashes alongside all these crowd controls. So that's a lot of damage down onto Kingdom Esports side. Easy to execute, and I think it's a very traditional kind of lineup that Kingdom Esports has brought to the table. For Stallions though, a assassin, marksman, jungle, and a late game marksman in the gold lane will be tied up for the insurance that Stallions will want if they ever go into the uber late game. So yeah, draft the set. It's all down to execution right now. The Diablo Guinevere comes out once again. Very, very pocket picks all the way through. And new things that we're seeing in MPL SG Season 10 as we go into the last game of this series. Team Stallions, Kingdom Esports, one match away for the upper bracket finals.
Everything all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, I think that this is going to be yet another really tight game, right? Although I gotta have to say, having an Akai jungle is not something that I would have expected coming in from Yon. Even though Akai is quite literally the tank jungle debut for Yon. The first time that he played a tank jungle in MPL SG happens to be an Akai.
Roy stuck between a rock and a hard place, able to push him back, but free hitting FMM will not be able to secure the deal onto Roy. Very precarious position as we start things off, but Team Stallions, they're playing it a little bit safer this time around. Both of these teams are teasing each other as of now. And it's difficult to deal with Akimi. I mean, we've known that for a while. You got lane dominance, you got the range, and I think for Kingdom Esports, all they need was getting the rock in their possession.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable for Team Stallions, right? Middle lane, non-influential. It takes too long for them to clear out the wave. It's still better because there is the ring of punishment plus. So basically, this is just a DOT wave clear in middle lane. What Team Stallions is looking out for is mid lane and mid game and late game. They can't get caught.
Right with Mountain Shocker, that's a spatial migration onto Yawn, but no level 4 just yet. Drinsanity comes in just in the nick of time, but able to get that flicker out of the way. The turtle will spawn in the next 5 seconds, but crucial resources already used up by Drinsanity.
This is really a poke and prod kind of game for Team Stallions. They do not want to fight in the early game. They do not have the resources. They do not have the damage to do so. So the moment that they find themselves in these objectives, I'm actually a bit concerned because it seems as though they are showing interest that they want to take these objectives when they are not equipped to be able to do all these.
Team Esports doesn't know where Bray is. He's free farming onto that purple buff. He doesn't want to waste his time with a push and pull of the turtle. As Yawn tries to start things off, Lucian Cutie's there for good measure, try to pull him back, but Roy taking a lot of brunt of the damage for FMM right from the mid lane, holding on to the flicker. And here comes Bray in the nick of time, might be able to steal it. Roy takes down that turtle for himself, and Yawn, a lot of damage taken in. Diablo with the first blood onto Yawn, FMM next to fall, able to get that Purify out of the way. But here comes the rest of 4 members of Stallions SG. Drinsanity, one more to their name. Stallions SG finally getting that damage that they need.
Why? How? That is not part of my calculations at all. I mean, I can understand that they are definitely showing interest in the turtle. As such, it forces Yawn, because he's the tank jungler, he will be able to tank up onto the turtle and he's just pulling the turtle out, right? So personally, losing time when he could have been in some of the other buff, which is exactly what Bray did, right? He sent all 3 members, or rather not all 3, he sent 3 members over to the turtle. He himself went to the furthest jungler, take the purple buff. He's essentially at level 5. He could win in the Retribution battle. But the very fact that Yawn lost in the Retribution battle against Roy, that is the question as to what entirely went on.
I think Yawn was just pushed back. There was a disable from Diablo. And if you take a look at the emblems as well, there is the Brave Smite from Diablo as well as Roy, so they will have a little bit more sustain when it comes down to the late game. Diablo is actually building the Cursed Helm, or he's already got a Molten Essence just for a little bit more increase in physical damage that he might find helpful in the late game once Claude comes into the picture. And Bray does a lot of burst damage. Stallion's already showing that burn, that slow burn onto Kingdom, so they're igniting that flame, and Stallions, they're just pushing through.
There was a moment where it was just a completely overwhelming situation for Yawn because he's just currently tagged in both sides, which is why there's also the reason why he kind of lost the turtle, just misjudged the retribution damage as well.
Good jump onto Yawn. There's a lot of damage. He's holding on to the final spin. The final slash actually pushing it out. The heavy spin will come through as of now, pushing everyone down to the wall. Lucian Cutie taking a lot of damage, but free hitting. It's Bray just taking one hit after another. 3 members fall, but side of Kingdom and Stallions will blitz this turtle down.
Once again, this is another situation where Kingdom Esports just lets Team Stallions just get away with things like these. Like, understandable, they don't really... Team Stallions shouldn't have a lot of damage to work with, right? A lot of damage over time. The longer the fight goes out for, then the more damage they will be able to do. It kind of feels as though that Kingdom Esports right now is just wrong target prioritization, and that is why they are essentially just losing in team fights. And now,
that's solo, and Renza gets out of the way. Here comes Roy for backup, trying to pull Yawn back. Doesn't have the heavy spin. Here comes Drinsanity, tries to salvage the situation. Good flicker out of the final slash. What is that? What is that?
That is hands down supposed to be a poke and prod kind of thing for Renza. He just wants to clear Barbie.
Yeah.
And just so happened to, like, you know, deal enough damage to Grant, but he was like, hey, look,
might as well.
I can actually kill.
Might as well. Might as well take one for the team too.
Damn.
For Team Stallions, they're really, this is a very good game for them. Everyone is doing their jobs right. There's a lot of crowd controls that leads up to a lot of burst damage. Bray's doing his job right now. He has very free and easy farm. No one's aggressing onto him. And for Team Stallions, though, I want to see the itemizations once again. I think Renza has already got 2 core items up. That's why the damage is starting to show up very, very strong now. And for Kingdom Esports, they need to be able to find their way and find their footing for Grant to re-perform like what he did in the previous game. There's only one item. He's going for the Demon Hunter Sword. So once he gets these two, it's going to be a very difficult plot to take down once we get into the mid to late stages of the game.
A little bit more sustained for Diablo as he bought the Molten Essence, and I think that the next item is gonna be the what's that magic container into? But hold on a second, middle lane.
It's a good charge. Roy keeps safe. He's got the Crimson Guard out of the way. You got Bray free hitting and taking down FMN. There's a lot of damage coming in from these Yusun Shin. It's a killing spree. Lozi gets taken down as well. 2 members out of the game. 5 seconds until the Lord spawns up. Kingdom Esports can't seem to find their footing.
Yep. Concentrated energy for Diablo, last scene, and Bray, War Axe last scene. Now the DHS comes in from Renza. The power spikes are coming in for Team Stallions, and for Grant, picking up the Sky Piercer is definitely important. From this point on, any kills that is credited over to Grant will be able to help Kingdom Esports by a lot. So they will huddle together just to kill one.
Babysitting duty, Lucian Cutie able to get the glorious pathway. The red carpet brings him out
God.
safe. Stuck between the wall again, and he finds a way to cheat death.
But I don't think that will be all though.
Oh, good jump, spatial migration into the Violet Requiem combination. Brave takes down kill onto Yon. On the backside though, they want to find something, anything at all. The Blazing Duet comes through. Brent gets taken down. There's 2 members, make it 3 as Bray gets a double. Drinks Entity right in the fray once again. Roy will pull him back out and Bray's in the picture. Roy takes one out for the team and it's a full wipeout and the Kingdom falls to shambles.
With not a single kill that's been credited over to the Kingdom at this point in time. They have been stripped of all that they love. And Team Stallions, the horses, they are just okay,
Just as you say, just as you say.
Cast as James at this point in time.
A decent find onto Diablo, at least a little bit more salvageable kind of situation right here. Team Stallions already almost 10,000 gold lead. It's all attributed to Bray. He's 5 levels ahead of Yon. Take a look at the level difference between Yeast and Shin. It's 6-0 and 5. Look at the damage coming through. Lucian Cutie throws out the red carpet. The final slash onto Lucian Cutie himself. Roy free hitting on the backside, but here comes the Blazing Duet on the back line. Grant can't seem to find his ground. It's 3, 4 members down. FMM's the only one that is left to tell the tale and send a message.
With a front-to-back composition like Kingdom Esports, as they focus down onto FMM and Grant in order to just wreck down the front lines. This is not something that you will be able to do against a Hylos, apparently. He has a very thick amount of HP, and the moment that he drops his Glorious Pathway, the more he's going to be healing back up. And let's not forget, Revitalize as well, that is currently in favor for his battle spell. So this guy, this Devil Pony, is not gonna die. That means the moment that you know that the pony doesn't die, that means that the marksmen, they're not gonna kill.
Lord gets taken down by the cavalry. They're looking to siege down the Kingdom. As Renza, having a full trinity already, 2 core items for a side of Kingdom Esports. Grant got the Sky Piercer, but he's 0-3 and 3. Does really nothing much at this point. That's 17-1 is the kill score. 13,000 gold lead. So they not only set the record for the highest or the lowest game time, the highest game time, but also the highest economy lead of any team in MPL SG Season 10. So the second 3 records in 1 game. That sounds nice.
Is it really though?
It is really like 13,000. I think the highest was
13,000
around
in 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Yikes, 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 yikes.
13,000 gold lead, 10 minutes,
Extremes.
getting pulled back. They're ramping up the aggression once again. They're sending the package down on the bottom side. The Glorious Pathway already laid down. Lozi finding an angle to find that tectonic charge, but it's not enough. They go in. There's a spatial migration combination. Renza is unstoppable going in with the Blazing Duet as well. Diablo finally gets taken down, but it's a sacrificial lamb in this entire macro plan as the cavalry wants to take down the throne. Good lure of the Lord into the T3 down the mid side. The Lord gets taken down. Lozi might be next to fall. Renza wants to find 1 more kill. It's a 4 onto 3. Then Kingdom Esports finally able to find that defense. Bray's already full levels. And he's looking to find more kills. Lucian Cutie down low, able to heal everything back up. He keeps himself safe as Ray playing with death. And he knows the limits of his hero. He gets out safe. Kingdom Esports live to tell the tale another day.
Everyone is literally just stretching their heroes extremely thin.
Dang, look at the goal lead. That's 15,000.
Yeah. Did you see Roy literally just got away from the turret with very little HP to the point that he actually had to flicker? Bray is just out there, and Renza is just taunting.
Yeah. Call it making a deal with the devil. They got the devil in their possession. They got Diablo right there.
It used to be a double D's, but now it's like a
It's
single
double
D.
Ds.
The single devil.
Oh,
I miss a double devil. Oh. Hi. Hi.
hi,
Hi.
Yawn.
Hi.
It's just a very
This
silent
is just a
game right now.
library, you know?
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Very quiet. No one
Yeah.
wants to make a move.
It's 11. It's
Except
only 11
Roy.
minutes. Yeah, there's only 11 minutes, and we are already in the library. Like,
Yeah.
they're quiet.
Yeah, it's just pushed to their limits, and Kingdom Esports just can't find their way back up. Even though, you know, Yon, Lalzi able to find good setups for the rest of the team, there's just not enough damage to take everyone down. Diablo's
Yeah.
only sacrificing himself. He's the only 2 deaths in the entirety of Team Stallions, but he's done his job well.
The really unfortunate thing here is that Kingdom Esports' main caveat is that they have to get through losing QD.
Yeah.
So whatever their losing QD builds up, right, is going to be nerfing the opponent's side, right? If he builds more physical defenses, then Grant will be able to do anything. If he builds magical defense, then FMM won't be able to do anything. And it's all about the power spike. As long as FMM and Grant does not hit his power spike, then it's all over.
Yon a little bit too soon. Gets taken down. As the jungle down, Kingdom Esports running for the hills, running for their lives, but over the wall they go. Roy takes down one, takes down another. Insanity won't be able to stay alive for now, and they are ditching that Lord, coming down from mid side, pushing the waves, and trying to end the kingdom as they see fit. And the Stallions will take another one before the kingdom falls to shambles, and all the king's men and all the king's horses can put the kingdom back together again.
Except for the horses. The horses,
Except for the horses.
they do not want to put the kingdom back.
Oh man, congratulations to Stallions making it over to the upper bracket finals of the Challenger stage. 1 game away, or 1 series away from making it over to the playoffs, and they are back. The ex-champions from Season 5 onwards, they're back to play.
They are back, and they are just 1 game away to playoffs. I am stoked to see what is about to come up next. Congratulations over to Team Stallions Singapore for making their way to the grand finals of this Challenger bracket. Well, in the meantime, for Kingdom Esports, it's really unfortunate that they crumbled under Team Stallions. Who would have known that the horses will be I guess they're not just normal horses. They are actually the Trojan horse.
It might be. It's just maybe a fake horse. You got Bray as MVP with Asun Shin, 6-0-14, toying with that, made a deal with the devil, highest GPM in the game. He's got the level 15 in approximately 9 minutes in the game, so that's a very, very fast farming rotation over for the Asun Shin. Huge props to him, dealing a ton of damage, especially onto Yon, which is basically even as a tank, can't defend himself or can't tank enough damage before Bray takes him out in the process. A little bit of a timing issue also from Yon, so it kind of seems like, Child Prodigy, in the Battle of the Child Prodigy, Bray still wins out on this one.
So, all in all, this is a very interesting game right after a very long and extended game. We know that Team Stallions is definitely good in taking the reins and the control in the early stages and start to suffer a little bit in the mid stages if they don't try to close out the game. But ultimately, they have made very good choices, and they've just made very good choices all around for game number 2. And coming into game number 3, they just didn't even give Kingdom Esports a chance at all. They didn't give me a chance at all because even that, I don't know how they pull off certain things.
Yeah, I don't know how they pull off a perfect game. Bray, Roy, Renze, Lucian, QD, 0 deaths. Only Diablo have 2 deaths of the rest of the game. But he's the sacrificial lamb. Goes in with a spatial migration Requiem combination. Kingdom Esports can't be denied. I mean, they're unable to just run away. It is so difficult for Yon to farm as well. Even with the item builds, I think for Diablo, building a semi-tank kind of semi-tank damage kind of Guinevere actually helps them out quite a bit, because the spatial migration as well as the Violet Requiem actually does some damage before the rest of the team comes up and cleans everything up. Huge props to Roy and Renza with the huge damage. And speaking of which, we're going to pull up the damage stats as well that they have all throughout that match. It is very, very difficult if you're a Kingdom fan, but their journey is not over yet. Going to the lower bracket semi-finals, where they'll be facing the loser of the next upper bracket match between RSG and Kings
Yes.
Esports.
Kings Singapore.
So we're still in the medieval realm. That's
yeah.
what we're saying.
Yeah, well, we were constantly just gonna be in that theme for quite a fair bit. But honestly, this has been a thrill all the way through. This is a complete shutdown of a game. I really wasn't expecting how that is, but I guess we need a little bit of a refresher, all the way from game number 1 to game number 3.
Yep. Let's take a look at the highlights real quick to see what things went down. I love the fact that Steam Stallions in the game 1, game 3, rotations are off the charts. Able to just come down and start fights as 5 over Kingdom Esports. It's basically a deja vu of what we see in game number 1. Every one of Stallions doing what they know best and everyone doing their jobs. Kingdom Esports is just succumbing to the prowess of the Stallions.
So ultimately, almost all of these games, Team Stallions have pretty much understood how KE plays. They have impeccable movements, and even when it comes down to the micro game. In fact, I feel that this team is a lot more micro-intensive than macro at all. Last time we used to see a lot more of, Diablo split pushing the lanes and just creating invisible pressure out of nowhere kind of thing. But this time, Team Stallions SG, the way that they play there is a lot of involvement coming in from Diablo as the XP laner, be it the one that splits up the fight or the one that initiates. It's slightly different, and it might just be because of the flexibility of the heroes that Diablo plays. If he knows that it's a hero that he can just kind of get away with some free turrets, just go for it.
I think not only that, right? Kingdom Esports has that synergy with the quartet. You've got Lucian Cutie, Roy, Diablo, Bray, basically a big brother, little brother kind of situation. Everyone's just looking out for each other's backs, and everyone's got each other's backs. And it's exciting to see them going into the next stage of the upper brackets. And it's going to be the grand finals. We're going to be facing up a random opponent, or not really so much random. It's going to be either RSG SG, which makes for an incredible storyline, or it's going to be Kings Esports. But, hey, it's back to the drawing board. They needed to get some rest. But coming up next, it's going to be RSG SG versus Kings Esports. We're going to go off to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
to double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
All right,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 10. My name is Abstract.
My name is Chut Rose.
A little bit of a fun band to play because we are 4 games out of 7 that we're watching today. So after this game, we're going on for a little bit of a longer break, but don't go anywhere just yet. This is going to be RSG versus Kings Esport. We're still in the medieval realm, so to speak.
Kings, as you rise up
Yeah.
in resurgence.
You know, to be honest, Kings actually have a lot of fans online. They're all,
Yeah, they
they're all,
do.
you know, cheering for Yahiko. Is a Nepalese player coming
Yep.
into Singapore. Played in the EWC wild card as well. I think a lot of teams are actually looking towards Yahiko's Fanny. He really
Yeah.
showed it off. So I think for RSG, difficult to study and analyze this team for a very, very short go because RSG is a seeded team anyways. Coming down into the Challenger bracket stage, RSG has a lot of stress, has a lot of pressure to perform, especially since RSG is not basically it has never been relegated at all in the entirety of MPL SG. So this time around, they are very, very close to being relegated and not having a spot in the playoffs. But hey, you know, it's only for them to be here. They are thirsty, and they're thirsty for more. And if you're thirsty, what better drink than to get IT? We've got IT right here, so scan the QR code and get the redeem code for getting the get a chance to go to Jakarta for the M7 Championships. And hopefully we'll see one of the Singaporean players or Singaporean teams going out there and performing really, really well.
And at this point in time, we have absolutely no idea who's going to be the champions at MPL SG.
It's anyone's game.
It's a tough fight, I think, this season. It feels as though, like, you know, Team Evil, they really have very good chance coming in this season. And then here comes the Stallions.
Here comes the Stallions. Actually showing a lot of experience and prowess in through the Challenger bracket stage as well.
Yep. So ultimately, I think that it's kind of hard for us to even, you know, kind of put a finger on it. But I think that the fight between Kings Singapore, Kings Esports, Kings versus RSGSG is also going to be one of the other things that we gotta have to look out for. You know, everyone is just hailing about Yahiko, and at this point in time, you know, the one thing that is just in my mind, whenever
He's got a lot of fanboys.
Yeah, at this point in time, the only thing that keeps repeating in my head is Itami wa Kanjiru.
I have no idea what
You don't watch now? Oh,
I don't watch anime. I know there's a lot of fans that watch anime and they're gonna be trashing me about it, but hey, it is what it is. Never been a big fan. I got all the anime skins in Mobile Legends. Does that count? I never watched it, but I support these anime stuff. Things.
That's good.
Cartoons.
How dare you!
A lot of anime teams are actually doing this, but also again, huge shout out to DX Racer for keeping us comfy over all these this 7 series that we're gonna be casting over today. So we're gonna be having some fun. And hopefully the players are too, getting comfortable. But before we go over that, let's take a look at brackets real quick to see what went down.
Yep. So right now we're going to be looking at Team Kings SG. That's going up against RSG Singapore. So far we have completed 3 games, and that is going to be Team Stallions SG versus Mayhem, which have been knocked out already, which is Mayhem. Kings SG that made their way through to fight against RSG Singapore after knocking Insomniacs down in a 2-1 fashion. And the game that we just watched is yet another 3-game series nail-biting session in game number 2 itself in that series. Kingdom Esports unfortunately were now relegated down to the lower brackets, waiting for the losers of this upcoming game. Is it going to be RSGSG or is it going to be Kings SG?
Tough pill to swallow if you're both teams, but in competition there is always a winner and a loser. But if I could say so myself, I think the upper bracket finals would be fitting if it was RSG versus Team Stallions. It's old versus new, it's version 2 versus version 4, and that might be really interesting for Team Stallions and RSG. But then again, I feel like statistically speaking, I think Kings SG might have a better shot in winning this competition. Respect where respect is due, I think Kings SG really identifies and understands how to play around certain teams. Sure, they had a shaky start with Insomniacs, but right now, I feel like they're warmed up, woke up, and they're cooking. They're starting the oven, they're heating it up, and hopefully they bake something pretty interesting and delicious for us. I think we haven't had lunch. We're just talking about food.
Yeah, at this point in time, I'll take anything that comes out from the oven.
But I'm on diet. It's difficult.
Yeah,
not unless it's IT, in which case I would drink bottles of it. Cups of it.
Cups and cups and cups of it.
Cups and cups and cups
the
of
more
IT.
cups that you get yourself, the more opportunity and potential you'll be able to go over to Jakarta. Think about that.
I'm gonna move to Jakarta soon too. Gonna meet my friend Merkel.
Just casually, just meeting up with Merkel and like some dude, and like, oh, what the hell?
Yeah, we're just friends now. Thankfully, with the international stage, and a huge shout out to Abstract though, for making me the man I am today.
I did nothing.
We did nothing, but you know who does something? The teams that we're gonna be watching today.
Yeah.
It's gonna be RSG versus Kings SG.
Kings SG, yes.
Yeah, quite a bit of players that the fans are actually rooting for, especially Yahiko. A lot of Yahiko fans in the chat right now, and don't worry, guys. We're actually looking at the comments right now, and we're seeing a lot of you just wanting Hiko to just make it through for some reason.
I mean, this is just what's the word? Patriotism, right?
Patriotism.
Yeah, this is just patriotism, right? You have someone that is on the opposite or rather another country's competitive league, knowing how well they've done, and then even when it comes down to the international stage, if anything, if Diablo, for example, were to go to some other countries and just play, I would support him.
Yeah, he's the pride of India. Yeah. Anyways. No, we just kidding. We just kidding. I think that's pretty fun, little banter that we have. But as the teams get ready, we're testing it out. Hopefully, we have no issues at all with the technicals. It's going to be 7 games after all. It's going to be a very long day, but very exciting games all through and through. Community teams are actually stomping the seeded teams. What do I want to say about that?
Wait, what was the question again? Oh, sorry. I was just looking at the lineup.
Community teams are actually showing up.
Yeah.
And the seeded teams are not performing as expected. Yeah. What do you think about that? What do you say?
I think that just makes the competition even more crazy, right? Because so far in MPL SG, it has always been very I'll say telegraphed, in some sense, right? You look at the team and you're like, yeah, they're probably gonna be champions. Oh, it's RSG again. It's RSG again. RSG is good. And then it's like, oh, Team Flash. Oh no, it's Team Flash. No, definitely Team Flash. Right now, we don't even have an idea.
Yeah.
Like, there was definitely one season where we were kind of stuck in between of RSG and Team Flash, but right now we have absolutely no idea. Like, even when it comes down to Kingdom Esports, right? Before the league even started, we look at that and it's like, that's champion material.
Yeah.
But they didn't do as well as we thought. As such, Evil, who used to have like this thing, what we call the playoff buff, that means that they aren't exactly the best team to play
in the regular season.
Yeah, regular seasons.
It's only popping off and cooking in the playoffs.
And it just shoots up to 4th place and out of a sudden, out of nowhere. But this regular season is really a testament to what they are able to do. They are one of the longest running community teams that is constantly in MPL SG since season 3, with not much change in the roster, constantly having the same brand identity in the way that they play, because it's anchored by Powerful himself.
Yeah.
If anything, I would say that Evil, are probably one of the most hard-working teams that looks to improve one another in seasons after seasons.
Now, huge shout out to Powerful and the rest of the seeded teams that made it through the playoffs. But right now, our focus is on RSG Singapore, a team that didn't perform as expected. Longest running organization in MPL SG, which is RSG, all the way since, the MPL NYSG days until now. It's been a very, very long time coming. They have made a lot of changes, a lot of adaptations, especially to the roster. But on the other side of the table, that is Kings SG. That's a 2-0 from the mid laner, and they really want to get things running along. Oh, he's drinking IT. That is delicious.
Product placement.
That's the IT buff. That's the IT buff that we're saying.
Yeah. We'll see whether RSG have the IT buff, because if they don't drink it, they lose.
Is it Yahiko in the mid?
I would like to believe so.
In the mid seat?
Yeah, I would like to believe so. Like, I know that Iron Ryan is all the way to the left.
Oh yeah, that's him.
Bong is the one on the left as well, so it's a little bit further away from the camera. The other two, I don't really quite have the pleasure to beat. But if I'm not wrong, Bun Boy Reborn is the one that's the furthest right.
Right.
Okay, I don't see any IT, so no product placement, no wins.
hey, bipartisan. And you're threading very dangerously right now.
Why?
Which is that because we're going into dangerous grass, which is the map draw. Puns all the way. If you're enjoying it, go get yourself some IT, scan the QR code, and hopefully we'll get a random IT lower third down in the middle. I'm just kidding. We're jumping into the game. Fanny getting immediately banned out by RSG, just respecting Yahiko's Fanny. And we're taking out all the assassins. Lancelot off the tables as well.
So right off the bat, we are already looking at goodbye Fanny, goodbye Lancelot. So already, assassins that are taken away right off the bat. But once again, some of the other crucial bans that we always want to see are heroes such as Baxia, Angela. Every now and then, some people will also look out for Alice as well. I'm not too sure whether any of these heroes or any of these teams will care too much about Alice, but Chip, let's not forget about that too.
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some noise for yours truly.
That's going to be a CC that's going to be joined into the fray, or rather joined out of the fray. Goodbye to CC. We do have RSG that's taking a little bit more time for themselves to kind of understand, okay, you know, what have we learned about them? What have we learned about this? But one thing that I want to mention about is Bong once again, right? Because Bong, he has been very flexible in the gold lane.
Yeah,
I
three
think
different types of gold lane heroes. You got the mage in the Lunox. You got the
such a flexible guy.
fighter gold laner in the CC, and you got a traditional marksman with the Granger. And I think KSG actually works very well with the traditional drafts. Either going in for a long-range gold laner, at least you have some opportunity and time to scale and get your items as fast as you can. So the CC getting banned out. You got the Baxia being banned out as well. Angela taking off the tables once again. There's a 100% ban rate onto this little fairy that we see. Won't see it a lot of day actually. And the juice in. So first pick Kimmy, or going into the Alice might not be a bad idea for RSG as well.
So in the meantime, here we have finally going to be the first pick incoming for the side of RSG. Yi Sun-shin is currently open. Other than that, Chip is also another hero that is open, so it could go either way. But if they do want to prioritize on the Kalia, that is something that they can look into as well.
Yeah, we're seeping into dangerous territory right here. First pick will dictate the rest of the draft. Typically, that spot, if Yi Sun-shin's open, we snap pick the Yi Sun-shin up, but I don't know if PTBL is comfortable with playing that one. Typically, he always goes for the Fredrin, but right now, he's feeling comfortable, he's feeling good about himself, he wants to win this game, and he's going for the Yi Sun-shin.
Okay, so understandably, when it comes down to PTBL, he actually haven't really played any Yi Sun-shin games.
Yeah.
So this is interesting, right? PTBL never played any Yi Sun-shin.
He typically goes for the Fredrins, he typically goes for the
Lancelot.
tanks and the lances.
Yeah, Lance is currently 4 times that he has picked so far, but this will make it to be 6 unique heroes for PTBL thus far. Something new from the side of RSG, I gotta have to say.
Will it be a tit for tat? Lance already banned out. Might be going for a little bit of a different jungler this time around. And I think Yahiko really wants to get his hands on the assassins instead of the fighter or tank junglers. Kimmy and Gatsukacha, we've seen that quite a bit from Stallions, and I think Gatsukacha has been resurging, no pun intended, from the roam position, able to get that taunt up, able to get a lot of zone denial capabilities, and healing everything back up, dishing out a lot of damage, and he's one of the few roam heroes that you can just build defense and still dish out a lot of punishing damage onto the marksman. So I think the KSG has a very good starting point.
But from this point on, the other things that I can look out for is more catch, right? Kalia can still be picked out here. Farsa is also available too. Or otherwise, they can go for Lunox. And Chip actually leaked over to RSG. So they will focus onto the Chip. So this is all about micro games for RSG. Perhaps, I think that, let me think. Lunox in mid, I think that XP gotta have a little bit more utility here in order for them to, start team fights or rather come in and follow up right after the Chip opened the shortcut.
Yeah, difficult to champion the Chip once it's in the jungles. Early game potential, RSG, they have it. They have a lot of early game bursts as well. Late game potential is there. Just not a lot of follow-up setups. So yes, you can get the portal. Yes, you can get the stuns off from Chip, but then you can get disrupted easily by the Gatsukacha as well as the Kimmy, who has a lot of area zone denial. So it's a very risky position that RSG wants to put themselves in. Uranus is already banned out. What's left open is maybe even the Ruby or the Grangers, the Arlots in the EXP lanes. That's going to be quite highly contested for both sides. Both sides still opening up their EXP and their gold. So everyone's already picked their jungle, roam, and mid. It's going to be options right there. All out's getting banned out. RSG could very well go into a double fighter side lane. At least they have they have PTBL in the jungle with the Yi Sun-shin. So that is insurance damage in the late game.
They are not afraid of going double fighters here, especially since if they play chip, they would want to have some tankiness, right? Tankiness, the moment they come out of the shortcut, you want to be able to launch yourself into action almost immediately. Fast game kind of thing. So any XP laners that have instant gratification is going to be very good. Esmeralda is not exactly the hero that I'm thinking of. I'm more onto Ruby. Because the moment you come out of the moment that you kind of come out of your shortcut, you can immediately start to spin and lock people down.
Yeah.
So that is definitely one of the good things. Lapu is great for initiations because of how tanky he is and so much survivability that he has, but he lacks of that instant gratification that I would want.
I do agree with you. I think Ruby would be the best pick right here for RSG. At least you have a little bit more mobile side lanes. You're able to ditch the wave, try to join in the team fights, and empower PTPL to do their thing. There's going to be Bane getting banned out right here, so RSG doesn't want to risk it, especially with the magic damage coming in from the portals, able to disrupt everything right there. And then that's the Alice getting picked up. The TOR is going to be a huge problem for the portals.
So aside from that, let's take a look at what are the heroes that Taurus is able to play for. Okay, we don't have to look at it anymore. It is going to be Yu Zhong. Oh.
Yeah, call it the double fighter side lanes. This is their own rendition of it. There's a Yu Zhong onto the EXP side, and maybe a Lucas down on the gold lane. Yeah.
Okay, I can understand Lucas, he's got good damage, but this is very damage-centric with not a lot of utility.
I mean, we've seen a Moskov in mid lane today. Anything can happen. It could be a Lucas down the mid side, and then Lunox goes back to gold, which is more reliable and structured, but then they're super, super tanky. Anyone goes into portal, everyone just gets decimated and blown up to smithereens. KSG, last pick, that's going to be the marksman. I think what is the safest route could just be maybe a claw, just get out of harm's way with that. But they want to go double fighter anyways. So there's going to be a claw in the gold lane as well.
Okay, so this is going to be a brawl game coming in from these two, huh? Everyone just going to be fighting all the way through. The good thing is that Kings SG, they do have a lot of crowd control that will be able to help them answer some questions. My only problem is that they picked up a Cho. However, they do not have anyone that can make full use of the Cho's kicks. Yeah. You know, displace and kill immediately. But no
Except
one can kill
for
immediately.
Hayabusa, though.
I would not count it.
Fair point. Fair point.
Because you kick, everyone else can just run straight over to whoever's been kicked, right?
Yeah.
So you transfer that Ukicha to kill.
Difficult reliability from that Cho. I feel like Ruby would have been a better pick, but maybe Kings SG is cooking something strong with this one. Because it's still single target anyways from that Cho. And to match himself up against... Okay, so it's going to be the Chip and the Roam. It's going to be jungle. Wait a second. That's going to be Ash with the Yuzun gold lane. Would it be...
I mean, this...
I'm just thinking, I'm just theory crafting right there. It's much slower in the gold lane, even though
it's still okay.
He has more gold.
Yeah, it's still okay, but it's slower. And he would not technically be able to, you know, snowball a lot better. Technically speaking, you are kind of forced to play kind of how Bruno would play. You wait for opportunities instead of creating those opportunities for yourself. Which technically, I feel that creating the opportunities as a Yuzun is way, way better.
Yeah, Lucas as well is a very snowbally hero. Needs to get the ball rolling, needs to get something moving before anything happens. But on the bottom side, though, you can see Yuzun clearly struggling against that Cho because you don't really have that long-range, reliable damage. Hoki taking a lot of damage as well. Not the very reconnaissance-heavy kind of playstyle. And Ryzen just free hitting from the backside. Here comes Hayabusa, and the Yahiko just drops everyone down to the ground. 2 members down for the side of our SG Singapore, and Kings SG just free hitting. That's a triple kill right off the bat from Ryzen.
Yeah, right off the bat, right? 1 minute in, and there's 3 kills credited over to Kings SG already. Boy, oh boy!
Happy anniversary or happy season anniversary. That's going to be the Cho.
Happy decade.
On top of PTPL. That's just crazy. A lot of damage coming through. Iron Ryan is right there, keeping Bong out safe.
Technically speaking, because of the fact that there is such a crazy amount of mobility from the side of Kings SG, I would say that it's kind of good because kind of good for RSG to kind of feel that Yuzun into the gold lane because now he's not in that big of a problem.
I think they wanted to flex the Yuzun. It takes a bit more time, so typically 1 minute 50 seconds. Yuzun already has a Mountain Shocker. You're able to give that vision, which helps Chip quite a bit. because then you can see where your opponents are. You can make informed decisions before committing into any of these big kind of skirmishes. Hoki already struggling to get that level 4. Ryzen's already level 4. Iron Ryan is right around the corner. Toro's right in that dot push. Yahiko right from the backside. Jumping in, taking a lot of damage onto Ryzen. Immediately shuts Ryzen down. Let's shut down gold over to the Black Dragon. And Iron Ryan barely making it out alive, able to survive. The Shard Residue will heal Toro's back up. Good find onto the Kimmy.
At this point in time, SG do have the priority over the turtle, but I don't think that it's gonna do too much for them at this for now, because Kings SG, they will just jump right in.
Oh, Yahiko with the steal! Oh! That's the pride that we're looking for, was Rugi Shadow to kill to take 2 members down, make that 3, as Kings SG slowly and surely decimating one after another. Murphy's Law really came through. Anything that can happen will happen. And RSG Singapore, 2 minutes on the clock, already underneath the turret and getting shut down.
This is a tough game for RSG. And unfortunately, the entire team is just getting wiped out. The snowball potential that they would want out of Lucas is now just in a really tough spot, because ultimately, we are no longer going to be able to see too much out of from RSG anymore, because this is a snowbally team. They want to play in the early game, but Lucas can't do anything, and Ash is stuck in his lane. What can they possibly do here?
Well, identify the win conditions. PTBL is a little bit too slow with the farm. Right now, Yahiko is 1-0-5. It's PTBL. Slowly needs to make his way up. It's a very snowbally hero. If he doesn't get that snowball going, he won't turn into an avalanche, and everyone's just not going to be intimidated by that. Lucas slowly getting that farm. He's 1,000 gold behind this Hayabusa, and Yahiko is really starting to ramp up.
At this point in time, it's just kind of like a normal snow slide, right? It's nothing dangerous and nothing to be really concerned about. The Kings SG is just making full use of the entirety of the map, right? They took a couple of pot shots over the energy turret in the middle. They took some in the bottom lane as well. So good amount of gold that has already been credited over to them. With 3.2 thousand gold to them, I think that they should be pretty happy about that.
A little bit of scratch training from Kings SG as Bunboy Reborn, healing everything back up with the heals. Kings SG already in position for the next round of the game. Doesn't know where Hoki is, but Iron Ryan definitely sees that vision play down the tri-bush. PTBL still struggling to get that farm up and running. Yahiko's already 2 levels ahead. Murphy is also down low. That's level 5 onto 2 levels down. Yahiko stealing away the purple buff, maybe? Oh, no. PTBL actually secures that, but without the Yi Sun
He didn't even
Shins-
use his retribution as well.
Honestly, without the Yi Sun Shin, they are struggling quite a lot. The Sorrow gets a reset, Black Dragon form comes out.
Yep, and immediately just going to be flying around the skies. At this point in time, he's just going to be putting himself right in the face of Iron Ryan for 4% to just dash right onto him. While the Ogi Shadow kill is also going to be executed. Not a single kill has been credited just yet, while PTBL claims the kill onto Yahiko, while Taurus gets pulled right into the epicenter when it comes down to the traction pulse. He did not stay alive though, as Bunboy Reborn joins in the fray. He's going to be tanking a lot, while Iron Ryan, he gets himself running away. Bunboy Reborn, he's just doing what he can. The triple kill now credited over to him, and may potentially be able to get himself a maniac right here. Would he be able to do so? Well, it's going to be tough. PTBL, he makes a run for it, and now Kings SG, they lost a couple, but they claim them all back.
I think the Black Dragon is definitely causing a lot of trouble for Kings SG in the early stage of the game. Once the Dragon comes in, Kings SG just hiding within the turrets. Yahiko made a very good call just now using the Uruki Shadow kill, but he doesn't have that Shadow to dash out of the way. The only issue is, I see with RSG Singapore, is they have to drag this game up to 20 minutes at least for Ash to really come online. This Yi Sun Shin is supposed to be a maniac and a monster in the jungle because it's much faster farming. I would have thought that the Lucas would have been much better down on the gold lane. Instead, at least you're able to match yourself up well with the Cho, but right now it's harder for you as an Yi Sun Shin to do your melee and range kind of attack damage that you would have in the jungle. And it's not really free farm. You're fighting against another lane opponent.
So with a total of 3,700 gold lead for Kings SG, and 6 minutes into this game, it's only a matter of time for Kings SG to just kind of huddle up together even more and try to take down some of these objectives, because understandably, they will want to get more economy for themselves, right? And that gonna have to come from either the objective, the turrets, or more kills.
They see where Hoki is. They know where Bong is. There's a portal being laid down. All 5 members. The Goose Squad is here. The AOG.
Immediately, that's just not going to be allowing them to run onto Bong, and Bong is going to be sniped down almost immediately. We do have the Black Dragon that is just going to be emerging out of nowhere, because right now, RSG, they took one and they're happy. But King's SG said that, hey, no, you don't take one and run. So we're going to be coming back right with you.
Beautiful counter re-engage. Iron Ryan read that like an open book, just holding on to the AOG until the portal comes up. All 5 members just coagulating around Bong, and at the end of the day, Bong didn't even go down.
And now, right back to the middle lane. It does seem like Taurus is having a real tough time, receiving so much flack for 4 members.
As Yahiko, a little bit of a poke battle down underneath the turret range. But King's SG, 4,000 gold ahead. You got the turtle being spawned up in 7 seconds. King's SG has that Cho as a loose member, able to just find that flanks and make sure that these side lanes are being occupied as we speak. The issue with RSG's draft is it's very greedy. You need to be able to have Yi Sun-shin to farm up. You need to be able to have Lucas to scale and snowball. Both of them need kills. And it's very, very difficult for them to split those kills and objectives down to these 2 members.
With the turtle slain once again, that is going to be the 3rd turtle for Kings. The next one will come up as the Lord. Understandably, mid lane is going to be the next target. That's a very big target that's been painted onto the T1 and middle. Kings SG, they're just waiting for the opportunity to arise. While RSG, I don't think that they have got what it takes to really stop that. They do have pretty good wave clear though, so even I wouldn't be surprised that RSG will be able to hold that middle lane T1 for extended periods of time.
Yeah, King's SG is just opening up that map, giving a little bit more vision to where Yahiko is. Gameplay is very, very simple. Bomboy Reborn starts things off with a TOR, and then King's SG just tries to decimate every one of them. Ryzen as secondary damage, but it's all magic damage. Yahiko's come in for the cleanup if he so wishes. So it's difficult for RSG to actually contest if King's SG has a lot of counter engages and counter plays towards this portal. Taking a look at the itemizations, it does look like King's SG has a lot of the core items already built up. Endless Battle will be the next item building up for Yahiko. The Curse Helm as well as the Oracle already built for the Alice. It's going to be very difficult to take down as 4-0-5 on Bunboy Reborn as well.
It does seem like PTBL have decided to rush straight for the Hunter Strike despite kind of losing in the early stages. Would have been much better if he stayed with the Fury Hammer and the building to War Axe. But in the meantime...
Ooh, good kick. Good traction pulse.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be going any way better for RSG, as we do have the AOG lands right underneath the T2 turret. More than enough for them to scatter the entirety of RSG SG.
Kings are very structured. Yuigo also goes in. Ash able to dash out just in the nick of time. Won't be able to commit the Wiggy Shadow kill, but Kings SG has other priorities in mind, taking down all of the resources that RSG holds dear.
At this point in time, Kings SG, they will be doing whatever they can to take down this Lord. And RSG, they have no way to kind of take this down, right? Because PTBL is currently at level 10. Let's compare to Yahiko level 13. There's a 3 levels gap, and that retribution count, retribution change, or rather retribution difference, cannot fight it.
It's a very, very risky pick off here with the Sun-shin gold lane. In theory, it kind of works, but it's very difficult to pull off, especially since you're facing off against a fighter gold lane in the form of Cho. Very sneaky. You get a lot of damage being hit up. You got Endless Battle actually built up, but I don't think it might be enough because you don't have a lot of farm as in Sun-shin.
We still got a couple more times before RSG starts to get a little bit more, I would say, power spike to themselves, right? Even though they are more slated for the early stages, they are still a team that has a lot of damage in their mix, right? The moment that you kill one, there is still 3 others that can do damage to you. Kill 2, there's still half that they can do something to you. Murphy is going to be a very good answer to dealing with Bumble Reborn and Iron Ryan. Let's remember that. Taurus can essentially split up the fight to ensure that Ryzen is being taken care of. There's so many things that RSG SG can actually do, so we can't exactly count them out just yet.
Hoki throws on a portal, but just wasted that valuable resource just to tank against this Lord. They're desperate trying to find any kills that they can, but King's SG already 10,000, almost keeping the 10,000 gold ahead, and damage from Ryzen is starting to really hurt every one of the members of RSG Singapore. And not only that, Bomboy Reborn just setting things up. We got Black Dragon form going into the back line, but taking a lot of damage.
I don't think that they will be able to engage with this. Ran a little bit too far, and RGs kind of take that more of a zoning tool. But unfortunately now, because of the fact that the Black Dragon Form has already been used, it's currently going to be in cooldown for about 50 seconds. So Kings, if they were going to force for anything, now's the time.
You don't really have the minions to force an issue down the turret base, just waiting for the next Lord to spawn in the next 70 seconds.
It will take a little bit time for the RSG to eventually pop up, but eventually it's more about getting control of the Lord.
Actually, Lee Sun-shin isn't doing as badly as I thought. It's just highest gold. It's just that he doesn't have that free roam or free farm that he actually needs from the start if he was a jungle. If he was, you know, if it was an Lee Sun-shin in the jungle, it would be easier for the chip to set things up because he already has that burst damage. Whereas Lucas needs to really have that ultimate on hand and unleash the beast before anything goes south.
It's still not going to be easy though, because comparing the fact that Yusujin is the highest gold, right? But it's still at 7,100 gold, and that is equal to Iron Riot.
Slowly turning into a library once again. Very, very quiet on the side of Kings SG. That's how they like their castle to be. And RSG Singapore just hunkering down on the base. There's nothing they can do. It's just intimidating by Kings SG. And if you play a chip and you're intimidated like that, you can't really find an open bush. You can't find an option for you to go in for an ambush. But there is still a chance. 10,000 gold lead for Kings SG. If Hoki is able to find any loose members at all, then it might flip the script.
And chip is kind of made just so that you have got good information as well as good ways of rotations. But that's not something that RNG can play because there's no way that they're going to be sending themselves right into death's door. So anything, if anything, chip currently completely useless because the portal just doesn't do anything for the team anymore.
Lord taken and secured by Kings SG. Just waiting a couple of seconds before the Lord spawns in, marches down the mid lane. As RSG Singapore just slowly hunkering down in base. It's a very, very slow game, a slow day in the office for RSG Singapore.
As they slowly make their way, at least for the Lord, right? Slowly make his way down to the bottom. It's all about slowly choking out RSG. Make them have no creeps, make them have no base. Nothing that will allow them to even try to find a way to come back.
Not only that, they have to face up against Bumboy Reborn, the monster down the EXP side. Just healing everything back up, setting things up with a TOR. Gordo will crash down the bottom side. Kings taking down the mid-tier 3. As RSG Singapore doesn't want to make a move. They don't have that range, but the Black Dragon form initiates.
A little bit off timing considering the fact that there wasn't much that they can do with that zoning potential. The Lord is currently marching down. We do have a wave coming down to the bottom lane, in the middle lane as well. In the meantime, Iron Ryan just going to be slamming right in, but unfortunately, they are just going to be tickling them. And as I said, the shortcut is not going to do anything. As such, the entirety of Kings SG will just focus onto the core.
Very dominant game. RSG Singapore, I think everything just broke down in the draft. Difficult to execute, difficult to just perform, especially with the Lee Sun-shin in the gold lane. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because the lead was way too far ahead. It's Kings SG really showing us what they're made of. They really want to stay in this competition and really want to get into the next stage.
Yep, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and really understand and identify what is really the problem for this game against Kings SG, right? Because I think ultimately, maybe it could be the lack of flexibility from PTBL.
It's the IT buff. That's what I'm saying.
Ah, yeah.
Kings got IT on the tables.
We called
They've been drinking it before the match.
Yeah.
That is a very natural booster. So get yourself some IT and stand a chance to win yourself a chance of a trip over to Jakarta for the M7 Championships.
Yep. And understandably, it's all IT, okay?
It's all about IT. It's all about IT. I think RSG really has a lot of things to fix. There's a lot of things that we can talk about, but what I do want to talk about right now is the MVP for Kings SG, and I think it's going to be Ryzen on the... No, it's going to be Iron Ryan. Setting things up, okay.
Yeah, we got to give credit where credit is due, right? The entirety of Kings SG played phenomenally right here, albeit it's not exactly a very difficult game for them per se. They just gotta have to play it out, do what they know, and end the game just like that, because RSG doesn't seem like they have got any ways to kind of come back in that game.
Yeah, out of the entire seeded stage run, I think RSG has only taken on one game out of every single game that they played. I think it was 12 games total. 1 game won, 0 games 1 game won and 11 games lost. But right now, RSG Singapore really desperately trying to fight their way through. I think play it safe, play a very traditional draft, and don't try anything fancy, don't try anything funky. It will be a bit difficult, but it's easier to execute, and at least we get a closer game this time around.
Yeah, so ultimately, I think that game number 2, we will definitely expect that game number 2 will still go over to the side of Kings SG, because this is actually quite dominating, right? It's dominating, but not exactly like the kind where we saw from Stallions, for example. They just don't just ride it in, give total disrespect kind of thing. There is still very methodical operations coming in from Kings SG in the way that they win the game. They are more calm and reserved.
Yeah. But, you know, huge respect over the Kings SG. All of them played to the T, even 2 minutes, or less than 2 minutes already aggressing down on the purple buff, already taking down 3 members, early triple kill over the Ryzen that snowballed everything to oblivion and beyond. PTBL is just not having a good time, not having good farm, and you're playing a snowball hero. You really need to be able to actually snowball and turn yourself into an avalanche, but no kills. Or, you know, very little kills that he can actually achieve. Out of the 5, he's only got 2. At least he's got something in his pocket.
Yeah, so all in all, I would still say that, you know, all things considered, Taurus did whatever they can to soak in all the damage, but to see that he is having difficulties in tanking and difficulties in dealing damage. I mean, to be fair, it's nothing too surprising. Kind of lost the lanes and lost the wave. They gave an early triple kill, and then slowly after that, close to a maniac for Bun Boy Reborn as well. Not the best way to open things up, especially since your team kind of wants to play that snowball strategy.
Yeah, especially for the chip though. I think the chip was a very good pick. And I feel like if Yizunjin was in the jungle and Lucas was in the gold lane, it might have been a different story. I think they have tested this Yizunjin in the gold lane in their scrims or in the practice, and basically it kind of works out for them. But when it comes down to, like, you know, in the actual professional scene, it will be very difficult to execute, especially since, you know, you're slower to the level 4, slower to the level 15 power spike. You're slower to a lot of your core items, even though you're in the gold lane. You don't have that free roam in the jungle, you don't have free roam onto your creeps. You're always constantly being aggressed on by the mid lane duos, and it's a lot of pressure. You have to ditch your lane, and you're facing up against a Cho, or you're a assassin marksman against a fighter, which is not a very good look for you.
Yeah, especially since the entire jungle camp is kind of yours, right?
Yeah.
If you've got nowhere to farm, I mean, the jungle camp is literally where you want to farm.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, you expect that there are people there that will be able to help you. But if you are kind of cooped up in the gold lane, you are just playing possum, right? Waiting for someone to come over to help you. You are codependent to the rest of your team. While as a Yizunjin in the jungle, you are still codependent on your other players, but at least you create opportunities with them.
Yeah. Do have to agree with you. It's back to the drawing board for RSG, especially for Coach Melon. Huge shout out to him for drafting all the way through and surviving all the way into the Challenger bracket stage. This is still the first game for RSG that they have to face. There is still a chance. Kings SG showed and proven themselves against the previous game against Insomniacs with a counter or comeback games with 2-1. Now for RSG, I think just getting warmed up, getting ready. Hopefully they show us a better showing this time around. Difficult, challenging, but not impossible to do. There's 1 game away, and Kings SG will be facing Stallions SG in the upper bracket finals.
Yep, so understandably, remember, there will only be 1 team that will move over to the upper bracket finals, and the other team will be relegated. At this point in time, the team that's relegated will go off to fight against Kingdom. Okay, Kingdom Esports. So
both of these 2 teams are hard.
Both are hard. No matter how you look at it, I think that we more or less have an understanding of, quote unquote favorites.
Yeah.
Knowing that the power levels of these teams that are available in the Challenger bracket, and I think that Kings SG, they would definitely have a little bit of trouble dealing with Kingdom Esports. However, based on statistics, I would say that Kingdom Esports will still kind of struggle against Kings SG because of their run in the playoffs. Run in the regular seasons.
So we're going into the player cams, which means we're going on to the random map draw once again. And Kings are happy with themselves. You're feeling good, feeling happy. I think they have a little bit of a skerfuffle against RSG. That's a J's word that I'm using right there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he always says skerfuffle.
No, pretty bamboozled about that.
Skedaddle.
It's get at a lot. What's some other words again?
Shakalaka. Boom shakalaka.
Bunga bunga.
Bunga bunga. Yeah, that's your word.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of, words, no words can describe the air of dismay and despair that RSG is feeling right now. As a seeded team in the longest standing organization of MPL SG, it is very difficult. You have a lot of pressure on your hands. You have to perform, at least take this game out, and hopefully we go into a 3-game series.
Yeah, so at this point, they are facing eliminations. They are absolutely facing eliminations if they do not manage to find an answer to what Kings SG posed over to them in game number 1. Game number 2 is not going to change.
Yeah. If they lose, they're going down to face Kingdom Esports once again in the lower brackets. And that is, statistically speaking, a lot more tougher. Just because, in the regular season, they've already got wiped out by Kingdom Esports on a 2-0 loss. So going into the random map draw, this Flying Cloud doesn't change too much. There's always late game potential that, RSG wants to play around, but it shouldn't change the draft too much.
Well,
Let's hear from the crowd.
we're finally in.
Noise for yours truly.
Going straight up into the draft with Kings SG gonna be on first pick, first ban. And when it comes down to RSG, second pick, second ban, we've already got quite a bit of these heroes that's being banned out. And they are just kind of zooming past with the Lancelot, the Angela, as well as the Chip being banned out from the side of KSG. And finally, with the Fanny, CC, and Baxia.
A lot of respect over to Yahiko's Fanny, so huge shout out to him as well. This is Juicin getting snap picked right up. RSG might be able to pick up the Kimmy for themselves, but I think it's a tit for tat, this for that kind of situation where, Juicin will hold herself up well, and it's really how well the roam actually plays around you and with you. So there's going to be a Kimmy slot if RSG wants to snap pick that one up, then it's going to be paired up with the Uranus down on the EXP side. Unless, they want to try, something a little bit funky again, go with the Uranus in the jungle.
That is so last season.
I know, it's possible though.
I don't know.
And you have a lot more
that.
burst damage too, with the second skill.
Well, at least it's something that can happen, but I don't think that is something that RSG would do. At least a little bit too early for them to just lock it down and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. But regardless, that's Kalia for the side of RSG, so they gotta have to focus and pick up a mage for themselves that can really make full use of the Kalia once again. So it's always a wombo combo kind of thing that they gotta have to identify. Otherwise, if they can't burst down that Kalia, then at least they gotta have to extend the team fight a little bit longer with that Guinevere.
It kind of looks like a Guinevere jungle for Kings Esports, but I do want to see Yahiko in his famed Assassins. There's going to be the Gatuk and the Arlot getting picked up. A lot of CCs right off the bat from Kings. RSG, though, that is their last pick. It might be the Kimmy. If not, you want to go with something that can pair up well with the Kalea's setups, which might be the Farsa in the end.
I would like to believe and I would like to hope to see a Farsa. Lunox Farsa, that's the way to go. But regardless, for the side of Kings SG, it is a lot of crowd control for now, right? Got the Kaja, the Alet as well as the Juicin. That's all they wanted. Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be Kimmy again. I think early game, Kalea, Kimmy versus Gato Juicin. Gato Juicin is just horrendous. It's horrendous in a good sense. Like, it's a monster. Like, it's so hard to get even close. You get a taunt, you get a pull back, and it buys a lot of time for the Juicin to build up the butterflies and pull you back out with the lanterns. And you have a lot more vision control if you are a Juicin rather than a Kimmy.
So right off the bat, we still don't have anyone that can really make full use of the Kimmy, the Kalea's pick-off at this point. They will want to get more follow-up. So with the fact that they haven't picked up the jungler, either the jungler needs some kind of burst, and that is probably Lancelot, I would like to believe.
Yeah, Lancelot's already banned out. Eastern Chin's still wide and open for the pickings if Kings want to do it.
Go for that. I don't think so.
I think
Guinevere is probably
Lee Sun
the
Shin
other
for Kings.
Oh wait, it's already been taken
banned
out.
Yeah, Lee Sun Shin is actually very, very good for Kings SG. They have adequate amount of crowd control. All they need is a insane burst damage coming in from the jungle side. So at least you have a lot more assists and backup coming in from the jungle. If Yahiko goes into the Sun Shin, but I feel like this might be a Hayabusa game once again.
Oh yeah, Hayabusa can also be a thing.
Yeah, for the Kimmy, very difficult to purify out of that
Yeah.
or dash out of that as well.
There's also other thing for RSG is that if they do want to go for the Yi Sun Shin, which is not quite banned out just yet, at least if they pick up the Yi Sun Shin, then they can actually go for triple marksman, which can be pretty darn strong if they decided to go for a Granger or what's that again?
Your team is picking.
Okay,
The
so-
Bruno, yeah, the Bruno.
Yeah. I don't think the Bruno works as well. Single target to an AoE crowd control kind of ability. I think Melissa might be able to work out well here. The Joy gets snap picked up by RSG. So it means KSG needs to be able to think about how to deal with the Joy.
Oh man.
And the answer is the Yi Sun Shin. I really like that. A lot more damage. You have a lot more crowd controls already. And they're feeling happy about that. That is the final hurrah, and they are ready to go. RSG, the last pick, will be the carry in the gold lane.
Oh yikes. Okay, so at least Carry can make full use of the Kalia's hooks in, and but that gotta have to wait for the later stages. Joy also do have pretty good burst in the early stages, but this is provided that the opponents don't have a lot of crowd control, which they kind of do. In fact, this is a chock full of crowd control kind of team from the side of Kings. So I can just imagine that both the Uranus as well as the Joy will have a lot of problems just because of the fact that they can't just stay in the heart of the battle for extended period of time, and that is the caveat of them being able to deal proper damage.
Yep, we're going into the game, we're loading in, but to be honest though, I think Kings SG's draft is so much more easy to execute. A lot of crowd controls, a lot of layering in. You get the mid, EXP, and roam position that creates so much opportunities for the two main damage dealers for Kings SG. A traditional front back, which is very fun to play against RSG, which does not have a lot of viable crowd controls. You have the Uranus, which is irritating, but I don't think it might be too much of a problem for the Yi Sun Shin takedown if this game doesn't go up to maybe 15 minutes. So as this game goes longer, Kings SG will find it increasingly tougher, but not impossible to clear. This is going to be match point for Kings SG. One more game and they're up ahead and facing off Stallions in the upper bracket finals for the Challenger bracket stage.
Well, we shall see how this game is going to turn out in the end of the day. This is potentially the last game for RSG, or rather potentially the last game of the series for RSG. As Churus has mentioned, they will be relegated to the lower brackets at the moment that they have lost this. Is it gonna go for 3-game series? At this point in time, I just don't see how RSG have got a proper win condition in their lineup. PTBL as well as Taurus, they are just going to be having a lot of problems in team fights itself, which just kind of knocks off any form of possibility for peeling and damage.
Well, speaking of peeled, you got IT right on the board, scan the QR code, and type in the redeem code. That's a taunt over onto the turret. It's a pull back again onto Hoki, not enough mana to chase him down. Hoki gets out safe. And that is the power of Kings SG. You're able to taunt and pull the members back into fray. So good call by Iron Ryan. You have the early rotations coming in from the mid lane as well. Very fast clear, very fast movement, and hopefully we'll see a skirmish on the side lanes as fast as we can right now. Taurus is actually holding himself really well against Bomboy Reborn, so it takes a little bit more time to come online.
As you can see, the Bomboy Reborn does have a tough time up to the top lane going up against the Uranus, and that is for sure, right? You don't really have a lot of opportunities to do too much to a forever regenerating tanky beast. Well, in the meantime, you yourself don't really have much damage to work with. He does have a Fury Hammer for himself, so that is somewhere. But aside from that, everyone else doesn't really have any items that deviates from what we would otherwise know of.
It's a level 4 onto Bomboy Reborn, which is interesting because he was suffering a little bit on the EXP side, but he's got the level 4. He's in position. He's looking for a final slash opportunity. PTBL from the back, able to steal that turtle.
It doesn't seem like PTBL will be able to... Oh, never mind. He did manage to get himself right out of that fight. And then, of course, that is a no casualty game from the side of RSG.
Oh, good little side swipe from the EXP laners. Just a little bit of 1v1 kerfuffle right there.
Don't think that is realistically gonna go anywhere. Taurus just being an annoying pain in the rear for the side of Bunboy Reborn. Just constantly just baiting out the skills on it.
Bottom side, Bong able to get himself out, use the Zaman Force for good measure, almost taking out Ash in the process. And Bong actually winning out this lane against this carry though. So if he can, is able to maintain the momentum right here, Ash one more hit, able to run out.
With only 3 minutes into this game right now. Oh wait, hold on a
that's
second.
a Tsunami Slam into the AOG to disrupt all of that first blood over to Ash.
It doesn't seem like things are gonna work too well for the side of Kings SG, as now Aryan Ryan is just being chased up upon. But at least the Lantern Flare more than enough, just gonna push the rest of RSG away.
A very good start for RSG. At least they have 2 kills up on the board, 1,000 gold lead, a turtle to their name. We might be able to see a 3-game series, Abstract.
I don't know about that. I mean, technically speaking, for the side of Kings SG, they do have got a lineup that can allow them to kind of pop off in the mid to the late stages of the game. But for RSG, they are a team that will come in to fight together later on. And they will suffer because of the massive amount of control that Kings SG will have. In the end of the day, it's just about 5v5. Laning is super important so that they will be able to funnel some of these goals to someone. And right now, I would say that the Joy is exceptionally happy alongside of the carry. They just need to keep this up a little bit more and ensure that Kings SG do not get the farm on their subsequent core heroes.
Look at the pathing of Gatakacha. Iron Ryan stopping Ash and delaying his approach towards that bottom side. He's just wasting time down in the mid. He should have went down to the bottom. And just funneling a lot of gold and advantage over to Bong. There's a final slash onto Murphy, but it won't amount up to anything. It's just touch and go.
The turtle now currently in the hands of PTBL, while Taurus seeks more information out of Kings SG. The Tsunami Slam that's already been used on the PTBL forced him to go for the ultimate. And the turtle will be taken down by PTBL, no problems whatsoever.
It's a pretty slow start for the Kings, but RSG Singapore showing signs of life. At least they're woken up. At least they have a little bit more warm-up that they had in the first game. It's not too much of a dominant performance from King, just as of now. But you know, at any one point in time, like you said, I echo your sentiment. Once you get a nice little, not a little, but a sizable crowd control set up for the side of Kings SG, everything might change. PTBL a little bit more comfortable with the Joy coming into fray rather than the Lucas right here. A little bit more of a traditional role for both teams. So a really slow, very passive, and game for both sides so far.
As of now, all of the turrets from the side of Kings SG is currently still standing up tall, but they definitely want to get a little bit more as a Traction Pulse and Tsunami Slam is gonna land on top of Bunboy Reborn, removing him out of the equation just so that they have access to the T1 turret up top. But it doesn't seem like it's gonna stop there just yet, because Kings SG, they're trying to go and mount for a little bit of comeback, almost dealing and almost killing out PTBL. The Secret Vision just clips on the PTBL, but not quite enough to do anything. While Hoki joins in with a Tidal Strike just so that he will be able to stop one of the oncoming visitor, only to sacrifice himself and at least help Joy get away safely.
I think Bong wouldn't be able to catch PTBL at all. Anyways, his cooldown was already on point right there to dash out of the way. Slowly farming up, and Bong just slowly rotating towards that top side. He knows that he has control of the gold lane. And I think for RG Singapore, the only issue that I foresee in the late game, it will be the gold lane disadvantage that Bong will bring on top of RSG Singapore. They have a lot more reliable damage, especially from the Yisun Chin and the Harith, instead of just Joy coming into the fray. Ash needs a little bit more time with the Trinity, getting pulled back. That's Taurus getting pummeled and hammered down just right before the turtle spawns up.
At this point in time, is the Turtle Pit is just bleeding blue. RSGSG now loses a little bit of that early game edge that seemed as though is working towards their favor. While Yahiko picks up the turtle, and now they will be happy to move on forward with only about 500, no, make that 1,000 gold lead from RSG.
The scales are tipping at this point. I think Kings SG has found their groove, found their momentum coming through. Iron Ryan just being very aggressive in the jungle, pushing everyone back out of the way. They still have to watch out for PTBL though. This Joy is going to be a menace. They have the T2 down up at the top side, already taken down by RSG Singapore. So Kings SG has to watch their 12. We're going to start things off in the mid side jungle.
Just going to be having most of the members from Southern Kings SG just trying to get himself a good amount of shots. But unfortunately, Iron Ryan is the one that will lose his life in that entire initiation. Well, Kings SG, the fact that they currently have got one member down is going to be tough for them to continue up to the push against RSG Singapore.
A little bit of a slower start, but the target reprioritization onto Taurus just draws the attention and damage away from the main target, which is PTBL jumping into the fray, and even Murphy almost taken out in the process. The AOG from Iron Ryan to zone the rest of the members out and just sacrifice himself for the betterment of the Kings will help a little bit as Bong taking down the mid lane turret. PTBL taking a lot of damage from them. Yahiko takes that down as well. Attraction Pulse will not land as the CC immunity and Purify actually pops out from Ryzen. Taurus is next to fall. He's right on the target, chopping block. He's got the butterflies in his stomach but won't be able to get pulled back.
This game is a lot more closer than I have originally expected. I thought that the Kings SG, whenever they kind of crowd together as one, they should be able to find themselves in a way better spot dealing with RSG because of the choke full of crowd control that they have. It's one of the main problems for Uranus as well as Joy. As long as you're able to just keep on pumping these crowd control onto these two, you number one, eliminate one of the frontliners from RSG. You also eliminate one of the main damage dealers from RSG. And then you just leave with two of their marksmen. What are they supposed to do? What are these marksmen supposed to do with just a single enabler and a tank for the team?
Yeah, good steal from Bong over on the purple buff. Taurus finds himself in a spot of bother right there. Mountain Shocker just to give it a little bit more vision. They know the Ashe is not in the foray as Kings tries to pull the Lord away, getting that reset. PTBL waiting and charging up with the ultimate as well. The Ring of Joy will come in handy dandy just to take down the damage dealers. There are 3 win conditions for Kings SG. If you take down Isun Chin, the Chusin as well as the Harith, then RSG is safe. But Bumboy Reborn and Iron Ryan doing a very good job in psyching themselves up with the crowd control.
As they slowly postures themselves up for this upcoming Lord's fight, the entire river is just going to be cut into half with one side for blue and one side for red. Information is key. As such, they're just going to be hiding themselves inside of these runs, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, Hoki has really been found out by Ryzen as he pulled out his lantern flare, and everyone else from the side of RSG should more or less been seen by Ryzen.
They're saving that Beetle up on the top side for PTBL to have easy access towards that Lord with the jumps. It's a very good strategy for RSG Singapore, but they need a little bit more vision. That's where Taurus comes in handy. They also have to deal with the side lanes. It's all equal and neutral right now. Is Ryzen keeping Taurus busy, healing everything back up. Doesn't really matter at this point. Is Hoagie going into the tri-bush? Is Bumboy Reborn starting things off with the final slash into the Tsunami Slam, into the AOG. They're just jumping on trampolines. It's up and down as Hoagie flickers out and gets safe.
It doesn't seem like PTBL will be able to get himself away from all of that. Indeed, he will not. As such, the Retribution battle coming in from RSG is just going to go all the way down. With no Retribution from the team, no junglers. They gotta have to concede this Lord over to Kings SG, but it seems like the fight is still going to continue onwards as RSG, they're still posturing up. They're not gonna give Kings SG a free Lord without taking a number or 2 of their bodies.
Kings SG is still giving a lot of respect over to Ashe. He's 2-0-0 on this carry, and he might be able to do significant damage if he so wishes to. The golden timing is over. PTBL is back up online. You got a Mountain Shocker just to start things off on the backside. The Traction Pulse pull everything back together. Yahiko seals the deal with the Lord and taking everyone down. There's 2 members down. It's only the tanks. The damage dealers for Kings SG is still up and online. Might have been wasted down on this the Lord though, as Bong tries to run away. There's 2 members coagulating onto him. Ryzen desperately tries to save this Harith and able to outplay and take Hoki down. Not enough damage from Murphy.
Indeed. With now the Lord that's going to be fighting in favor for Kings SG. The Lord now will be marching in from the middle lane and will execute RSG. With a 2,300 gold lead for Kings SG, I think that they should be able to mix it up to get themselves about 3,500 coming into the next fight. But RSG, like you mentioned before, they might actually have a lot of problems in entire team fights because of number one, crowd control. Number two, they have lack of wave clear. So the moment that the Lord comes in, yep, they can deal with the Lord because of a carry. But the mega creeps is something that I really want to address.
AUG starts things off, scatters everyone. Yahiko from the backside. Taurus gets taken down. That's Yahiko on a killing spree. But down in the ditch is his aim of force getting popped up. Hoki going crazy. Hoki getting already killed. Bong getting decimated as well. At the very least, they took down 3 members from the side of RSG Singapore. It's PTBL Murphy all the way left online. And Kings SG having a handy dandy time up on that top tier T2.
Yep, and in fact, trying to go for the next one. A good final slash coming in. They will be able to pull Murphy into an unprecedented spot. And that is Kings SG that's done with their their top lane push and even 1 kill for Constellation.
Good call by Bumboy Reborn, finding that slash and taking 1 down at a time. I think Kings SG, like you said, they fight better as 5. RSG Singapore now a little bit behind, but it doesn't really matter as much. If Hoki's able to find a good Tsunami Slam onto Bong, I think things might turn out well for them. Taurus doesn't really do too much as of now. He's just annoying to deal with. Being in the ditch and being in front doesn't do a lot of damage to the rest of the teams as of now.
I mean, RSG, they're not exactly too out of the game just yet though, because Murphy as well as Ash, they still have got pretty decent amount of gold to their name, right? Ash have got 9,000 gold the last I've seen. Murphy has got good amount of items as well. I think that's probably 3 items. One of them, I think he has the glowing wand as well as the blood wings. I cannot remember the last one. Perhaps it could have been the genius staff.
Maybe a
Genius
divine
wand.
glaive. Maybe a divine glaive
Maybe
as well.
the divine glaive,
Yep.
yeah.
Just for Murphy, still having a decent game, 3-1-1. If Murphy's able to get a nice traction pulse onto 5 members, since Kings SG likes to coagulate together, the only loose member would be Yahiko. You have to watch your 6 on his front. War's going to be spawned up in 5 seconds. RSG Singapore might be able to contest for this. Hoki, all onus is on him. He has to find the right target. It's not going to be easy to do so.
With the Lord now currently in the enmity of Kings SG, RSG Singapore is just looking for more information as to how they will want to slowly move on for this, because they can't give the free Lord away to Kings SG. So just open up the brushes a little bit. At least it does have the mounted shocker to look at the entire map. So that is why it's great to actually have the Yusun shit.
They're blitzing this down. RSG letting it go. They have to deal with the fat wave coming up from that top side.
And it's now just going to be having a little bit more push down, and it doesn't seem like RSG is going to have an easy time.
Bobby's doing well. The blue Bobby's targeting onto the throne. Won't deal too much as RSG needs to handle the turret minions coming in to fray.
There's still going to be Lord that will be marching in from the top lane. And as I mentioned, RSG, they have a lot of problems trying to wave clear. So we'll see how that's going to go.
You have to deal with Bong too. He's hitting hard, he's hitting strong.
It's just going to be the rest of the members from RSG that clears the wave and move on to the next.
We're slowly waiting for the Lord to march out of that top side as well.
At this point in time, the middle lane will slowly march in, but it's not exactly in sync and in the same wave as the Lord.
You still have the enhanced minions that RSG has to deal with. They don't really have a lot of wave clear though.
So it's just slowly just going to be edging in closer and closer as they bring down the top, the mid lane T1, and just going to be slowly making their way all the way through. And of course, even when it comes down to the slide, it doesn't seem like they will be able to do too much, even when the front side for Hoki as he comes right in. The Lord will be trampling on. RSG just does whatever that they can. Even when PTBL just slides in and out, they manage to clear the Lord and the creep wave.
What a defense from RSG Singapore. Ash just melting down that Lord, and he's the main win condition. But Bong says no. He's going in straight for the throne, and he wants to end this. Kings moving forward. We see them, we hear them, and they should be happy about this. Your next challenge will be up against the Stallions, and it's going to be a medieval fight once again.
All right, with that all said and done, congratulations over to Kings SG. The Stallions, time and time again, it does seem like the Stallions gonna have to play Trojan for 2 different kingdoms.
True.
One, they have to destroy the kingdom, and the other one, they gotta usurp the king.
They broke down the castle walls.
Yep, and then now
now they have to usurp the kings.
Yep.
They have to go down the open up the glorious pathway,
Yep.
roll out the red carpet, and march their way into the throne room.
What would it look like to have a horse as a king?
AI can help you with that.
Well,
Well,
that means whatever decree or whatever mandate is gonna go, the horse is just gonna say one thing: nay.
it's no.
Yeah, that's no.
Anyways, we're gonna take a look at the MVP. I think Kings SG, a lot of them have been playing really well, but not as well as Ryzen. 1-0-11 perfect game, 92% kill participation, and dealing a lot of damage. And I've seen how the Juicin is always zoning Taurus out. You see a mage pushing everyone back. It's all smiles from Kings from now. We can hear all of their cheers from the casting room as well in the studio. And they should be proud of this. You're moving over to the next big challenges. This is going to be the biggest one that Kings are going to be facing as we move forward. But huge props to RSG. Thankfully, though, they're not out of the woods just yet. They're going down to the lower brackets. They're facing up against Kingdom Esports. So it's a reverse for the new RSG team. So, lost to the Kings. Right now, they need to face the castle.
I mean, this is not even the toughest game for Kings SG. I mean, ultimately, just being able to get themselves this win is gonna be super great, right? Because they are just getting themselves closer and closer over to playoffs. And that is just euphoria just by having to think of it.
We're going to take a look at the equipment builds as of now, but it doesn't really matter at this point because, you know, Ash is fully online. He's almost gotten that Sea Halberd just to reduce the amount of heals that comes in from Iron Ryan's Revitalize. And huge props to him, huge respect over to the AOGs as well as the Final Slash. We can see exactly the same gold for Arlott as well as Gatakacha, but they're doing the Lord's work. They've been setting up for the rest of the team, and Kings SG, they've been playing by the T. They know to set things up with AOG, scatter everyone down. Bumblebee Reborn throws everyone back with a spear, and with the Final Slash, Yahiko jumps in, Bong follows up suit with the Zaman Force, and Ryzen just throws everyone into the fray. So really, really good game. I wouldn't say a pure dominance from Kings SG. They did make some mistakes, and they have to go back to the drawing board and prep towards that next game.
Yep, I mean, ultimately for this game, it really seemed as though there could be an opportunity that would rise up in the event that Kings SG do not end the game, right? Because this is a technically double marksman lineup from RSG, and we already mentioned, right, Ash is more or less online. The only problem for RSG is the fact that they are unable to play a proper 5v5 game because Taurus goes in probably just gonna lock down most of the time, and the PTBL goes in if you get locked down while you are still kind of like charging up your ultimate in some sense, right? Then you're unable to just burst down the backlines, which is the main thing that that Joy would want to do.
Yeah, we can take a look at the highlights to see what really went down. Ryzen played a heck of a game. In 2 of these games, this is only less than a minute, and he's already diving the turrets down below. Yahiko also made critical Lord steals or turtle steals at the very last possible moments. RSG Singapore struggling to find their footing into any of these team fights, and I think one of the main reasons is, I think for the first game, definitely the Yusun Jin pick doesn't work out well, but for Kings SG, they know how to layer in their skills, they know how to revert their attention and target prioritize onto any one of the loose members.
Ultimately, I think that RSG have got quite a bit to kind of work on, be it is their hero lineups or maybe it just comes down to the micro kind of gameplay. For RSG, they are lacking in quite a bit of departments, I gotta have to say, right? It's really unfortunate to say that, but I think that the fundamentals of the early game really is gonna be important as to how you want to face your how you face your opponents in some sense.
Yeah, for RSG Singapore though, really struggling to find the footing. They do have a longer break this time to ramp up as they face against Kingdom in lower brackets. But for Kings, the real challenge starts now. They're going to be facing up against Stallions. But hey, you know, it's going to be a very tall order for all of these teams. There's 4 teams left in this Challenger bracket stage. We're going to have a longer break this time around. So from us to you guys, we're going to end this stream, but when we come back, we're going to start a new stream for the upper and lower bracket finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on MPL SG Season 10. See you soon.